Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Welcome to Come On and Talk Right Now. The link is available in the live chat on YouTube. This is the Finding Gnosis Show.
The show will start when one of you clicks on the link that is to be seen in the show's chat.
Can you see it? Can you see the link? Can you see the link in the show's chat? When you feel compelled to speak, click on the link, click on the link.
This is the Finding Gnosis Show. The show will start when one of you clicks on the link that is to be seen in the chat.
When you feel compelled to speak,
Click on the link,
what do you want to say?
click on the link,
What do you want to say?
click on the link.
The show will start when you click on the link and say,
Click on the link, this is the Finding Gnosis Show. This is the Finding Gnosis Show. The show will start when one of you clicks on the link that will be seen in the show's chat.
can you see it? Can you see the link? When you feel compelled to speak, click on the link. Click on the link in the show's chat.
This is the Finding Gnosis Show.
The show will start when one of you clicks on the link that is to be seen in the show's chat.
Can you see it? Can you see the link? Can you see the link in the show's chat? When you feel compelled to speak, click on the link, click on the link.
This is the Finding Gnosis Show. The show will start when one of you clicks on the link that is to be seen in the chat.
When you feel compelled to speak,
Click on the link,
what do you want to say?
click on the link,
What do you want to say?
click on the
The
link.
show will start when you click on the link and say,
Click on the link, this is the Finding Gnosis Show. This is the Finding Gnosis Show. The show will start when one of you clicks on the link that will be seen in the show's chat.
Can you see it? Can you see the link? When you feel compelled to speak, click on the link. Click on the link in the show's chat.
This is the Finding Gnosis Show.
The show will start when one of you clicks on the link that is to be seen in the show's chat.
Can you see it? Can you see the link? Can you see the link in the show's chat? When you feel compelled to speak, click on the link, click on the link.
one of you clicks on the link that you'll be seen in the show's chat.
Can you see it? Can you see the limp? When you feel compelled to speak, click on the link. Click on the link in the show's chat.
This is the Finding Gnosis show. The show will start when one of you clicks on the link that is to be seen in the show's chat.
Can you see it? Can you see the link? Can you see the link in the show's chat? When you feel compelled to speak, click on the link.
Click on the link. This is the Finding Gnosis show. The show will start when one of you clicks on the link that is to be seen in the chat.
When you feel compelled to speak,
Click on the link.
what do you want to say?
Click on the link.
What do you want to say?
Click on the link. The show will start when you click on the link and say. Click on the link. This is the Finding Gnosis show. This is the Finding Gnosis show. The show will start when one of you clicks on the link that you'll be seen in the show's chat.
Can you see it? Can you see the limp? When you feel compelled to speak, click on the link. Click on the link in the show's chat.
This is the Finding Gnosis show. The show will start when one of you clicks on the link that is to be seen in the show's chat.
Can you see it? Can you see the link? Can you see the link in the show's chat? When you feel compelled to speak, click on the link.
Click on the link. This is the Finding Gnosis show. The show will start when one of you clicks on the link that is to be seen in the chat.
When you feel compelled to speak,
Click on the link.
what do you want to say?
Click on the link.
What do you want to say?
Click on the link. The show will start when you click on the link and say. Click on the link. This is the Finding Gnosis show. This is the Finding Gnosis show. The show will start when one of you clicks on the link that you'll be seen in the show's chat.
Can you see it? Can you see the limp? When you feel compelled to speak, click on the link. Click on the link in the show's chat.
This is the Finding Gnosis show. The show will start when one of you clicks on the link that is to be seen in the show's chat.
Can you see it? Can you see the link? Can you see the link in the show's chat? When you feel compelled to speak, click on the link.
Click on the link. This is the Finding Gnosis
to say?
Click on the link.
What do you want to say?
Click on the
The show will start when you click on the link and say.
Click on the link. This is the Finding Gnosis show. This is the Finding Gnosis show. This
Hello, everybody. Welcome again to another episode of the Finding Gnosis show, where the communal quest is to find out just what the hell is going on in this strange existence and what exactly we should be doing whilst we are apparently here together. Tonight's show is loosely based around sex, desire, and power. What really drives us as individuals? That is the general kind of icebreaker for the show. We don't have to stick to that topic as usual. We may go off the beaten path into the tundra and off out over the horizon into strange terrain. But that's okay. This is the Finding Gnosis show. Feel free to talk about whatever you want. But we'll just start with sex, desire, and power. What's really driving us? And we'll take it from there. I have with me G. G has clicked on the link in the live chat. You are entitled to. And you could also be on the Finding Gnosis show. G, you're muted. Please unmute yourself and tell us what is really driving us. And please try and sew into your answer. Try and sew into the fabric of your answer sex, desire, and power. If you can.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So, I mean, I will keep everything simple. I'm not. If I start yapping, it's going to be hella long. So, those all in common is pleasure. Those are lower pleasure. It can be higher pleasure. That's just how I see it. Sex without love is not the same with sex with love. You know, desire something and gaining that desire is different. So is power. There's like higher and the lower pleasure to it. If you keep chasing the lower pleasure, it's going to be harder and harder to gain that higher pleasure of desire of what you want it from, you know? Accomplishment, pretty much. That's how simple I'm going to keep it.
That sounds very nice. We have Count Marcus, who's on the show, aka Brother Marcus, I believe. You're on the show, Count Marcus. What is it you'd like to say about the topic at hand, sex, desire, and power, and what really drives us as human beings?
I think some people, well, for the majority of people, they would be driven by any type of subjective meaning, purpose, and desire. And it could be sex, but also it could be other values that they strive for. Or you could strive to have no desire, which would be a desire, but, you know, it drives you.
That's interesting. So, one's values. What do you think of that, G? He's taken the ball out of the conversation about sex, unless that's what people value. And he said, "What drives us is our values." Do you agree with him?
I mean, that's a perspective. It's just what gives that value.
That's an interesting point. Where does the value come from?
Does God give that value? Yeah. Does someone you know give it? It can be the world, it can be anything. It's just sometimes if you think about it, when it becomes meaningless, you know, the thing, those desire becomes objectified. So you're not chasing the rewards, the what was the word for it? The value of it. You just start chasing the act of it, where I consider that's where evil lies heavily.
Okay.
So
Fatima,
one
you're on
step,
the
you
Finding
will be
Notice show.
wrong.
Fatima, the topic is sex, desire, power. What really drives human beings? Have you got anything to say on this matter?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah. Hello, Fatima.
Oh, yeah. Oh, were you talking to me? My audio was glitching up. My laptop was glitching up. Did
Yeah,
you
I
ask
was
me a
talking
question?
to you. Yeah, just
okay.
around sex, desire, and power. What do you believe is really driving us as human beings?
I think it's all three of those things it's all three of us. And it's just all three of those things. But for most average people, ordinary people, it's sex and desire, because that's how the species reproduces. And most people want to, have that completion. And we rank every social cue by looks now, right? Like we still have those, those things about like looks maxing, and that shows to me that, that like we measure everything through a desire to be wanted, and that leads to like intimacy, right? And people usually get sad whenever they're alone, right? I take another view. I'm not really sad when I'm alone. I get sad when I'm around the masses of people. And as for the power, that's for people who want to make an impact on the world, if you know what I mean, right? Like they want to like uh, climb up the escalons of like society and make something of themselves. And that could also go into like sex and desire as well, because as we know, a lot of a lot of infamous people who are famous and have power also value the sex part of it too. They have a lot of things with that. As and now as for me, do I think that's good or bad? I would say that it's kind of like I would want to like not fall into that trapping. I have a desire to like move past that. So it is kind of like a paradox, as count the Marcus said, to want to get rid of a desire is a desire, and that's very true. But I think what separates me and most people is that like I know I'm lucid enough to know that I can have more self restraint and like understand that hey, hey, like most of these superficial desires are kind of just that superficial. I don't think you need much in life to be happy. Honestly, I come from this point of view. Other than the bare necessities of what your being demands, but like I don't think you need like a lot of things to be happy. I truly think that.
So, are you actually changing the goalpost? Do you believe that pursuit of happiness is what is driving humanity?
Do I think the pursuit of happiness? That's hard to say, because what is happiness to a lot of people? Happiness to a lot of people can either be having a simple life on a farm or like ruling a big company. So I don't know what that means, the pursuit of happiness. That's a very elusive concept to me, the pursuit of happiness. I do not know what that concept means, because as I said, I've met people who want to like be big athletes in like FIFA, and then I met other people who want to live on a farm in the middle of nowhere. So I don't know what the pursuit of happiness is, but those things, wanting to be a big, rich FIFA athlete and wanting to be a simple farmer, are both what desires of your ego. And and if I was to weigh them on a scale, I would say that whatever makes the human, the individual happy. But at the same time, like I do have a skepticism towards like towards like media and entertainment institutions like FIFA and like the businesses, corporations. I do have a strong skepticism towards that, so I do have my own biases towards those things, and I would like respect like the person who just wants a simple, basic life, just a bit
Okay,
more. But that's me. That's me. Yeah.
fair enough. Just briefly, in a sentence, why are you skeptical of these corporations and big businesses?
Well, if I'm gonna be all well, if I can channel my inner like anti-establishment Marxist point of view, because they exploit people, they kind of ruin things, they they promote false ideas, false dialogues, false narratives. Then are felt they oversaturate us with with worries and anxieties. They manufacture these false identities like constructs so that we can buy into them, and of course all of our livelihood are chained to these corporations because we have to work for them in some way somehow, or like they're going to encroach themselves all over the government. That's what's happening in America, as you know. It's a plutocracy. It's the rich and wealthy, which is unarguably linked to lobbies and corporations that kind of run the show. It's not like the elected officials. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I mean. Yeah.
Steppenwolf, welcome to the Final Gnosis show. The topic at hand is basically what are the fundamental drivers of humanity? What is actually driving us as individuals? Now, there's a few on the table here: sex, desire, power seeking, status seeking. These are kind of options on the table, but what do you think? What is the fundamental driver of humanity?
Hiya, I hope you're doing well. I think you pretty much resume it, but still, it's part of how can I say, it's a bit off the topic, but I since Danny released a video about the Messiah, sort of speak, and I thought about that idea a lot, that the Messiah could be it's an interpretation, but the Messiah could be a change in like the cosmic consciousness. Well, it's a bit off the topic, I know, but I just thought about that. And
well, we can talk about that later. Just put that on the back foot for now.
Yeah, definitely. The sex drive is like constant, and as you folks, I'm struggling with that. I'm a bit. I'm an ex-addict actually, so S-addict. So I'm pretty much transparent about it because that's how the way I operate. Even though we are on the internet, but I wouldn't give too much details, of course. But and now I'm kind of draining. So that's the price you pay when to be in a body. The price to pay to be in the body. You'd like to expand your to level up. Your being, your psyche, but you're always in a kind of duality, because those drives are like in a way are far more superior than you. They're always triggering you does that make sense? I think it's impossible to conquer.
You think they're very, very powerful? You think they're impossible to defeat?
The desires.
It's not impossible, but it has been a few individuals in this world could have vanquished that, sort of speak. Not necessarily the great sages like the Buddha and so on, but a very tiny few did manage to embrace nothingness, just like Sam Vaknin would say. I don't know how to put it, because I don't want to be too much.
Do you believe they did that? They might have just been saying that.
Yeah.
I mean, it is possible that all these great sages and these transcendental beings who said that they managed to overcome were actually lying. Maybe they didn't achieve this state of being on Earth.
That's true. I got a problem with my lust, so yeah. Even though I know what it is, you know.
When you say problem, what is the problem with lust?
My primal desire, because I'm young, you know. I'm at that time. Everyone is half that time. Everyone is gonna feel that hormone rushing in, and you know, it's gonna make us. What's the word for it?
It's slavery.
In the States, the States of that slavery, you can say that, yeah.
Basically.
It traps you in, and the only way to like speed it up, to like, you know, get the gratification, is to, you know, sin under it. Or you can, you know, you can sit down, give it some time, you can concentrate on Bible, you can concentrate on books, games, you can concentrate on anything, use it as escapism to get away from it. But you got to know is that this pleasure, this primitive pleasure that literally keeps every life existing, well, almost, actual, you know, at most, you know, at most animal with sexual desire and pleasure is going to continue going back. Therefore, the longer you suppress it, that the easier it comes back, and the harder it's going to, you know, get it off.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so that's like the major part. That's the major part about sex, is that you have to acknowledge that where your position is as a man to have that desire, and find a healthy way of dealing with it, which is not overindulgence, but acknowledge that your body desires something. Not your mind, your body. Your mind trying to, you know, alleviate or helps, trying to find solution to it. But at the end of the day, is God-given body, and you have to find a way to take care of it. And that's the job of the brain. At least that's how I see it. Sex is just very tempting, you know.
It reminds me of a
young.
song by the Smiths. Does the body leads the mind, or does the mind leads the body? I don't know. It was sung by Morrissey of the Smiths.
Well, simple. Under stress, your primitive, you know, survivability will take over your body before your mind does, because they're trying to find a way to survive. So in a situation where your mind thinks that you're literally dying, where your body senses that, your mind becomes secondary. If your organs starting to die off, the first place they're going to take out oxygen is through your skin, through your blood veins, and then through your brain, just to keep your important organs keep functioning. So mind is unnecessarily needed. Is only to, you know, make sure it multiplies the chances of your survivability when you're conscious.
I got a question for you, but for all of you folks, have you tried like methods? Because I personally, I tried some methods, you know, to overcome it, so to speak. Like, you know, I personally tried to meditate, but it didn't really work.
Yeah, well, the methods I try are pretty basic and also kind of very psychological. Like, I just pretend that everything is just like dust in the wind. So like human relationships in the long run won't matter, because like there's gonna be a whole generation that's not gonna remember me, my name, or my face. So I'm gonna be like, yeah.
How did you do that? In what way?
What way? I just say it internally in my head. You know, it's kind of like a mantra I do. Yeah, like I just put it in my head. Like whenever I'm like, you know, the frustrated, I just think about those. I just think about that mantra. I say to my head, hey, everything is temporary. Things will return back to dust or whatever the hell, you know, and boom. And, you know,
interesting.
just temporary. And so that automatically kills like any, not entirely, because I'm still human. I still want a desire, that's, that both, like I still want a desire of some type. So, but it definitely does a type of like, balancing, or like a type of minimization of it, that's definitely there, because, like, as like dumb as it sounds now, more cliched, I think it's ideal to like have a lot of self-restraint, and to be like that, to live like a simple life, as cliched as that sounds,
No, it's not. For
yeah,
me,
yeah, because like whenever I say this to
Everyone
people,
finds their way.
because whenever I say this to people, they think I'm just being like, "Oh, you're gonna get bored eventually," but I found out about as the lives of the sages and saints and monks when I was 18, 19. I was definitely invested in that. Here I am in like 25. I'm like, okay, so I tried to immerse myself in the young adult world, and like I didn't feel anything. Like it just bored me. Like
you're 25. Huh?
Yeah, I'm 25.
I thought you were a bit much older.
Oh,
I'm
really?
approaching 40, so
Oh, really? You thought I was older?
kind of a grandpa here. No, but I mean, Do Not Watch is older than me, I guess.
Oh, really?
I don't know.
I don't know how old is DNW.
I don't know.
Yeah. But like, yeah, and like, I try to say to these people, hey, you don't need a lot in life. You don't need to worry about like, the status of you. And it's okay to have good hygiene though and to work out, but like you don't need to put yourself out there as like a spectacle, or like to draw yourself to attention. Yeah. And what's this? Richard Dalvis, man, age 32 here, no kids. Well, that's and to me that's good. Yeah. But anyways, what I was gonna say is the fact that yeah, like I try to do my best to like replicate that kind of lifestyle, and I don't do it because of God, because I said monks. No, I don't do it because of God. I do it just because to have a sense of clarity
Sure.
in my head. Like I want clarity. I want tranquility. I want ataraxia. Ataraxia is like the Greek concept of complete tranquil mindset and calmness. Like I want, like, I know that's very hard to do, but like that's what I strive for. It's always a process of dealing with that. It's always a ongoing process. There's no like stopping that. It stops whenever my thoughts stop. That means whenever I stop. So yeah, like as long as I'm aware, as long as I have knowledge of things, I don't think I ever want to like become like a spectacle in the sense that people would want to be. Conventional people would want to be the crowd,
Okay.
the invested, yeah.
I want to get back to the topic then. What is driving us? And you make it sound like a problem for the most part. Our drivers are problematic, which is worrying.
Who, me?
Our drivers are something that need to be overcome, tamed. That they are in some ways our worst enemy at times.
Yeah, it could be.
G, do you see our drivers as wholly problematic?
No, I don't think so. I think it at least keeps us surviving. But yeah, a balance is needed. Maybe sex, desire, and power are the main drive to get us out of caves. Because those are strong drives. Those are primitive drives. But after gaining those drives, we understand that when it's not beneficial for our survival, we tend to suppress it. And, that goes with a whole host of depression and stuff. It seems like we've been going through this circle of mental state of humanity over and over again. And I think the problem is that there are lack of guides, and that's why there's the seeking of gods. But gods cannot tell individual of what their higher pleasure is. That it has to be found by the individual. Carving, creating arts, writing books, be productive, or simply just in the desire of reading, understanding, comprehending even more stuff. Being transparent with reality or oneself, I find those are a lot more powerful of desire of seeking understanding of myself than the desire of want the pleasure of myself. And I find when you come to a higher pleasure, those desire becomes like a second nature. They don't become spoiled or becoming bad. It becomes something that is came from a source of humbleness. If I want sex, I want to have love. If I have desire, I want to be transparent. If I want power, I want to make sure that responsibility of that power creates the responsibility that I can attain it. Therefore, the power feels more pure, real than ever, and more desirable. I don't know. It's just my personal think about this. Am I thinking too much? It's a bunch of words. So yeah.
Yeah, well, that sounds okay. I hear what you say. We hear what you say, but that sounds very. It's quite challenging because, like you said before, Fatima, every relationship is kind of there's always a interest behind it in some ways. And no, it sounds very challenging, but I hear what you say anyway. But you know.
Yeah, well, because we don't look at it as we don't look at it as a part of us. We look at it as part of our obstacle of being a man, a person, a human. We never tend to try to utilize that. We try to jump in the ballpark as quick as possible when we feel it. We don't break it down. We don't process it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
You
And
know, yeah, and that brings a lot of problem when you just dive in without your head. Many things like that happens.
yeah. And
I
like
want to
DNW,
welcome
didn't.
Escape the Matrix. I want to welcome Escape the Matrix. Escape the Matrix. You're on the Finding Notice show. What is it you'd like to say about what fundamentally drives humanity forward? Is it sex? Is it just desire of some form? Is it power seeking? What do you think is the basic driver of humanity?
Well, thank you for welcoming
Or
me
the
in.
most fundamental, sorry, I say basic, but the most fundamental, powerful driver, if you like. That's another way of looking at it.
Yeah. Thank you for welcoming me in, DNW. And hope everybody's doing well here. I always believe with anything, regardless of what it is, the most important thing is always the mental, the mind, right? And just as far as like what goes into the mind, what kind of thoughts are we having? So really, that's before anything. But you did kind of bring up some good suggestions as far as power and some other good attributes. But I believe it's the right mental state. And are we dealing with logic and reasoning, or are we dealing with emotion, ego, and pride? And I think pride is good at times, ego is good at times, but logic and reasoning, I believe, would ultimately bring like a heaven on earth to this reality, because we're just going to always be, you could even say, too logical at times. So that's my belief as far as that goes.
Sorry, are you saying our drivers are being logical and reasonable?
Our drivers at the moment, or they should be?
I'm asking the question: what are our fundamental drivers? And then you came in and said it's our logic and reasoning.
Wow.
Is
Oh,
that
you're
what you really
asking.
think?
Okay,
Well,
you're
he
asking.
mainly say like mental state, therefore logic.
I mean, to me, reasoning and logic are tools we use to either attain that which our driving seeks, or to overcome the pangs of our drivers.
When you say drivers, can you kind of get into a definition, just for layman's term?
That which is pushing you forwards, motivating you.
Okay, but you're saying at the moment for all of humanity. correct?
Well, for us as individuals, yes. For the
Oh,
large part,
Oh, individuals. Yeah, I mean another one is uniting and working together, which I think I'd like to believe that as a humanity we do
yeah, but
that for the most part.
what are they working together for? What is driving them to want to do that? That's what I'm getting at. There has to be ultimate drivers at the beginning of all of these thoughts and
It's
desires.
always a better life. It's always for a better life. That's always what it's about.
The
It's always
driver
for a better
is
life.
seeking better conditions, seeking something better than what
Yes,
is.
the absolute best that one can attain, or even better. And I'd like to believe every human would say the same.
Another way of looking at that could be that the driver is discomfort. That the driver is that now isn't good enough, and we're trying to get away from a state of discomfort, a state of dissatisfaction, because now isn't good enough. Are you telling me that could be the ultimate driver? That now is not good enough. We're trying to move away from suffering, trying to move away from discomfort.
I wouldn't go as much as that as if you notice with nature and everything in life, it almost seems like everything needs an update every so often. Anything that is in life. And so it's like we kind of can't live in 2026 for the next 30 years. Eventually we have to evolve in all aspects. I mean, the biggest one is always going to be technology and what's going on with AI. But I think aside from not having too much, like you're referring to, I think we're going to have to update regardless. We're always updating. And that's why people need to learn to get with the times, because no matter how much you reminisce on the good old days, this is the good old days.
Okay,
this will always be the good old days because we're always upgrading.
Perpetual Pleasurist says loving sex desire drives the pneumatic types of souls. Other things drive the other types of souls. Okay, I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. You'll have to come on here, PP, and explain that. Perpetual Pleasurist also says everything except loving sex desire is simply a dull, lame-ass thing. That is why so many people are suicidal. So basically, he's saying the be-all and end-all of human satisfaction, human desire, is loving sex.
Yeah, I would agree.
That's all we want. That's all we need.
What if you're asexual?
Oh, that's a good one.
There's a question for PP. What if you're asexual?
Well, there still is a desire to do things with an asexual person. They might want power. They might want power. You said sex desire, and desire doesn't necessarily mean like romantic. A desire is anything that you want.
Of course, but the thing is, PP said the only thing is loving sex. That is the only desire that matters, and everything else is lame and just an effort at compensation. I believe that's kind of what he's saying. An effort at
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that because I have a feeling
he's basically PP, forgive me if I'm wrong here, but I think PP's basically saying if we could all we would all be balls deep in whatever hole we wanted to be in, or we would be if we were the receiver we would be literally filled all the time. Is that what you're saying, PP?
So
that if we could, we'd just be having sex 24/7. Is that what you're saying?
Wouldn't it get boring though if you just have sex 24/7? I mean, I don't know. I don't know how that feels personally because I haven't.
Nibbles is wondering whether they're a total sex addict. I don't know who that's directed at. Is that directed at PP? I believe he's a man of moderation.
Yeah, or I don't know. I mean, like I think if humans had access to like the endless, sexual intercourse, I think they would get bored eventually, right? They won't want to do other things.
Yeah, that's what happened to me.
Well,
and those
the mind still attains,
and those other things.
Because any addiction melts your mind into the point that you're going to become a zombie.
Oh,
So
that.
when they're addicted to sex and nonstop 24/7 orgies, at that point, I think it's already unsavable.
Oh,
The
really?
brain has changed.
Could be.
Yes, the
Yeah,
brain
could.
capacity has getting used to it, and they cannot change backwards.
Do you think that will apply to all humans though, if they just become like orgy addicts? Because I don't think it's possible for all of the billions of people in the world. Could be for like 1 billion. I could see 1 billion becoming sex orgies, but I think that other people would want to do other things. Though the alternative to being a sex addict, to me, from my point of view, how I talk to people who had those problems, wasn't so sophisticated enough. Of course, at least to me, like it was just like basic shit, like working out and having new hobbies. Like that's what killed their sex like addiction. It wasn't anything spectacular.
Well,
Yeah, it
just
wasn't like
like
anything
every other
groundbreaking
addiction,
or like they turned to God, which is basic. Yeah.
just like every other addiction, once you get out of the withdrawal and you find something to replace those time that you spend having sex without sex, eventually it's gonna turn into something else. So it's same as the sex orgy thing. The more you do it, the more you're gonna
Why?
become part of it.
Oh,
But you can do something else. You can read books. And the more book you read, the more book you will want to read, right?
exactly.
So
That's what
all I
I'm saying.
see is that it's just mind playing tricks on its own. And eventually, when you come to that point of no return, is pretty much drastically changed compared to what's in the past that before those addiction occurred. So you can say when they're totally sex addicted, they're a different person entirely.
Really?
Yes, because
Oh,
their mind's always gonna think about is sex. That's not a normal person no more. That's not people before sex addiction thinks about things,
I could
right?
see that.
We were all once a
I could.
kid.
Yeah. I could
So
see
you
that.
you would say that moderation is the way.
But there is therapy for
No,
that. You could reverse it. You could reverse it by getting the proper therapy and treatment
Therapy
to
isn't always like
reverse.
accurate too. Like I'm gonna have to like therapy isn't so accurate too because I've been to therapy not for being a sex addict but for other things, and I can tell you that like the therapy industry is like kind of like the shit to me, honestly.
So a therapist ultimately, right? Like let's just kind of start with the bases. It's actually been said that the clients that have success are the ones that are actually willing to make the changes happen. They're willing to listen to what the therapist is suggesting and whatnot. But ultimately, to my understanding, the biggest thing about it is you really need a listening ear. So you're venting to this individual. Majority of the time, they're just there to listen to what you got to say because you're venting, right? You're just literally paying somebody to listen to you. But their suggestions, I think some are good at what they do, not all of them. But I would like if somebody were to go to a sex therapist, I think they could reverse it because that's a lot more in depth than just like a mental health counselor that's gonna kind of talk to you about depression or whatever. So I'm referring to more of a sex therapist.
yeah, but why suppress it when you can change it?
Yes, you
I
can
love
change it.
sex. I love sex. Therefore, I'm gonna find someone that
Yeah, me too.
loves sex, loves me, so I love them. Therefore, we're a complete one body of sex. That's a desirability of be one with someone else. That's not
Right,
a
but
bad thing.
what we're talking about is can somebody stop that? And the answer is yes, you can.
They can't
And I don't.
actually. There is a very simple thing that it stops for us, which is reaching midlife or late life, when we're getting older, when our body no longer functions. Those are finite. We don't need to, find a way to stop it now. We have enough the world time to stop it anytime. It's the fact that overindulgence is the problem.
Yeah,
Oh, absolutely.
Sexualized of society is the problem.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the saying, right? Too much of anything can kill you.
Yeah,
I mean, to be honest with you, I remember thinking to me the one time, I'm like, too much of spirituality can even kill you, because you do got to kind
Yeah.
of
Oh yeah.
If
you
you
do
see
kind of
too clear a reality, your eyes
yeah
is gonna burn.
Oh
yeah
yeah.
yeah. So you do gotta, that's why I've been saying it for quite some time. We have to have a balance. Like I forgot who one of us was just talking about sex every day. But like, for example, if let's say a couple did it, let's say once a week, it would have more of an impact than
Yeah,
than 2-3 times a day. And you'd look forward to it. You'd be like, wow, that's our day, whatever. But and it's like that with everything. That's why people do like date nights, or like party nights or whatever, because you can't do this stuff every day, right? You gotta have moderation. You gotta have balance.
Or once
Yeah,
every
that goes with
6
the
months.
individual though.
Yeah.
Because you sometimes, different species, they want to have sex the entire half of the year, and the next half is all orgy.
yes.
It's not
Yeah.
unhealthy for them.
Right.
It's just
Right.
merely their cycle of nature. Maybe your desire of loving as sex is different than other people. Maybe you had that, tendering moment, maybe toxic love, that you're trying to find someone else that have similar, that can fall into the puzzle with you, which is the hardest thing for every individual, especially in modern day, to find. People
Yeah.
can't find their other half, therefore they suppress their love, they suppress their sex, desirability, and sometimes when you're out of the first two, power became something that just either escapism or is just as virtual as well as non-existence as their sex life and their desire of it.
Mm, mm. Very
But
interesting.
what about people who are struggling with like deviant form of sex? Because it's
Fetishes,
wow.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's
For
just
for instance, yeah.
like very bad ones, like very bad
Yeah,
I
or
would say,
paraphilia,
fetishes,
yeah,
very bad
BDSM
like
and stuff. Yeah.
those are either
well,
on the
the thing
boundary
about
of no love or too much love.
yeah, exactly. Well, BDSM, as long as it's with two consensual adults, it's fine, of course. But like you
Yeah,
said,
it's
like
healthy. It could be healthy too. Huh?
could be what?
It could be healthy, as just like you said. If there is consent,
Yeah,
it's definitely healthy. Yeah.
but sometimes like these type of like power dynamics can get a bit out of hand. I've heard stories about like Dama and matrices like abusing like their partners or their men. It happens frequently, yeah. So like sometimes when you're like doing that thing in the bed, right? The power gets all over you, and like you want to like just shame that person, whatever. And in turn,
Yeah, well,
that
that's a
person,
sex without love, because when you're naked with each other, there's that vulnerability. You have to be vulnerable, and the other have to love that vulnerability. It's just lack of love. That's how I see, at least.
hmm,
Yeah, a bit of
like
both. You're
what
saying a
else was
bit
I
of
gonna say?
both.
No,
I want to bring in
what?
PP. PP, what have you got to say? Perpetual pleasure. So you there, brother?
Can everyone still hear each other?
Can you
Yep.
hear us?
Oh yeah. Yep. I hear you
Yeah, I
guys.
can hear you guys. I just want to make sure I don't run into the same issue I ran into yesterday.
No, we can
where,
hear you, and you can hear us, right?
yeah, okay. I
Okay.
can definitely hear you for sure. Yes.
All right, good.
Okay. But yeah, like what I was saying was that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the sustained, healthy types of sex. And not only just the sex, but genuine love that's experienced and felt, like on the genuine, real level. So obviously, to perpetuate anything, especially sex or love or whatever, you've got to do it in a healthy way. Like this, because I've known a lot of people over the years who have done the hardcore drugs and hardcore orgy stuff and and they just always end up getting burned out from it, and it just roasts their
Exactly.
fucking brain. So it's
Yeah.
like that's doing anything that's not sustainable is contrary to perpetual pleasure, which I always talk about. It's like any type of pleasure you engage in, it's got to be number one good for your health. It's got to be done in a balanced way, and everybody has their own unique level of what is balanced for them, right? Well, something that's balanced for one person may not be balanced for another, right?
Yeah, of
Frequency of
course.
sex for one may be different from another. So it's like just using common sense about it, basic sense obviously is really the key there. And I think, I recently saw this video on the 3 types of souls talked about, like that the Gnostics talk about, hylic or
Yeah,
hilic, however you want, and then psychic and then pneumatic.
the psyche
And from what I can
pneumatic.
tell, yeah, I think the pneumatics are driven by transcendent paradise, yeah, transcendent loving sex desire. And then I think the other types of souls are driven by other drives. That's the disconnect there. I think
Yeah,
that's what it is.
would you say that the hylics are like the more materialistic types of souls? Would
Yeah,
you?
they're like
Yeah.
they're basically the hylics. Their entire existence is everything material and external. That's it, nothing else.
Yeah, of course.
Basically.
The hylics. Yeah,
Yeah,
hylics only.
the hedonist.
Hedonist.
Yeah,
Yes,
the
hedonism.
hedonist.
Which,
Hedonist.
by the way,
Yeah.
I'm against like hedonism on all
He-
accounts.
Yeah.
Most accounts, I am against hedonism. Some of it's okay, but like if it's like done improperly or improperly, then yeah, I have a problem with that.
Yeah, and when I say like pneumatic, I'm talking about like sex on the really deep soul level, like beyond this world levels of depth to it, and romance and stuff. So where not even just genital contact, like way beyond that. I'm talking about like at a really deep level connecting with other pneumatics, where you're going like really, really deep into like levels of care and affection that
PP,
just
you're gonna
don't
have to
really
explain
exist
to
at the
the
mundane
uninitiated.
external plane, and levels
You
that
have to
hylics will
explain
never
to
be
the
able to
uninitiated
grasp or
what a
process
pneumatic
ever,
is, PP.
intellectually or otherwise, because they're a different type
You
of
can't
being.
hear me, can you?
I really think there's a lot to be
I
said
know
for
what
this
you're
idea of different types of souls, and this
Hey,
explains
PP,
actually a lot why
PP,
certain people you can explain
PP.
something till you're blue in the face, and they'll
DNW's trying
never
to talk
grasp
to
what
you.
you're talking about. Yeah.
DNW's trying to talk to you, bro. Can you hear DNW or no, PP? Are you there? Oh, can't hear me.
PP, we can't hear you, or you can't hear us. Sorry, it's doing that thing again, PP, where you can't hear
Yeah.
us.
Yeah, sorry. It seems like there's an audio issue again, like yesterday. I'm trying to sort out what it is. I have no idea why, but I missed a lot of what you said. So I'm going to exit out, and we'll see if I can fix that somehow.
Okay,
All right.
Check out your buzz. That might be the problem.
we'll wait for PP to come back. Does anybody want to explain what pneumatics are to those listening?
Spiritual transparency.
Fatima, would you like to explain what pneumatics are?
Pneumatics are just like I've heard of them before, but I don't think I am well versed in it. So I don't know. How do you spell it? I've heard of the word pneumatic before, but if I see it, I probably know what it is.
Basically, pneuma comes from the Greek, the soul, like. But I mean, it's I don't have the so-called.
So they're the most elevated.
Expertise to yeah.
Monads, like the monads.
Pneumatics are the most elevated order of humans. Okay.
Oh, I think I know.
Yeah.
And they're considered the most closest to the divine. Now, they are distinguished from 2 other groups, which are the psychics. Now, the psychics are those with intellectual capabilities, and hylics, those who are focused on material existence. Okay. Pneumatics view themselves as escaping the limitations of the physical realm through the knowledge of Sophia and the divine spark. This knowledge is seen as essential for achieving spiritual enlightenment and ultimately reuniting with the divine source known as the pleroma. Okay.
Now I know what it's related.
Jumping in when I'm talking, please don't do that. Yeah, we've got PP. PP, you're on the Finding Notice show.
Sorry.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah,
we're okay. Would you like to describe pneumatics and why it's good to be a pneumatic as opposed to being a hylic or a psychic?
Yeah, and what's interesting is the idea is that basically whatever type of soul someone is, they remain that forever. Like that's the type you are, period. So it's like pneumatics are eternally connected to their paradise state, right? So that's you're always operating from the perspective of I'm an eternal paradise being, and literally no matter what anybody says or does, any teachings, you're always that in your experience of life, right? So psychics basically are like mid tier in the sense that they can potentially go all the way into like a paradise experience, but they tend to be locked into some degree of demiurgic, overlordship. In other words, they tend to be connected to like oneness ideas or ideas of heaven that are have something to do with hierarchy or rank or whatever like that. Like a lot of religious or spiritual people, and hylics basically are just people who their entire processing of everything is just eat, sleep, have sex. That's it. Basically, eat, sleep, have sex, have a good life, and just whatever. That's the hylic psychology, and it's interesting because depending on what type of person is, this actually to me explains a lot of conversational dynamics I've run into with people over the years where like one person will say one thing, but it'll because they're a psychic soul, they won't connect with the pneumatic and vice versa. And you run into this like all the time.
Yeah, even though they are trying, they're always struggling. I guess I personally I'm on the psychic side. Unfortunately. Let's say.
It sounds very similar to Ubermensch.
Yeah,
at least putting in modern perspective. Yeah.
So we're
basically
saying that some
pneumatics-
people are.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
So you're saying, PP, some people are born either a hylic, psychic, or a pneumatic, right? Some people have like a leaning towards those things inherently. So they're born like that, right? And like there's not much they can do, or could they improve themselves by going in the each of the levels? Because I finally know what you're talking about now. It's a concept inside Gnosticism.
Yeah,
Yes.
so this is interesting. So the idea is that the pneumatics they have a really easy time remaining connected to paradise meditations and thoughts. And like, so for them, there's a lot less difficulty in life, pneumatics, in terms of they might run into hard situations externally, physically or whatever, but their mind and heart are always constantly aligned with who they actually are, right? So they're never distracted. And the psychics, though, the psychics have the ability to improve to the level or depth of the pneumatic, but they run into a lot of struggles all the time maintaining that connection.
Spot on.
And they have to go through a bunch of extra stuff. And then hylics, the idea is hylics, they're permanently, because they're the type of soul they are, they're basically a demiurgic generated soul. So they cannot ever go to a state that's beyond where they come from. So because they come from like a limited temporal being in essence, they can never go beyond limited temporal stuff ever. So the hylics can't improve, psychics can improve, but they tend to have difficulty. Pneumatics tend to be always connected automatically, very easily.
Then I would assume that most of the population is like hylic because most people are just trapped in their ordinary lives.
Hey, plagiarist, I want you to explain it in this way. So, what was the word for it? For the I'm not good with words, but I remember the idea. So the man of the enlightened will continuously walk on the earth, even if he gets damaged, he gains injuries, sickness, or anything like that, pain. He will continue to walk. That's a pure of man. And then the psyche one is man of change. Then what's the other one?
The hylic is the one that's basically the locked-in man, the one that's locked into their modes.
So you'll continuously, perpetually walk, because that's what man does, as man put on the earth to continue to walk and work on the land. Understand that.
Sorry.
So the psychic one will be man of change. They will constantly refine themselves. If they get injured, they will try to fix it. If they're in pain, they will try to take a time taking a break. They're trying to refine themselves. In fact, they are trying to change oneself to be better. And what was the other one? The other one is
pneumatic. Pneumatic. Yep. So pneumatics. The idea is that
There's three of it, right?
Yeah, so the idea is pneumatics within their heart and mind are always connected with an inner sense of calm to their paradise state. So, like, literally, no matter what happens to them externally, physically, literally up to the point of physical torture at the hands of others, you would feel the physical torture, obviously, and you would feel the pain, but your
Yeah,
inner
you can
self,
say
your inner sense
dedicated.
of
Yeah.
self, yeah, you would never disconnect from who you are. Like, I'm a paradise being beyond this. Like, that's just going to be locked into you if you're a pneumatic. Whereas if you're a psychic, you're going to be to various degrees affected by external circumstances. So you're going to need a methodology, a mode, some structured system of some kind to stay connected to your deeper self,
You need
your
more.
paradise self or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And if you're a Hylic, the
It
idea is
sounds. It sounds
Hylics
like. Sorry. It sounds like psychopath, sociopath, and a normal person.
basically, kind of, I guess you could say. But I would
Kind of.
suggest,
Yeah. Yeah.
though,
I can
I
see
would
the connection.
suggest
Yeah.
I think psychopaths and sociopaths can only arise within Hylics and psychics. There's not a single pneumatic I've ever encountered that has even remotely been susceptible to psychopathy or sociopathy. And the reason is pneumatics automatically have a built-in empathy that's there. So psychopaths and sociopaths, they don't actually have a built-in empathy. They have to work on it or have it built as a thing.
Well,
So
mostly of them are not dedicated, but once a sociopath is dedicated to being a man, man of God, man of something, I think if they can find a similar step to it.
yeah, I think that's why I think all sociopaths and psychopaths, they're either Hylics or psychics. I don't think there's a single pneumatic psychopath or
I see.
sociopath
No,
at all.
definitely not.
Okay, cool, interesting. And this also kind of reminds me of the concept in psychology, the id, ego, and superego. It's pretty much also copying that, right? The id, ego, and superego, right? Like Freud stuff, because it
Yeah,
kind of
Yeah.
has.
sort of.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
Kind of like that.
Yeah.
And there's a thing I call the monad demiurge continuum. So
Monad.
basically, I think it's a bad idea for people to actually try and achieve a monad, like this whole oneness thing, because it's literally just the other side of the coin of a rank hierarchy thing. In other words, this idea of, overcoming all things to do with ego is really dumb, because the idea is each one of us is an eternal super hyper ego that's sacred and like a paradise being ego, not a contaminated, fucked up, tyrannical ego, but a different type of ego, right? So this idea of trying to completely get rid of ego altogether is just another demiurgic thing that's a contaminated process.
It reminds me of something. Hold up. The ego influenced the decision, therefore influenced the world. The choice influenced the ego by taking it, and the world by enacting it. And the world influenced the ego and the decision by enforcing it. With either lost, it seems like the imperfection of the soul well achieved.
Yeah, basically, you're going to be experiencing whatever version of ego you're experiencing based on where your thoughts and feelings are. So, like, if the thoughts and feelings are in some type of rank above or below thinking, that's false ego. And also, if the thoughts are within some sort of artificial oneness, we're all one thinking, that's also the false ego at work.
Yeah.
Because the idea is, yeah, we're unique individuals that have nothing to do with rank above or below, but we're also not equal either. We're unique. So, in other words, we exist independent of both the concept of rank and the concept of equality, right? So, there's no question of either rank or equality. We're all just unique, period. Unique without rank, basically. Unique without a ranking system. So, if people understand it this way, they can understand paradise psychology correctly. Because what happens is people run into this trap. They either think hierarchically, above or below. I'm below somebody, they're above me. Or they think like the hippie way, like we're all just one. We're all just amalgamated, equal, or whatever. Neither of those things are
That's
true, actually.
yes.
Actually,
they're all BS.
for me, it sounds very great that someone's better than me because I can learn from them.
Yeah, but the thing is,
That's how I see it.
great is in the sense of, okay, in your paradise state psychologically, we're always considering others greater than us, but not in a above us sense. We're thinking because we're flooded with gratefulness and appreciation.
Hello? What
which is
happened,
you're
everyone?
talking about.
Hello?
I can still hear you pretty well. Okay. But yeah, the idea is we're flooded with gratefulness, appreciation. So therefore, it's not a rank thinking. It's just like because we're consumed with gratefulness and appreciation for every little thing, that's our psychology. So, but we're not thinking of it in terms of like they're literally above or below or anything like that. You're just appreciating the uniqueness of the other individual in the pure sense, right? You're just
Yeah.
taking all the inspiration from the you can out of gratefulness, not out of a sense of, oh, I am underneath them or they're above me or anything like that. That's not even crossing the mind of a paradise thought thinking process. So yeah, gratefulness is what you're talking about, and that is the correct way. But a lot of times, like psychics and highlights, they misprocess the gratefulness for being hierarchical thinking. Like having respect for somebody, if someone's a psychic or a highlight, they're going to often misprocess that as, oh, you're grateful, therefore you're considering yourself underneath that person or something. But that's not how you're seeing it. Like the concept of rank isn't even there, either way, above or below. It's not even a factor in the paradise consciousness.
Thank you,
It's
PP. Thank you.
yeah.
I want to
That's
welcome
nice.
Cecil. Cecil, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to add to the conversation?
Oh, I just wanted to join because this is kind of like my favorite subject. Not gonna lie, and he explained it pretty well. Like all this is pretty cool. Like I'm just
Thank
going
you.
around exploring it. Like I'm really impressed by all of it.
Cool. Thanks, man.
Aristotle's water cooler.
Wait, what'd you say?
I got a question for PP. In what rank, sort of speak, would you state yourself? I mean, it's kind of.
Well, it's self-evident. You just base it on how you've experienced life. So I've experienced life that my whole life, I've always felt connected to my actual self. No matter what anyone's told me or outside stuff, I've always felt an inner peace no matter what struggles I've been through. And I've been through some crazy shit, physically and otherwise, mentally, emotionally. But throughout all of it, I've always had this separate line of feeling and thinking that's always been very calm and stable and all sorts of other stuff, and that's never left me. And I've always
Okay.
had this certainty of who I am eternally, and that's never left me either. So by definition, since that's been my life experience, only a nomadic would experience life that way. Psychics or hylics would not experience life that way. That's how I would define it. Basically, you base it on how
Interesting.
you've experienced your existence, and that's how you know
Either
what
die
type.
yourself or be someone else's life living. Yeah.
Now I got
So
a question.
the
This might
psychic situation
I'm
is
be like
jealous.
basically.
a dumb question, right? PP, but like, huh?
But the way to tell if you're a psychic type is if basically.
The all effing wings of desire.
Whoa.
Not sure what that was, but yeah, the way to tell if you're a psychic type
Mute
is
yourself. Mute yourselves when you're not talking, guys. I'm going to ask you to please mute yourselves when you're not talking. Thank you.
Okay, is it okay if I talk? Is good to go?
Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay, so basically, the way to tell that you're a psychic type is if you've experienced life where you've felt waves of sometimes you feel connected to who you actually are, other times you don't. If you felt an inclination towards needing to have an outer structure in order to stay connected therein, and it's been like, but it's like this back and forth. Okay, I'm in the zone today, and then the next day there's distraction, or you're in the zone for a handful of months or years, and then you fall into some depression or something, and you feel disconnected from yourself. That's the psychic life experience. The psychic soul type experiences life that way in waves, up and down. In terms of like sometimes you feel connected, other times you don't. That life experience means a psychic type soul, basically. That's how you can tell.
Nice.
And if
And what does
every
that
and it,
mean? What does that mean for the psychic? I mean,
that means the psychic has the ability to go all the way in terms of like going all the way into the deepest paradise states, just like the pneumatic. But it means their starting point was a different starting point in the sense that they started off basically in this, or I should say, their baseline. Their baseline starting position was between the demiurgic false realities and the eternal true realities, sort of on the cusp of both things, right? So they have the ability to go all the way, but they might not. They might descend all the way down to Hylic levels of depravity and stuff like that, potentially. But they always have the ability to go all the way back because they're not a soul that is completely material in nature. They're sort of like a hybrid. They're like basically halfway spiritual and halfway material, like a in between being. So
okay, thanks for that.
yeah.
Very interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. let's get back to talking about the fundamental drivers. Now, you've broken it, PP, into the fact that there are different types of beings here, entities. Some are pneumatic, some are psychic, some are hylics. Now, they all have, in your view, sexual urges?
Yes, but of 3 different types as well. Yeah.
Go ahead, explain that, please. Sorry.
So, of course, the high-like sex drive is going to be 100% on the physical external, the physical sex acts, the physical pleasure. That's it, dull senses, basically. And that's going to be the extent of it. So they're going to be highly inclined towards like unregulated sex stuff, just indulgence, hardcore masturbation, just indulge, and then facing negative consequences afterwards. And just that cycle is going to be the high-like cycle of sex. Very low grade, dull. And then psychic level sex is going to involve a lot of the emotional level of sex stuff. So, really focused on mental and emotional connection with other humans in terms of the sex act or anything surrounding romance and all this other type of stuff. And that's how they're going to experience it in mental, emotional levels. The pneumatics are going to experience it at an extremely deep, what you would call soul level, in the sense that it's going to be fully permeating their entire existence, like all consuming. Basically, in terms of every romantic feeling you have, every sexual anything you ever have, it's going to leave a permanent, constant, lasting, uplifting sensation on you. Like the whole rest of your existence, if you're a pneumatic, every sexual experience you've had, every romantic anything you've ever experienced is going to be a permanent, lingering, constant source of joy for you, even without the act continuing on. Right? Whereas if you're a psychic, you're going to need the acts to continue on for you to continue getting pleasure from them.
So it sounds like perpetual pleasures. It sounds like you don't even have to have sex that many times then. For example, you consider yourself a pneumatic.
Yeah, you actually don't. No, you don't have to have sex much at all. Correct. Exactly.
So basically, PP, would you like to tell us anything about how sex feels for you as a pneumatic and what you are interested in as a pneumatic in the sexual relations that you have?
Yeah. So the first chunk of my life, I literally didn't have physical sex with anyone up until I was almost 30, basically. Wow. Up until I was almost 30 or 30 and beyond, somewhere in there. But basically, all those first years, I was constantly internally contemplating who I am in my paradise state, which is a being that's constantly engaging in romantic affection towards a loving mother goddess figure and towards every other living being.
You're back.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. I'm on a cellular connection. That might be why. So I have to stand in certain spots. But okay. But yeah, that first chunk of my life was that. But what's interesting is before and after I started experiencing physical sex outside finally, the internal sense of constant upliftment from the sex that I was already experiencing inside myself, that never left me. That was a constant independent of physical sex or not. So the physical sex added to that, of course, in the sense of that just added to what I was already experiencing, but I was never dependent on needing outer sex physically to feel completely satisfied inside myself. I never actually needed it. It was just kind of like a bonus extra that added to it, but in no way, shape, or form was it something I was like depressed not having, basically. So that's another thing that I know for a fact I'm a pneumatic because of that experience. Whereas the psychic or the hylic would have experienced it, they would have experienced genuine depression over not having some sort of outer romantic something going on, or some ups and downs or whatever. There would have been interferences to that constant internal stability. But yeah, that's really another way you can tell what type of soul you most likely are, is how you experience romance and sex. So for the asexual side of things, that crowd, depending on what type of person is, I would say like a pneumatic asexual would be someone who's automatically tapped into their eternal romantic sexual feelings in the paradise levels. So therefore, that's why they don't feel a need or urge outside themselves for physical sex here, because they already have the internal satisfaction. Whereas the psychic or a hylic asexual would experience that asexuality in different ways that are not driven by already experiencing the constant romantic feelings inside, right? So there's going to be different internal drivers based on what type of soul you are or not. And this is why, like, literally, no matter what conversation you have, there's always going to be this weird disconnect between the different types of souls because they're talking different feeling and thought languages, in the sense of they're feeling reality very differently from each other. So, for example, the Hylic might be able to be very intellectual in terms of like, understanding sciences and detailed information, but they'll never be able to go past the information. They'll be stuck in this constant head loop of philosophy just remains philosophy, ideas, concepts, and that's it. The philosophy will never become something they internally experience on an uplifting level all the time. It'll just be information, information, and then their pleasure will be like just sex pleasure and whatever outer pleasures they feel. That's going to be the Hylics experience of philosophy or intellectuality. The psychic is going to be mostly in that borderline region of mental, and emotional experiences. And oftentimes, psychics, they mistake mental and emotional experiences that feel good for full-on spiritual experiences. This is probably the most common mistake the psychic makes. So in other words, they'll be like, why does this, and they'll keep running into a lot of these setbacks a lot. It's simply because they have a tendency to be engaged at that in-between world between deep spirituality and external material stuff, which is the mind and emotions, basically. So the brain and the feelings on the cusp of spiritual stuff. So, but if it's always on the cusp and it's not that permeating, constant, deeper paradise level of drive, then you're going to run into all sorts of ups and downs with it, basically. Sometimes you'll feel great, you'll feel like you're in paradise. Other times you'll feel like you're immersed in the quagmire of matter, and back and forth, right? Unless you train yourself hardcore to stay really immersed in the paradise thinking and stuff, you're going to have a tendency to dip back into the Hylic world of thinking and processing things. So
most of us don't have time. We have to have a job or something.
Well, a common trend and a common thought process of psychics is exactly what you described in terms of how you process what was just described there would determine what type you are. So, for example, like when someone is immersed in the, let's say, inner psychology of, I want to be immersed in paradise, but I have all these things outside that are sources of things I'm forced to distract. If they say that with the inner psychology of actually being distracted genuinely on some level by those outer things, and genuinely disturbed on some level in a distracted way from the inner by the outer things, that's a psychic type soul psychology towards the outer things. That's why the psychic type soul has to get themselves in a physical situation of being calm, meditative, free from jobs, free from work and stuff, usually in order to actually be all the way there. Whereas the pneumatic would just be, yes, they would notice the outer world is frustrating and irritating, but they would not feel any type of disconnect from their inner peace amidst all the work, amidst all the outer stuff, basically. And
they are detached.
Yeah, so that's the difference.
Aleph and the angel remind me that while I am the architect of
I mean, if you've seen the Steve Bannon interviewing Epstein, you could see how basically intellectual Hylic operates.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Because he was into the sciences. Yeah, he was in the sciences.
Oh, deeply. Yeah.
Yeah, but his view of the sciences was based on.
So I think that just, to me, I chalk a lot of stuff up to that nowadays. So like whenever I come to like a standstill with somebody on like a concept or an idea that's just automatic for me, I'm just like, well, I'm probably dealing with a different type of soul here. So let me just, let them do their thing and I'll do my thing and call it good. But if I'm talking to another pneumatic or whatever, it's like, because they're speaking my inner language, we can talk all day and stay excited all day. We never get bored, basically, because we're speaking the same soul language, right? So we could be going to some work situation or some hangout or wherever it is, doing chores, whatever outer mundane thing it is, and just be staying in that zone with each other if it's a fellow pneumatic. Whereas if I'm interacting with a psychic or a Hylic, it's like they literally have to be outer in their outer sense in a situation that's calm to function properly.
Pamela says she thinks this is all made up to give people hope and control them. What do you say to her?
That is what a psychic would say, a psychic type person, in the sense of, it depends on what she's saying, all made up. Does she mean the material world, or does she mean the different three types of souls?
I think she means the concepts, the concepts of the stuff.
It depends on what she means by that, but
I think the concepts of the soul.
So basically, what is made up for sure, what's definitely made up, is any type of mental concoction that causes misery and disturbance is for sure made up. Anything that is a constant driver of genuine pleasure and positivity that's sustainable is something that is real and not made up, something that's eternal. That's how you can tell the difference, actually. But once again, only the pneumatic is going to be able to process that beyond information. The psychic is going to have to process that via processes and information and put themselves in an ideal situation, etc. Because the reason being is their thinking is very demiurgic in nature. In other words, any thinking that is contaminated by the demiurge is going to be a thinking process that requires external evidence, external proof, that requires basically constant verification of that. Otherwise, once again, they'll feel that disconnected. The reason they constantly require that outer verification of things is because the demiurgic psychology has to do specifically with everything needing to be verified externally, right? So everything to do with the demiurge requires external verification in some way, shape, or form. In other words, the information has to be proven to be accurate in some sort of scientific, calculated way for them to accept it. Has to be. Otherwise, they can't. They're incapable of accepting anything or directly experiencing things on the deeper level with a certainty without needing information, etc. Like, so for the pneumatic, information is basically just extra. It's like, okay, cool, useful, but you don't need it really because you're just experiencing it internally anyway. It's like just putting on the cake. Whereas, yeah.
Let's get back to something that will connect all everybody, and that is talking about these actual drivers in a sense, and how they affect all of us as individuals, and then perhaps even as a species. How does the individual effect come together, as no pun intended, to drive the species one way or another? Have you got any thoughts on that? I mean, there's lots of mythos about how, for example, sex and how individuals behave sexually has an effect on society at large. Look at the story in the Bible of Sodom and Gomorrah. Okay, that was a place apparently where all manner of sexual vices were accepted as, normal, and people embraced sexuality. They didn't hold back, and in many ways, some people would view it as a place of terrible depravity. Then there are other, kind of stories given in society, such as the fall of Rome, sometimes the decadence in Rome, the sexual liberation is viewed as one of the dominoes falling that caused its eventual downfall as an empire. Again, in the modern day, some people say that the sexual liberation
Men are
of
no
women,
part of a sexual
some people say
revolution,
the
by the way.
sexual liberation
Men
of
are no
women.
part of.
1 second, when I'm talking, please don't talk. Some people say the sexual liberation of women in society has caused a problem for us as a species. And again, some people say the acceptance of all manner of sexual orientations and practices is, again, problematic and the cause of our, oncoming downfall. Would you have anything to say on that? How individual sexual behavior affects society en masse?
Is this question for all of us or just for PB?
Of course.
Oh, for all of us, okay. I guess I can start. The way I view it is that, like, seeing as
If anyone else wants to go ahead first, feel free. But I do have a lot to say on that I could cover. Might be useful.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, but I think
if anyone else wants to go ahead, but if not, so I would say that once again, the Hylics and psychics, they do run into big problems. If on a civilization level, they do like sex orgy stuff or sexual freedom, the problem is because they're not actually able to process it correctly on a healthy way, in a balanced way. Any type of really intense extreme stuff is going to throw them off equilibrium wise. So I would say the pneumatics, though, have no problems with like an orgiastic culture or any type of, free sex culture. It really depends, once again, on what type of being you are at the end of the day.
Yeah. Because they don't belong in that world, yeah.
But how do you balance that? I mean, how is it possible in the first place?
Pneumatics are self-regulating. That's why. So they don't need external laws to regulate themselves, even in the midst of heavily pleasured focused. So like even if you have a free sexual culture, you're going to properly use the freedom as a pneumatic. You're going to misuse the freedom most likely as a hylic or a psychic unless there's some external law forcing regulation. That's why. That's the reason. And because a lot of beings on this planet right now are hylics and psychics, they run into problems if there's too much of this excess freedom stuff floating around. And it's self-inflicted, most of it, self-inflicted problem, because they can't self-regulate very well. They need some sort of external structure to regulate them. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we said before, dogmas, meditation, prayers, practices, self.
Yeah. Pneumatics don't need laws. That's why. So psychics and hylics need laws only because of the lack of self-regulation. Like if you had a society of only pneumatics, they would be able to just easily work everything out amongst themselves because they're all self-regulated, just automatically. And they're inclined towards self-regulation. So even if you ran into conflicts or whatever, they'd be able to very easily sort stuff out, even up to the point of warfare. So let's say a pneumatic group goes to war against another pneumatic group. The warfare would be very regulated. It would be highly like refined. It would be like dualistic, like, okay, I challenge you, you challenge me, bow. It'd be like very like samurai one-on-one dual warfare versus like, just this chaotic, innocent people caught in the crossfire craziness. You know what I mean? So like every level of society would be balanced and regulated, even up to the point of warfare. Whereas if you have
just a quick one, guys.
Just
a quick one. Sorry. There's a comment from JB. He said he's tapping out. Good riddance. I mean, if you're complaining about what the guys are talking about,
really,
that's your problem. He could have come on here and changed the conversation. The show is an open platform. You are allowed to come on here and steer the conversation to whatever you want to talk about. There should be no complaints. If you're complaining, it means you're not participating. It's your problem. Go ahead, guys.
Yep.
Yeah, so feel free, guys, to comment on that. What you think about that?
Well, what I was gonna say about like my own experiences on like the acceptance of sexual minorities.
D&W, I think a good idea that helps a lot with the conversation flow, is doing allotted timestamps. Like when I run live streams, I know this works really well on mine, where I basically allot time frames of like, 5 minutes for a person, and to have it just like a general reference. And at the 5-minute frame, I come in and speak, and I'm like, okay, now let's hear what this person has to say. You know what I mean? That kind of helps a lot. That way people don't get confused and it doesn't get jumbled up, basically.
Okay, yeah, I think you're right. I think I could get like a also one of those hourglasses just to tip over like 3 minutes or something, just to keep an eye on it, so that people
that may work.
Yeah.
And that's worked really well in all my live streams. Like I've never had any issues with that, where it's like, okay, so basically what I'll do is I'll just be like, okay, what do you think about this? I'll name the specific person, and they either have something to say or not. And then basically roughly at, whatever minute mark, 3 minutes or 5 minutes, whatever I decide, then I come in and be like, oh, okay, interesting. So what do you have to, and then I basically direct it towards another specific person. That way it seems to work out really well every time I've hosted anything. So I think that works out great, because it seems like a big issue that people are running into is they're not sure when it's okay for them to talk, like for sure. So if they don't have like a specific, okay, now's your time to talk, they just sit there waiting forever and like not realizing they can talk, because, and then two people die. I think that's part of it, because a lot of people are really passive by nature and they're like afraid to like butt in or something. So, unless they get a specific go ahead, okay, you individually, it's time for you to talk now if you want to talk. A lot of people just won't ever say anything. I've seen this before many times. A lot of live streams.
Yeah.
Well, there is a a hourglass on the screen now, so I can move that somewhere else. Yeah, let me edit the screen a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, do you like that? We can have that as the kind of
as
the timer. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that'd be fun.
Go ahead, PP.
Yeah.
You're talking now. Go ahead.
Sure. Okay. So basically, I think. All right. Sounds good. Yeah, that's really useful as a visual reference. That
5 minutes.
Perfect. Okay. So in other words,
great.
I think what we're dealing with is that I think it's 3 different types of beings: soul, spirit, souls, whatever you want to call us, etc. And I think that that's why we run into so many issues in life. Everything from warfare to politics to just mundane discussions, intellectual stuff. This is why it seems like I always run into these standstills, because it's like you know, when I've looked more into this pneumatic, hylic, psychic dynamic, I can honestly say the people that I've actually been able to get along with for the most part have consistently been pneumatics and psychics, and in a few cases, hylics. In those rare cases where I get along with a hylic is where I share on the external level, external interests, where it's like, history or whatever it is, the political topics or whatever. But that's it. So, but I'll only be able to connect with them on that specific topic and not other things. Like, I have a friend of mine who's obviously a hylic who's interested in mechanics. We connect a ton on mechanics, but I can't really connect with him on anything else. Mechanics and a little bit of sci-fi stuff. That's it. That's the extent of his everything, is just those two things. So it's a great relationship, as long as I don't go into anything else aside from that. But yeah. What do you guys think? Have you had experiences like that where it's like certain people you just automatically jive with, and others it's just like you can only ever connect on like one thing and that's it, and then they like never go beyond that?
Yeah, I guess I can say I have, because like I have very niche interests. So whenever I talk to someone, it's usually here. But outside of, I can talk about other things, because I watch a lot of anime and a lot of like Japanese shows and stuff like that. So that I connect with people, and anime is pretty popular here. So yeah. But as I was gonna say about D&W, my thoughts on like whenever like all types of sexual liberation orientations become like a permitted. That's true. That's when like a society does collapse. And me being part of a minority, I'm subconsciously seen as like kind of like useless in some way, because I can't like reproduce and I don't follow like the traditional roles. So how I deal with that is just that I just have to accept that, like I'm always going to be on the fringes of like normalcy, and that's just how it is. I kind of live on like this sanctioned way of life, like of society consciously, if you know what I mean. Yeah. And yeah, so that's my thoughts on the idea of what happens whenever a society does start to embrace those ideas. It's kind of like paradoxical for me to say that yeah, it does kind of end bad, but like it's just what it is. It's a pattern.
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah. So I just always have to live on like on the fringes of it, and try to find peace within my own dwelling. Whatever that dwelling is, I just have to find it. So like I'm not really preoccupied with others' opinions too much. We could have constructive criticisms, but like I definitely know that there's like a red line that I have drawn, that like it's more than just criticism. It's just attacking me for me, and like it took a lot for me to realize that, but like I think I found the red line demarcation somewhere. Yeah.
What was that?
I don't know if it's my turn, but sorry.
Yeah, anyone can talk. I already said what I wanted to say. Yeah, it's just.
Well, I tell you what, we're going to give Steppenwolf 5 minutes to talk on whatever.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Now. Sorry, go ahead, Steppen.
The thing is, it seems with sex, it's always a double-edged standard. I give you a random example. I had a discussion with my ex actually about I asked her the question: would you prefer hanging out or with a heroin addict, a crack addict, or a sex addict? And she definitely said the first option. She definitely chose the first option. So I completely disagree with that. Because at least I think substances are more harmful, but it's just a personal opinion here. But I don't know. What do you think about it? Why do people views? How could I say? Of course, I'm not talking about. I'm not including pervs, But I'm just saying. Why people?
I'm going to just pause the time there. I'm just pausing the time because Stepan, you have 5 minutes to talk. Now you can keep an eye on the comments. People will write to you in the comments just to interact with you. So just so you're aware.
Oh, no worries. All right, no worries. Well, for me personally, it's kind of it's a bit annoying that people would always comforting druggies instead of folks that are struggling with the hormonal thing, with the sex thing. I find it kind of I'm just questioning it. Why is it so? And I'm done actually, even though it's not 5 minutes, but I'm actually done. So you could answer.
Cool. Yeah, and there was that's
no
the other
problem.
thing too.
Anybody else want to talk?
Yeah,
Okay.
D&W too. I think that's how I would do it too. Like if somebody wanted to, give the floor to somebody else, they can at any time, and that tends to work really well. But I thought that was really weird too. Like Stephen, with what you're mentioning, somebody preferring a cocaine addict over a sex addict is very odd because
that's what happened.
Yeah, it's weird because I can see some points why, but it seems like a lot of people conflate sex stuff automatically with like perversion, like instantaneously. They think perverse or like creep or right. Like where they don't necessarily equate that automatically with a cocaine addict, which to me is weird because like the vast majority of sex addicts are consensual sex addicts, not like pervs or creeps. Like, I mean, those exist, but those are always the minority versus like, I mean, most people who are perverse or creepy in their thinking don't act on it or force it on others. Like the minority of people who actually act on their pervy, creepy thoughts are very in the minority. So even if somebody has those thoughts or whatever, most people are still consensual sex addicts, even if they have deep down pervy, creepy thoughts or whatever. Most don't actually act on those thoughts, like even as a sex addict. So that's the part that it's interesting to me because I think a lot of women though, because they've had experiences of like rape as a child, like it's crazy how many women have been sexually assaulted as kids, especially by male relatives. And I think that's a big factor. So like almost every female I know, and I'm not even exaggerating, has told me privately of their own accord that they were raped or sexually assaulted by a male relative. Almost all of them. All my female relatives, all my female friends, all my female romantic partners, like across the board, very few have not been molested by a male relative at some point.
Yeah.
So anyway, feel free to continue on, guys. That's all I have to say on that right now.
Thank you.
I actually had no idea that like a lot of sex addicts were actually consensual. I've always thought being a sex addict means that you were like an absolute deviant, because the word sex addict in my head always translates to like, oh, you're up to no good. You only have one thing in mind, and that's sex. That's all you want, constantly. So in my head, that's how I interpret it, because my imagination just kind of fills in the blanks with the languages, because that's how I interpret it in my head. So yeah, I had no idea that most of them were like a consensual. Actually, it's pretty interesting.
You're right in a sense. They do. At least it's what I experienced. You do put yourself in jeopardy in very bad situations pretty oftenly. Because you're quite right about what you said. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Oh, look what the objective ethics said. I disagree. Most addicts will use coercion and manipulation in all their relationships. Sex addicts, drug addicts, work addicts, could be. Yeah, because it's you're addicted to sex and drugs, right? That's obviously a type of like deviancy. Because like, why are you thinking about sex all the time? Something must have happened to you. Maybe you were exposed to watching porn, or maybe you were like touched as a child in a very, very wrong way. So who knows why someone is the way they are, or like maybe like there's a reason for that, and the reasoning was not good at all. I don't know. because there might be some sex addicts that had just once normally, and then they want more of it, and they have like an issue with it. So I don't know. But like, I do agree that drug addicts are pretty bad because I knew one. They were in my families. He was addicted to meth. Actually, yeah, he was a meth addict.
Mm.
And he was horrible. One time he broke down the door and he broke his hand. It was a glass door and he shattered it, and like his hand was very bloody. And yeah, one time he stole the car and he like run it down. He like got into a car wreck. Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, he's all right. He I don't
Okay.
live with him. No, he lives somewhere else. He lives actually in like another country. He lives in my home country. So yeah, he's not here. But like, yeah, he has a problem because they always take him to rehab, right? But he comes out and his mom, like my grandma, is my uncle, right? My grandma removes him from rehab because she feels bad for him. Like he doesn't she doesn't want to see or like him in like a rehab for like a year or two. I'm like, why? He needs that. The fuck? Like, are you stupid? Like he is a wreck. He likes to do drugs and drink a lot. Thankfully he kind of stopped with the meth, but now he's doing other things now. He's like drinking very hard liquor now, and yeah. Oh well, it's not me.
Haven't you also realized it's the same with food addiction? It's also very
Yeah,
most of the folks seems to be very tolerant about it.
food addiction. Yeah, even though it can have issues because like you can have like diabetes, obesity, cholesterol. Those are not very good for you. Those three things.
Anorexia as well.
And oh yeah, anorexia too. It can be the opposite. You don't like food at
Yeah.
all, and you like yeah, it's very tricky. Like in terms of like the psychology of addiction, which goes back to the title, sex and desire, primarily the whole desire part. But I think with an addiction, there's also a power play because you feel you're in control because you're doing the initiative. Like you feel good about yourself, and no one's making you else feel good. Like you feel people are like inadequate about you feel people are inadequate to like make you feel good, but you yourself will always make yourself feel good. So it's kind of like an ego trip too, like a power ego trip. Yeah, you feel like you're in control of your emotions whenever you're like an addict.
I think it might be something like that, honestly.
What?
I think it might be something like that, honestly.
Like that? It might be something like that.
Oh yeah, just like they kind of see. I think the main thing about addiction is that everyone's trying to seek something to distract them.
Yeah, something like that. Or they just really, really like something and like they're willing to like get rid of everything just to have that feeling, the specific particular feeling.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. I just think like maybe their mentality. I don't think it's very far off from like how we think. I think their mentality is kind of like let's take for example, it's very different. It's not gonna hurt you anyway, really. But let's say the addiction to like social media or YouTube. I mean, if it was like a drug, that
can kind of like end you because like if you're obsessed with other people, you start to like invalidate yourself through the lenses of others. You start to see, oh look, this person did something that I want, and you start and if you already have pre-existing depression, that can build on top of that and build, and like you'll get depressed of knowing it, and you will one day realize that you don't want to do anything in life. You don't want to like achieve anything. You see bad news all the time. You feel yourself with a lot of worry and anxiety, and yeah. So social media in some long-term way, if not managed, in my opinion, it can be pretty bad. Or like if you scour and look for like those bad sources, those unhealthy subcultures, it could be bad for you. It's crazy.
I agree 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, if we have,
I want to make a new rule here. If anybody has something they want to say, a substantial thing, they can always ask me for 5 minutes. Okay, so you can ask for 5 minutes, and I'll put the timer up. Just so you know, that's a new rule here. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. DW, it's your show.
Sorry, brain kind of spaced on that. I think if there was like a drug that made us like space out for hours on end just staring at something, it would be taken completely different as if like just constant social media consumption, especially that we see in like younger people. Just like, you know, I forget what's called, like Gen Alpha, shit, and stuff like that. They're heavily addicted to these things, and I think addiction is more about understanding that everyone's always addicted to something, and it doesn't necessarily mean that they think differently than us or anything. I think it just kind of means that they're still having trouble just understanding what's going on and showing that in some way. It's like they don't have like a common ground yet that they stand on, or like understanding.
Yeah, though, yeah, just takes time to get to know them. But
oh yeah, that's all I really had to say about that. If anyone else wants to.
What did Worldwide Plonker said? No vote, no nothing. No vote, no nothing. Just impose it. What's he talking about? Not voting? What?
Yeah, I'm kind of confused too.
And there's Gaia. Look, Sage. I wouldn't be surprised if only the low class had physical sex in the near future. We're moving into a territory of the film Demolition Man. You mean like the sex robots or like AI robots where people? Yeah, maybe. I think we touched this on the other day. Like I was gonna bring up this one anime I watched a long time ago called Chobits. That was about like a future where like the highest status is you have like a robot android girlfriend or wife, and it's about this one lonely dude who finds like an android girl like dumped in like a trash can, and he takes her home, and like she can only say one word, and that's cho, but it's like the best thing ever because finally he can be like a higher status person or a male. Yeah, it's a really interesting anime, Chobits. Yeah. So that might be the new ideal. You have sex with AI.
I mean, to be fair, it would feel like a lot more like easily socially, but I think people are gonna like realize that it's not real. Like, I don't know. I feel like there's gonna be like a separation that people have at some point.
Really? You don't think people will be so hyped on it that they would want like not even a real person? They just want something that'll say yes, yes all the time, you know?
Oh yeah, I think it's gonna be something they like you see in like the jewelry industry with like, let's say, lab made diamonds versus natural diamonds. People would much rather have the natural diamonds because they know that the lab made ones were lab made. They weren't naturally made. And I think it's going to be kind of like something like that, to where people realize that they can't have real connections, and it's just like an echo of like, it's an echo chamber of their own ideals, their own thoughts, and what they want. People need like a common opposer, so that way they know their thoughts are even legitimate. You can have truth without doubt, pretty much. And I think people need that doubt, need that, I guess, even though it makes you angry sometimes, is like people having their own thing. Even if it contradicts yourself. I think that's where a robot's gonna fail because they're gonna come to where they won't contradict us. They won't have like, or maybe even if they do transcend that point, honestly, they could. But having that, knowing that it's another person on the other line that went through like the same experiences as you and just like understands what it means to be inside the human condition, it's going to mean a lot more than what people think.
PP, do you want 5 minutes to talk about consent? Is he there?
I do not know.
What do you folks think about the sadly almighty alcohol, which is for me a disaster, the worst kind of addiction that you could have? What do you think? What's your opinion on it?
I think it's really terrible. Not gonna lie. I think that's better that weed starting to become more just like mainstream than alcohol. I mean, alcohol is literally a poison, and the whole reason why we get that feeling is because it's literally poisoning us. There have been many deaths associated with alcohol poisoning, many car crashes, and I think like a switch to weed that we naturally have receptors for. There's a reason why they're there. That can kind of not harm you and not kill you in a sense of like an overdose. I mean, sure, you can still drive under the influence and get hurt, but it's not actually going to kill you. I think alcohol has been too celebrated in society, and it's really made it to where it's more acceptable than it should.
I got something for that from ancient Chinese folks. 3 times the medicine is a poison. 1/3 of a poison is a medicine. It's about how you use it. Cannot blame it.
Oh yeah. I mean, I feel like if you have anything in moderation, you know the limits, then you understand like how it can kill you and when it can kill you. I think you can have a case for just enjoying yourself, honestly.
Okay, I think PP wants 5 minutes on consent. Go ahead, PP.
Okay, can everybody hear me well?
Yeah.
Is my audio coming through? Is the audio coming through, guys? Okay. So basically, what a lot of people don't realize is that a lot of what people consider full consent actually is based on manipulation, and this is a hard truth a lot of people are not willing to admit. So, in fact, a large majority of the so-called consensual romance or sex world is people manipulating each other into it, and this is why people break up so often and cheat so often and all this other type of stuff. It's because very little of it is actually fully consensual in most cases. So that's what I'm talking about when I talk about manipulation into different things that people think is according to their full consent, or it might be to various degrees, versus like actually forcing someone into something. In other words, much more common is people convincing others that it's their idea to do something when it really isn't all the way, because they're caught up in a certain emotional surge, right, based on how somebody talks, how they dress, how they behave, or whatever, versus it being any type of genuine, actual like consent that would last, in the sense that, oh yes, this person would actually consent long term with this other person. Most of it's based on how a person talks, how they carry themselves, tonations, social cues, etc., etc. And if somebody meets those criteria, then others accept them romantically, sexually, and otherwise. But most often you'll find that if you behave outside that criteria, very little acceptance ever occurs. And you probably notice this if you're someone on the neurodivergent scale more so than others, in the sense that you'll experience that what isn't actually manipulation in any type of negative sense is simply you having to modify how you talk and carry yourself in order to get the results you want. Even though you would prefer to just talk like you normally do and get the same results, you notice that people mechanically change their behavior based on how you stand, how you talk. You can literally basically say more or less the same things, but there's all these different little weird social cues that people's behavior will drastically change towards you in relationship to. You'll notice this, especially if you're on the autism spectrum or if you're majorly neurodivergent, that people's behavior is incredibly mechanical, to the point where a lot of times they will mistakenly think wrongly that you're trying to manipulate them into something when that's not the case if you describe this to them, right? When in fact, it's simply you notice, well, if I talk in this tone, if I hear myself this way, the person behaves different towards me versus if I just talked how I normally prefer to talk, in the casual way I normally speak, in the way I normally sit and stand or whatever, right? So that's what I'm talking about. There's a lot of that going on that people don't even realize is happening. And so it's like if you become aware of it, you see it, you're not manipulating anyone anymore at all, on anything beyond the baseline level, but other people will perceive that that's happening erroneously because you're simply noticing it and pointing it out. But most people just go about
Keep an eye on
life
the
not
comments
noticing.
during your 5 minutes. Keep an eye on the comments during your 5 minutes. People are trying to interact with you.
Okay, let's see here. These
I'm
people
back.
it's not as bad as rape, but hopefully the abuser as the victims we get a different view entirely. So the manipulation is not as bad as rape. The key word, remember, they're both bad. Both of them are bad. I'm clarifying what is manipulating. Manipulation extends far beyond what people think it extends to. So manipulation is what the majority of consensual dynamics consist of. So-called consensual dynamics. People just don't notice it's happening. This is why they get together and break up back and forth, cheat on each other, and all sorts of stuff. Because very little of it is actually consensual, is what I'm trying to say here. So no, I'm not trying to justify abuse. What I'm saying is that manipulation is factually happening. Most people are not willing to admit it's happening, though. And if you notice it's happening, people think you're the abuser or manipulator because you're pointing out what you're noticing. But that's not true. You're just noticing something others are not noticing, and you're pointing it out. Most people would like to live in a fantasy land where they all pretend like no manipulation is happening. But if you notice it, you notice it. And so, like, this is what happens if you're a neurodivergent. You get stuck between a rock and a hard place because as soon as you bring it up to people, they think you're the only manipulator. When no, you're just the one noticing it more than they are. That's all. That's it. And in fact, you're actually manipulating them less because you're pointing it out to them and you're explaining to them what's happening. So I hope that makes sense. And this is a great example of it, basically. See, people are implying that I'm an abuser trying to justify abuse. They're implying that because I'm pointing out what is manipulation that people aren't willing to admit is manipulation. I hope that makes sense. But living case in point right here.
I think we're going to have to give you another 5
So
minutes.
feel free to speak on that, guys.
PP, I think we're going to have to give you 5 minutes on explaining the different types of manipulation you see. I want you to be a bit clearer because you're making it sound that all sexual relations are commenced with some kind of manipulation. Is that what you truly believe? Is he there? He can't hear me, can he? Can anybody else hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you, DNW.
Yeah.
And also,
I don't know what the hell's wrong with PP's audio. It's terrible.
yeah, his audio was cracking up to me towards the end of his 5 minutes. It was really chopping up to me. I don't know what's happening. Because I just stepped out.
Objective ethics says that his views on objective morality are based on respecting everybody's freedom and well-being equally. Manipulation and coercion are violations of others' freedom and well-being. Yeah. And he also says, perpetual pleasurist, oh no, you misunderstood me entirely. I'm not accusing you of anything. I simply disagree with your perspective.
I think he might have been trying to talk about, like, the mask, maybe, that people put on.
Yeah, people put on a mask, yeah.
I think he's trying to say that how we present ourselves in public and with each other is kind of like a manipulation because we're putting on that mask. I think that's it.
PP, are you there?
There's
PP.
2 of them.
Yeah.
There's 2 of them.
Okay, anybody else want to come on? Link is in the live chat. Do come on, have your say. What is driving us as individuals? What are the fundamental, most powerful drivers that shape us, that drive us, that make us go outside each day? What is going on?
Yeah, what is going on?
Link is in the live chat. Do come on, have your say.
Yeah.
Has anybody got anything new to add from the panel here on what is driving us? I'm interested in hearing a little bit from Steppenwolf. He said he was a sex addict. What made you see it as an addiction, Steppenwolf? And how is it going? Do you feel rehabilitated? Is it an ongoing battle? Is it the case that once an addict, always an addict, and you have to try and manage your sexual appetite and sexual behavior? Yeah, just give us a little bit on that, please.
Yeah, but actually, as you bring that up, I should have myself, somewhere. No, I'm joking, but I don't know because I view it. I view it as I said. I and many other folks, we put ourselves in jeopardy. So I basically see the outcomes are not necessarily negative, but yeah, basically harmful and useless. Also, I could have been more productive. I could have practiced more bloody piano and guitar, which that's one of the things that I do enjoy. I'm not a professional musician, but I'm keen on it. I could have, could have read more. I could have, done many more productive things, so to speak. That's why I said um, to that I put myself in jeopardy in really like dumb and yeah, basically. Yeah. To sum up.
Okay, thank you for that. We have objective ethics here. Objective ethics, what is it you'd like to add to the conversation?
Yeah, I appreciate you letting me on real quick. I just wanted, for one thing, I want to make sure that the gentleman who left, so unfortunately, I hope he's still watching the show here, but I wasn't actually accusing you personally of being an abuser. I just think that the stance of saying that, well, manipulation and coercion is completely different than rape when it comes to when it comes to sex, and I don't see the difference at all. I mean, there are certainly going to be some varying levels, depending on how you want to look at the situation. I don't know if I should say that word actually on stream. Maybe I should say grape. Sorry about that, DNW. My apologies. I try to stay PC with all the fucking the rules and stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah. So grape. Anyway, I just think that any form of manipulation and coercion when it comes to consent is a form of grape, and I think that factors into every form of life or any area of life. But as far as your topic of what is driving us, I think what's driving every human being is actually search. We all want to live a good life. That's the thing that kind of the common ground that we all have. Every human being wants to live a good life. And so the problem is that people are very confused as to what it takes to live a good life. So people chase sex, some people chase money, fame, so on and so forth. But to live a good life is actually a very simple process. It takes a lot of work, but it's not that complicated. What it takes to live a good life is you have to have self-respect. And if you don't have self-respect, you cannot live a good life. And in order to have self-respect, you must learn to respect other people. So once you figure this out, then everything else kind of falls into place. You don't need to be rich to live a good life. Drugs and alcohol are just chasing a fantasy. That's not going to bring you a good life. It's ultimately having self-respect, and every human being wants to live this good life.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Somebody in the comments says not everyone wants a good life. I mean, some people just want to live. That's what they're saying. I'm not sure I agree with that.
No, I don't agree with that either. I've had debates about objective morality, and that's actually one of the arguments that I use is everybody wants to live a good life. I highly disagree. It's self-refuting to say that they don't want to live a good life. So if you actively live a bad life, then you're ultimately following your own will and desire to live this bad life, which is, in your view, living a good life.
Hey, very good point, honestly.
Exactement. It's just their perspective. It's they're living their version of a good life, which is some mental gymnastics. Trying to say that just living is good. But anyway, what's going on here with Perpetual Pleasurist? He says dressing fancy, doing makeup is a type of coercion. People just do not want to admit that is his point. So he's saying that there is something disingenuous and manipulative about dressing up and putting on makeup, etc. And that is why he finds sexual relations from first instance maybe caused by some kind of manipulation?
I think ultimately it comes down to intent, which is impossible to discern because you can't read another person's mind. But what I'm talking about is affecting other people's freedom and well-being. So if you're dressing up because you want to fit in with society, you're part of a social group or a social animal. So of course we're going to behave ourselves and we're going to act. I mean, if everybody just acted out the way that they would, prefer to act out in every situation without any self-control whatsoever, we wouldn't function as a society. We wouldn't be able to be a social species successfully. There'd be no human flourishing. So if you're going to call all of everything a person does manipulation, you could certainly grasp at straws like that. But I'm talking about affecting other people's freedom and well-being. That's where the line gets drawn.
Right. I think Perpetual Pleasurist did say he's neurodivergent. Now he's thinking about this on another level, and I find it most interesting what he says. So thank you, PP, for giving your unique perspective on this. In terms of women going out with makeup on and men and women dressing up on a night out, I mean, we kind of realize that people are putting their best foot forward when they're going out. Most of us do at least. And in that sense, we accept it. I mean, we'd probably actually run away if they didn't, bizarrely enough, because all these things, like being able to afford makeup, being able to afford nice clothing, have a nice hairstyle, whatever it is that you do to go out when you're going out on a Friday night out looking to get your leg over. They are not just symbolic of the person on the night. They are symbolic of perhaps the person's status. And that may be one of the things that subconsciously the person is attracted to, not just what is in front of them, but the status of that person that led them to look the way that they do, the money they have that afforded them the attire of the lifestyle that they have on show. So I don't know if it's as simple as to say, it's just about the makeup on the face. It may be about, the fact that she's able to afford to look well. And that may be even off-putting for some people who, if she looks too well, they may say, well, she's out of my league. Even if it is just makeup, it may be a socioeconomic factor because, you may be thinking, well, if this girl can afford to look after herself this well, in terms of hypergamy, she's going to be looking for somebody to upscale her life. And I don't know if I'm the man who's going to be able to do that. There's a lot going on. What do you think? I'll ask Objective Ethics, if that made any sense.
Yeah, it made a lot of sense, actually. I think you could look at it from both ways. The difference is that we have basically our inner self, and this is the person that we want to be. But then we have our outer self, and that's the person we tend to identify with. We want the world to identify with. So we present ourselves in a particular way. It may not necessarily be true to our inner self really is. It's more about social pressures and things of this nature that tend to affect our outer self, so to speak. I think that you can criticize any viewpoint, though, which is often the case in life, which is why we get so many different diverse opinions about things, which is what makes life so wonderful. But take myself for an example, and I try to say this humbly too. I'm not trying to be arrogant here, but a lot of people who speak to me consider me to be educated and intellectual, so to speak, right? I talk about philosophy and stuff on my YouTube channel, but I also work out. I'm in the gym 6 days a week. So there's this term on the internet called a gym bro, right? So am I taking care of my body because I respect my temple, or am I taking care of my body because I want to be a quote unquote gym bro? You know what I mean? So you can look at anything in life and you could say, well, this is a positive or a negative. So I try to base all these things that I'm talking about to be consistent on other people's freedom and well-being. Once we start to cross other people's freedom and well-being, that barrier, then we need to really consider if our actions are moral or not. But if we're just taking care of ourselves, if we want to present ourselves in the best way possible, if I want to try and get my inner self to match my outer self, which is the goal we should all have, to be honest with you, then there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And it's not necessarily a negative form of manipulation, because I think we could attach the label manipulation to any action in life, right? So we just need to figure out what is the line that we're going to draw to where it's positive or negative.
So you're saying it's like more intention based, pretty much.
Yeah, I do think it is, and I think that's what makes it really sticky. Is because we act oftentimes, and I'm not pointing fingers at anybody specifically, just in general. We have this interesting dichotomy where we point our finger at the outside world in such a different way than we point our finger at the guy looking back at us in the mirror, and we think as though we can read people's minds, as that we can truly understand their intentions. When really it's almost impossible. Even when we look at actions, we don't. It's difficult to understand intentions. So we need to be careful about thinking that we're mind readers, you know.
Yeah, that's very true, honestly. You never know someone, truly.
No, you don't. You can't have access to a private something. You have to, in order for something to be known, in my opinion, it has to be social and public. You know, that's why I don't believe in like absolute solipsism. Yeah, I don't buy into the idea of solipsism at all. It's not strongly.
Well, that's fair. I don't blame you.
Huh?
We need PP to come on and tell us how people can, act in his worldview in a manner that isn't manipulating others. Do come on, PP, and tell us about that. When you're ready, if you can get your audio fixed, that is, because it was atrocious last time.
Yeah, just kept on chopping up words, you know.
Coming back to the idea of a so-called good life from the comments that was made by just us. I mean, it's quite rhetorical, but some people, I mean, darkness in a sense, and the gloomy and so on could be very appealing for some people. I don't know what you folks thinks about it, but it could be very appealing as well to stay in this, like in a emo gothic, kind of state of mind.
Yeah. How is the audio, guys, this time around?
It's better. Yeah, I can hear you better.
Okay, good. So, yeah, that's what I was getting at. It's like, basically, it's still not good. Okay. Well, hopefully this will work. Hopefully you can bear with it. We'll see. But basically, I was just trying to get
at it. It's much better. It's much better.
Okay, good. So in other words, yeah, most of the world is full of manipulation most people don't even recognize. But if you're dealing with a situation where the manipulation at utmost is actually a positive type designed to uplift and inspire, if there's any happening at all, right? If it's a situation like that where there's little to no manipulation and the manipulation that exists is positive, even if it's happening, that situation means things go smoothly. Relationships last, relationships continue. This is why my relationships have been so good throughout my life, because I've never manipulated people in a negative way, and others tend to not manipulate me in a negative way, the ones that stay close to me. And I pinpoint the ones who try to negatively manipulate, and I sift them out of my life, right? So basically what happens is dynamics go smooth, relations go smooth, and they last if manipulation of a negative type is not occurring. Okay. Now, this is why my life's been so good, because I've always sifted out the actual negative manipulators from the good quality people who, if they're manipulating at all, it's positively intentioned. It's not negatively intentioned. So, or we could throw out the word manipulation if we're going to talk about the positives, if you only associate that word with negatives. But either way, the point I'm trying to get at is we have all these problems in society, people being mass depressed, having all these issues, people backbiting, backstabbing, cheating, etc., because people are always fucking manipulating each other, and they know it. But nobody's willing to admit it to the degree that they are. So everybody knows others are not willing to admit it. Everybody knows they're not willing to admit it to themselves, how much they're manipulating others. And because everybody's dishonest and hypocritical everywhere, and everybody else knows it, everybody's depressed about that. So people know they're being cheated on. They know they're being screwed over. They know they're being lied to. They know they're being manipulated, talked about behind their back. That's why people are depressed. It's because everybody in society is manipulating each other. That's why the symptom is everybody's miserable most of the time nowadays, versus happy and joy-filled as the standard. That's the reason. You look at the result of the dynamics and how long they last. That's how you can tell who's being manipulated or not, basically. I hope that makes sense.
So you're talking more about like energy manipulation type stuff, right?
Energy and situational manipulation. But think of how commonly people talk about they say one thing to someone's face and something totally different behind their back. Think how common this is, gossiping amongst even close friend groups. It's insane how common this is. And that's a type of clear manipulation. If a person is not consistent in what they say face to face and behind people's backs, if it's not the same story, that's manipulation 101. People do this like
Just
all
ask.
the fucking time.
Just Ask says it goes way deeper than that. Just Ask, why don't you come on and explain what you mean by that?
Oh, it definitely does. It goes way deeper for sure. But that's just the obvious surface stuff that you can detect very easily. Oh, yeah. I mean, it goes to people's feelings, what they really think and feel on the really deep level, beyond what they ever say to you, ever to your face. So most of the manipulation is unspoken. It's just felt in people deep down. They feel something different from what they actually tell you.
You're admitting, look, the thing about manipulation is it's usually an intent, isn't it? Are you suggesting that people are doing something otherwise, like they're doing this subconsciously, which isn't necessarily manipulation? It's something else. I don't know what you'd call that. They're kind of protecting their ego, maybe they're. I imagine it's about themselves rather than the other person. They're trying to protect themselves, and maybe it's a subconscious thing rather than an overt, intentional, malevolent act.
Yes, most of it is subconscious, but that's the problem. We live in a society where people equate
But
subconscious
again, I wouldn't
stuff
call that
with-
manipulation, PP, if they're not aware of it. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes, but what I'm saying is because people don't class that as manipulation, that's where the problems lie. Because that is factually a type of manipulation. People just don't class it as such. That is exactly 100% the problem.
Well,
that's exactly what I'm
you
saying.
see, I'm
That
not
is the
sure if
problem.
I would. I thought manipulation was overt, intentional behavior.
The obvious types are, yes. Those are the obvious types. But there's the non-obvious types.
How could it be
which permeate
manipulation
most
if they're not aware of it?
Because it's happening on an emotion. For example, if someone is in something for themselves, right, and they're lacking empathy on some level because they're consumed by their own desires over and above others excessively, that by itself is a type of emotional tug and pull manipulation. It's actually a type of emotional abuse. In fact, most emotional abuse is subconscious and people don't know they're doing it, but it's very specifically emotional abuse. That's why it's so hard for people to break free of being an emotional abuser.
Are you perhaps tapping into the fact that we all learn maladaptive or bad behavior, during our upbringing somehow or other, and that's all this is? This is basically a matter of people not being aware of their effect on others. It may be that they're not doing it on purpose. I mean, lots of us, part of growing up, part of maturing is realizing, you can have a negative effect on others, and you may not mean to do it. But when you become aware that some of your behavior is problematic to others, well, it can be uncomfortable because you can think, well, I'm not meaning to hurt them, but I clearly am. And then it gives you an opportunity to maybe think about how you want to proceed going forwards, and lessen the maleffects of your being on others. I mean, is it not the case, PP, that people aren't aware of this, but once they are aware, they can pull back a bit, rein it in a bit, and maybe be in your more honest and more more proceed with good intentions going forward.
So there's a very good answer for this. So this is exactly why we have the problem we have. Because here's the issue, here's the conundrum. The people that are less aware and subconsciously, accidentally manipulating others with their actions and thoughts and emotions, they mostly get off the hook in the social contract world because they're not aware of it. However, as soon as someone becomes aware of it, hyper aware of every little micro, everything they think and do, everything they do, they're fully accountable for now to themselves and others, and they can't escape being accountable because they're aware. So here's what happens. It's only the people that are aware of everything that's going on that get accused of being the manipulators at all because they're aware of everything that's happening. So this creates an unbalance and everybody's off the hook who's not aware of it. That's why the abuse and the emotional problems continue, because everybody's
how does
off the
one,
hook, social contract.
This is like someone being born again. They suddenly wake up to the fact that they are causing harm to others.
Yeah.
How do they proceed with virtue in your eyes once they get to this point?
Well, you have to be hyper calculated in everything you say, everything you do, all your intentions, all your feelings, all the time, because you're constantly accountable to yourself in your mind and feelings.
others hold
PP,
people accountable
cut to
too.
the chase. PP, cut to the chase. You're in. I know you don't go to nightclubs, but you're in your local arcade. You're playing your table hockey. I know you like to do that, right? And you see the derriere of a voluptuous female. It catches your eye. She walks past, and you think, I need to talk to her. How do you proceed with in a virtuous manner? And I want to know. I want you to tell us. This is your opportunity to be, Mr. Let's just say, I don't know if hitch is the right word, but the dating guru. Go ahead and tell people how they should proceed virtuously in that situation.
The best way to proceed is proceed honestly based on what you're feeling towards her. So if you're feeling sexually attracted, emphasize that she's gorgeous and you find her attractive. Very simple. And just be upfront about it. Don't hide it or don't try to dodge away from it or whatever. Or just go about pleasant interactions that will lead her to increase her attractiveness to you situationally, etc. Obviously, the result you want is something romantic. So go about it to where romantic something will be the result, right? Obviously you're not going to go about it where something else is more likely to be the result. But if you're hyper aware of everything you're saying and doing, then you're automatically accountable, right? So others are only going to consider you a manipulator only, but they're going to consider someone who's just subconsciously, bumbling along, doing whatever, not calculating everything they're doing as a non-manipulator.
PP.
And they're going to consider only the guy a manipulator who knows what he's doing versus the guy who doesn't know what he's doing, right? This is the backwards thinking of the social
cut to the chase here.
world.
Don't lead her down
It's
the garden
backwards.
path.
So all of the subconscious people who are basically doofuses, they get off the hook, classified as non-manipulators, when they're actually the major source of the problem, and the people who just know what's going on are classified as the only manipulators. This is the world we live in. It's backwards. The whole thing's backwards. The manipulators are actually people who don't know what they're doing and who get into all sorts of weird fucking conundrums because they don't know what they're doing and they just fumble along and they all pretend like none of them are manipulating each other. But guess what happens? Everybody breaks up, sour relationships, sour interactions, because the whole thing was subconscious accidental manipulation the whole fucking time. That's why. And the person who wasn't actually manipulating you but negatively gets erroneously labeled as such just because they're aware of what's happening. So people misassociate awareness with manipulation when that's not the case. So that's the situation. So anyway, I hope that makes sense.
I think the terminology here is where it gets the words that we're using, because if you want to say every type of influence is a manipulation, I think that's really using the terminology incorrectly, because we encourage people to do the right thing. We have a justice system. We're technically manipulating people to change their behavior, to behave in a more lawful manner, ethical manner. All these things could be called manipulation. But when we start to say manipulation, we're automatically inferring a negative intent. We have to understand that negativity, like we've been using the word good reasons and bad reasons a lot in these conversations, but value judgments are always going to be subjective. So then you have the hypothetical imperative. What is the goal that you're striving for when you say good and bad? Then you can determine, is it positive or negative? So if you don't have an objective standard such as freedom and well-being that's obvious that you can measure anything against, that isn't subjective, every other subjective standard you're going to use, then somebody says, well, what if I don't think that's a good goal to try to achieve? Then you're manipulating me to behave lawfully, and I don't want to behave lawfully, or whatever it might be. So I think the language we're using makes it really difficult to really follow the conversation along, just because we manipulate, quote unquote, anytime we influence a situation. How is that good and bad? How are we going to measure that value? How are we going to assign that value judgment if we don't have something objective such as freedom and well-being to look at?
Thank you, Objective Ethics. Alpha, the first one, comes in with this startling comment: men and women are not equal.
Whoa.
So in dating or mating, there is not ethical or moral equality requirement. Alpha, would you like to come on and explain that? Let's just say out there take on matters.
Oh my God, I know where he's going.
It sounds quite dangerous.
Sounds like Jordan Peterson,
Andrew Tate.
Yeah, more Andrew Tate.
Yeah,
Alpha,
Jordan
if you
Peterson.
want to come on and
Tate,
describe what the hell you mean by that.
I got a question actually. How do you regard humor in a variety of ways. Because I personally have a dry, very dry sense of humor, and people always perceive it as manipulative. So I was just wondering what you thought about it.
Really, dry.
Yeah, yeah. They
I think
perceive
humor
it as very.
is like.
Mm. Go on.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's all right.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think humor is completely subjective. So if people think your dry sense of humor equals you have a manipulative personality, nah, that's kind of just that's false notions from their end, not you. Like your humor is your humor. Because my sense of humor is completely freaking like, for lack of a better word, idiotic. Like I laugh at the stupidest things ever, and it takes a lot. It takes a lot
Yeah, me too.
to laugh, but like if you can make me laugh, then that's pretty funny. But I usually laugh at a lot of like random things, or like I think about like moments that happened in the past. Yeah, I laugh at like awkward moments. Yeah, that I think back to now. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Oh, Alpha, the first one. Let's see what this dude has to say. The biological imperative dictates no equality. That's why men and women are not equal. Whoa. I don't know, DW.
Well, he can come on and explain
I know he
himself.
can come on. Yeah, but I'm gonna have some words with him if he does.
You should man up and come on here.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'd like to know. I'd like to know which religion this person's a part of, because I only hear these types of comments coming from people who have been indoctrinated into some kind of religion, generally the Abrahamic faith.
Yeah, men and women are alike in ways.
Kind of touchy subject, but you're kind of right actually. But it's very touchy indeed. Yeah, but you're
He's
right.
going to come on. He said, drop the link. Okay, 1 second. There you go. Perpetual Pleasure says most emotional abuse happens accidentally without people knowing. The link is there. Alpha, do come on and tell us what you're.
Yeah, Alpha, yeah. Drop. Oh, he said drop the link. The link is already in the chat, right?
I did. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you, DW.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
right, we're waiting for Alpha.
Oh,
so the DNW, what do you think of humor, especially dry humor, coming from England, who has a large tradition of dry humor, and very kind, sometimes bleak. But what do you think of it?
What do I think of humor?
Yeah.
I think it's a sign of you can tell a lot about a person in terms of what they actually really laugh at. How I would say how evolved their empathy is.
Yeah.
If they're laughing at things that are kind of trivial, or if they're laughing about things that aren't people's fault and they're mocking people, then to me that's a sign their empathy isn't well developed. If they're laughing at the kind of pomposity and absurd nature of power, for example, and when I say power, I mean corrupt power, I would say that's good. That's a good form of humor that is kind of trying to wake people up to the harms of corrupt power,
Right.
and harmful, malevolent power. I think that's the best form of humor, satire. Yeah. Alpha is here. Alpha. And hello to Jackie. Great to have you here, Jackie. Alpha, you've got some very strange shit going on
Jackie.
with your audio there.
What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it kind of sounds like a buzzing.
Yeah,
What's
really
going on
weird.
there?
It sounds like you're talking to us through a Commodore 64 or something. It's got really weird.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of time because I'm about to go to the gym. So I'll just it's real simple. Men and women are not equal, and the biological imperative dictates that we're not equal. Meaning that sometimes a man is going to have a better deal in a relationship, and sometimes women are going to have a better deal in a relationship. So trying to achieve equality with women in dating and mating is impossible because the biological imperative won't allow it.
I mean, how does outcome in relation to satisfaction in a relationship, I mean, how does that correlate to equality? I mean, just because someone enjoys a relationship more than another person doesn't mean that they're not equal in what they deserve, the rights they deserve, the expectations upon them as moral agents. I mean, just because they have different satisfactory outcomes in terms of how they enjoy the relationship, how they benefit from it, doesn't mean that they're not they're not equal. They're not both worthy of respect, love, and protection.
Exactly.
And how does it make it a biological imperative if it switches back and forth between one person or the other? That doesn't follow the what I understand about imperative to me. And which religion are you by chance? I'm not gonna dig on you for. I'm just curious because I'm pretty sure that you probably are religious.
Nope.
That's interesting.
Not
Actually,
anymore.
I'm not religious. I have
Not
no
anymore.
religion.
You're not religious. Oh, okay. Interesting.
No, but I believe in God, but I don't believe in religion.
You believe in God, but you don't believe in. Okay.
The Abrahamic God, I assume?
No, I don't believe in any religion. I just believe in the concept of God. I do believe there's a God that exists, but I don't believe in any religion. Religion has caused more problems on this planet than God. That's why I don't believe in
Okay, so look, these views you have that where men and women are not equal. I mean, how does that play out? I want to hear how that plays out for you and how that plays out for society. What does it actually mean?
Well, this is what it actually means. It means that we are not equal in anything that we do. We're not equal in biology. We're not equal in sexual reproduction. We're not equal in psychology.
That's not what it's about. Equality is about the respect, and the human rights that people
and women
entitled to,
things,
the protection they're entitled to, etc., etc.
Right. Okay.
You could argue that women get more protection under law, actually, because there isn't really any battered husband syndrome. Not that I know of. There is a battered wife syndrome. Women are, I would say, more protected in terms of domestic violence, generally speaking. But is that because they're more vulnerable physically? I don't know. They are. But Alpha, what are you talking about? Tell us why you think. What is it that men and women are not equal? I mean, you say they're not equal. What is it they're not equal about in terms of relationships, and why does it matter so much to you?
Well, in terms of relationships, strictly dating and mating, I'm not talking about legal law. So I want to make that clear. We're not talking about legal law, meaning if someone commit a crime against the law. So I'm talking about strictly dating and mating. In dating and mating, men and women are not equal because
Why?
the biological.
What do you mean by they're not equal? Is it because there's more of a burden on one, there's more expectations on one? What do you mean by not equal? I know they're bloody different genders. I know there's biological differences. I know you could name all the differences, but in terms of the expectations on each other, what is unequal about it? Who is burdened more in your view?
If you would let me explain, I was going to give you your answer. Essentially, the biological imperative, meaning all interaction between men and women, is strictly based on what? Reproduction first. Second comes, quote unquote, intimacy and love. All right. So since reproduction is the first primary thing that we're supposed to be doing in terms of relation with one another, because if we don't reproduce, we don't exist. That's just what evolutionary biology states. You see what I'm saying? So essentially, since we have that biological imperative, the man is going to have a different role and responsibility that's not going to be weighted the same as women. Women are going to have a role and responsibility in the relationship that's not going to be weighted the same as man. So we're not equal. It's impossible. There's no way you're going to achieve equality based on the first primary reason, which is the biological imperative.
Anybody have anything to say in return?
Yeah, speaking about reproduction, I don't think it's the quite right place to bring that up, but just saying.
Well, we're talking about dating and mating. So in dating and mating, either you're dating and mating each other to quote unquote, and what will come out of a relationship can be reproduction. I mean, if someone want to date and mate someone and not reproduce with someone, I got no problem with that. You want to date and mate each other because you just like to talk to each other or have sex with one another, I'm not judging you. But I'm simply saying from strictly a scientific and just pragmatic truth that all dating and mating relationship is for y'all to mate with one another and reproduce an offspring. And so for that biological imperative, you cannot have equality. It's impossible. It's not possible to have it.
What about look, do you want to come back after you've been to the gym if we're still here? Because it sounds like it would be an interesting conversation. Just a little that's a brother Marcus suggested that. Good brother Marcus. Life abolitionism said birth control is the great equalizer. I mean, is it not the case that women can be more choosy now? They can be more careful because they got access to birth control, and they can choose, really when they want to have a kid more than ever, and who they want to have it with more than ever, because they have access to things like, IVF, sperm donors, etc. And they are more liberated than ever. They don't have to get married. They don't, they're not going to be socially outcast if they don't get married. They really can have they can be a solo mother. They can be a lesbian mother. They can do what the hell they want. So is there not more equality in that sense?
In my opinion, birth control has not changed anything between men and women. The pill that changed stuff between men and women is actually Viagra.
What?
Think about it. Birth control only delays the inevitable. That's all it's doing. It's just giving her a false sense that something's not going to happen, but it is going to happen. Actually, look up the research on how birth control affects women's fertility. It's scary. But Viagra changed everything between men and women. It pretty much gave men the ultimate power over women, because essentially before Viagra, not all, but most men would quote unquote tend to slow down when they get around age, 40, some men maybe 50. All right. But basically by all men by age 60 or something, pretty much all men was pretty much at the same level down below. You understand what I'm saying? I'm trying to be respectful to every man on this panel. All right. But once Viagra came out, that changed everything in the relationship, because women are naturally going to go through menopause. We don't have any science to stop that. It's going to happen. And so usually what most women and men would do back in the days, right, they would do what? Grow old gracefully. And growing old gracefully doesn't mean you can have sex with one another, but the relationship, it is what it is, man. It, like they say, if it don't come up, there's other ways of having sex, but that's a part of having sex. So now when you throw Viagra in the mix, what has it given men? It gave men a new lease on life. We got men at 90 years old, 80 years old, still making babies. So birth control didn't change anything. Matter of fact, a lot of women complain that birth control made it worse for women. I'm hearing arguments about that.
That's not absolute.
Now, yeah, because it's not absolute, but essentially birth control gave women an artificial sense that the inevitable can stop. It cannot. It cannot. The clock has never stopped ticking on her. All they're doing is keeping something that's biologically, naturally meant to come out of her, staying in her. And that's why a lot of women post 30 years old, because that's what average age now women are having children. Most of those children, when they start finally menstruating again after taking birth control for almost 15, almost close to 20 years, we got girls starting birth control at age 10. And I'm not advocating for PDF or nothing like that. But now they're starting to go back into the natural process. Those eggs have been sitting in her body for almost 20 years. Most of those eggs are going to be non-viable. They're going to have a higher risk of genetic defects, and she's going to have a lower fertility rate. Not all women, not all, but a lot of women are showing that now. So birth control for a lot of women now, the argument now is that, was birth control something that helped women or hurt women? And a lot of women now are saying that it hurt them, because it's actually messing up their fertility. And it's also messing up their opportunities to acquire a mate. Because once they come in at age 30, not all men, but most men don't want to quote unquote mate with women, meaning, be in a relationship with women, because they look at them as not viable for fertility. So we're right back to the biological imperative. Man has the ability to maintain his biological imperative as long as it's attached to his body, as long as it gets up. All it needs is 30 seconds to shoot it, and that's that. Women, though, they can only pop them out so long. No equality, man. It never will be.
Yeah, that's why I just say no to fertility, no to reproduction.
Yeah, just like I don't like. Yeah, you're obsessed with fertility. It seems kind of weird.
Not obsessed with fertility. That's biology. That's part of the problem we have in our current society. Biology, at the end of the day, is objective. It's supposed to be objective. Now, people can make it subjective. I'll give you that. But biology, at the end of the day, is objective.
Biology
one is one.
You know that,
one
right?
Is one.
And biology
gold is gold. Silver. You see, the periodic table is the periodic table. Can it change?
Biology is objective, brother. I agree with you there, but you're giving a subjective value judgment to it when you start talking about equality.
Biology is descriptive.
What I'm saying is that the biological imperative, supersedes my subjective idea of equality. Because there's no way you can escape it. You can't escape biology. Descartes tried to do that. Descartes tried to escape biology. And what did he find out? That he could not deny biology. He had to accept the biological reality of the world. He cannot deny biology. He had to accept that he is a part of his senses. We can't deny our biology. We can try to ignore it all we want, but we cannot do that. So since we cannot ignore our biology, it can dictate a lot of things that we do and think. That's why we're not equal.
Okay, let's go back here. You said we're not equal. Who has the upper hand in your view then?
Man never lost upper hand. We still have it. We always have.
Perpetual Pleasurist says women may have the upper hand because they can get sex easier. And in a civilized society, they are literally the gates to men's contentment. They are the ones deciding.
Key word, and I don't support this. I want to make this very clear. I do not support this at all, 100%. So if any man ever did this, I would be the one voting. He should be punished. I want to make that clear.
Can you use rhyming slang, whatever you're going to say?
The raw truth is what? When they say men control access to sex, that's philosophically false. If you know what I'm saying, I'll leave it at that.
So
we've always had. If man wanted to, if he wanted to impose himself, which I don't support, but if man wanted to, in an uncivilized society, he can impose.
I said in a civilized society. I said in a civilized
society. That's the key. Civilized. In a civilized society, yes, women have agency, and they're
also
allowed to.
You're painting a bad picture of men because other men would hold that man accountable.
Yes, other men would. Yes, but if there are more bad men than good men,
that cancels out the malevolently rogue male. Because his power is only powerful if he can maintain a clandestine approach to matters. If he is revealed to be a rapist, he will be dealt with by other men.
I agree.
By society at large. So it's not really. I wouldn't say that's a superpower. I wouldn't say that's something that allows men to be, the greater sex in terms of having more power over women. I would say, if anything, look, it's obviously a power, but it's not something that is socially favorable for that individual. That will be the end of them if they're found out.
Yeah, that's what we agree to. I agree with you. We all agree as men that that's wrong. We all agree as men as that's wrong. But from an evolutionary standpoint, it is what it is. We don't agree with that. I agree. I never said I supported it. But in terms of Evo sight, just strictly Evo sight, man can impose his will on woman anytime. It takes other men to protect women from other men.
Don't forget, we're living in. I would say we're getting into a society perhaps where that's becoming less and less the case. Women may be able to protect themselves more and more. technologically speaking, you know.
I'll give you
There
that.
may
I'll
be-
give you that with the
there may
invention
be
of the gun.
greater
I'll give you
surveillance,
that.
greater police, greater whatever, and
Not
also
police.
they may have
Police is other men.
self-defense
Police is-
ability. In America, they
Yeah,
can
yeah.
carry
I'll give you
guns.
that. I'll give you that. I'll
know,
give you that.
so-
Meaning tools. They have tools. Essentially, they're
Yeah,
now tools that can, and that's why men now reason with one another because we all don't want to run off. Remember back in the days, I challenge you to a duel. You know, 10 paces, pal. You know, now men know we got to reason with one another because any man can. Of any height, of any stature, of any physical. Can
I mean,
dispute
nowadays, a woman can have sex with a man without that. This has never really been the case before. Well, not really, no, because women can drug a man now, tie him up, you know, and have sex with him against his will. That can happen. That has happened. So the tables are turning. Perhaps I'm not saying it's equal in terms of women are as dangerous as men in that regard. But modernity has allowed some women to do that. So the tide is turning, perhaps. Women are becoming dangerous too.
disagree
I'm not
with.
saying all
I
women are
disagree.
doing that. No way.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's a statistical minority. Less women are doing that than men are raping.
Yeah. I agree. No, I'm saying it's simply the simple truth of the matter is that at the end of the day, is everything is all consensual. Nobody's forcing anybody. Nobody's drugging anybody. We're in a civilized society. Man still holds all the power. A man can reproduce children until the day he dies. There's cases of men, and I don't agree with this, but there have been cases of men that had their sperm taken from them in death. So there are situations where the sperm, and not all, that they can take that sperm and in vitro fertilization people. So I'm simply saying nothing has changed since other than people getting divorces and all that stuff. But in terms of strictly biological imperatives, man still holds all the power. He still does.
But you know, are you saying that women don't have a choice who they get inseminated by?
No, I'm simply saying in a civilized society, women have the choice. That's civilization. I get that. I'm saying in terms of strictly reproduction, biological imperative, man still has the power because the man can essentially ejaculate in a woman and he never has to see that woman again. And now she has to bear the cost of the reproduction. That's what I'm saying. Man still has the power. That's not, that's not, I'm not saying that's good. I'm not advocating for deadbeat dads or nothing like that. I'm saying that's the problem with our society. And I'm not saying you're doing it. The problem with our society is we keep trying to put our own ethical and moral subjective ideas of how things are supposed to go in science. And the science is not that. Man evolved to have smaller gonads. Women evolved to have them inside of them. We ejaculate the semen. She bears the cost of the child. Now, we say it's nice and it's great and it's right that the man stays around. But in strictly terms of evolution, that's it for him. He's out. He's reproduced, done. See what I'm saying? So we still have the power. It is the woman that has to convince the man or society to stay around. And it's good that he stays around. I mean, hey, that's a great thing.
Okay, thank you, Alpha. I want to bring in Vegan Equilibrium.
All right, I got to roll, man. Be easy, man.
Take care. Good luck in the gym. Vegan Equilibrium, what is it you'd like to say?
I'm just I'm just tuning in. I don't know what we're talking about.
All right, well, listen up. Life abolitionism, what would you like to say at this juncture?
Well, I actually want to correct him, but he just left, so I guess I don't get the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, thank you. We need that. Sorry, but we need that.
Well, I wanted to clarify my statement that birth control is the great equalizer because he's assuming that everybody wants to have children. No, birth control gives women the freedom to not have children at all. And even if they are great, they can still, in many states, they still have access to abortion. And so birth control makes women equal to men because they can have normal, healthy lives. They can work. They can be productive members of society. They don't have to be stuck at home raising children. I think that whole point is so obvious, but it got overlooked because he's saying it's a great imperative. It is not an imperative because you no longer have to have children at all. He's making it seem like everybody has a desire to have children. So if they wait too late, like men can wait, but women can't. It's like, no, everybody does not want to have children. But I think in the past that biology sort of forced or compelled people to have children because if you have sex, that it's a natural consequence. But I think that has changed. There are many women who don't have any children at all who are child free by choice, and that whole point was getting overlooked. And also, I think this whole conversation has been extremely heteronormative. It's really biased in terms of what a heterosexual male.
Get off the show, you bender. That was a joke. That was a joke. That was a joke. How life abolitionism? We are not homophobic here. You are entitled to take over the stage. Do you want 5 minutes?
On the contrary,
No, hold on. Life abolitionism. Do you want me to take the timer out and give you 5 minutes to give the gay word on matters?
I don't need 5 minutes for it. I just need to mention it that there are other perspectives. Not everybody has a desire for women. And I think it's actually, you know what? I didn't really want to go here, but I guess I'll say it. I think it's really kind of pathetic the way a lot of men, even like really attractive men, sort of debase themselves because they have such a desire for women and they will just basically do whatever the woman wants. Oh, take my money, like basically, you know, just like, do you have any self-esteem? Like, why do men sort of grovel for women? Like, I guess I don't get it because I don't.
You know what? I know this is a place where LA and I can agree, and I wanted to say something based on that topic. You know, like, does anyone else find it super cringe when you're on? I don't know if any of you are on like dating apps or anything, but you see women on there saying like, "Oh, like looking for someone to have children with." Like, it seems so weird to me to like basically it's I don't know, because I feel like, okay, like all antinatalist stuff aside, let's say you are someone that would consider having children, like, do you really want it to be this thing where you're like hunting someone down for it? Shouldn't it just be like something that kind of just happens on its own volition of like, oh, I actually met someone I love or whatever?
All right. Let me butt in there. I think, look, the woman isn't playing around. She's lived enough of her life, and she is deciding she wants to have kids. She's putting that out there. She's basically saying to the men, look, I want to have kids. I don't want to mess around anymore. I'm just letting you know straight up, this isn't a hookup. I don't want to just fuck around. I want to have kids. That's
Dude, it's a recipe for disaster. It's a recipe for disaster. You're treating the whole thing like it's a business transaction when it's not, dude.
I think you're being.
And I'm not saying, okay, it's not just women. Look, I know it's not just women doing that. I'm not saying that it's women. I know men do the same thing on dating apps. I just across the board, it's cringe, and I think it's a weird way to sort of like, it's like very, what's the word? It's somewhat contractual. It's like, all right, looking for this business partner to go in on this venture with me. It's not like meeting someone, falling in love, and that's the consequence of it.
Hold on a second. It's just a goal-orientated approach to matters. Same way your goals might be different to theirs. Your goal might be you just want to hook up and have fun. Their goal is they want to build a life together and build a family. What's wrong with that?
Because it's weird to like be like and hunting for someone to impregnate you. That's why.
I don't think it's weird. I think it's just a goal-oriented behavior. We're all goal-oriented monkeys.
Inside of me.
That's like they're being honest about it. I think it's virtuous. They're being upfront and honest. It saves a lot of men who don't want that. The hassle.
I'm not saying that it's not virtuous to be honest. I'm saying that it's just it's
Weird.
just in my opinion, uh, it's a very cringe way to like end up procreating. It's cringe to procreate. I think procreation is cringe
No, look, 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 look,
99.999% of the
look. They're
time
not
anyway. But like, it's
necessarily.
especially cringe when you're like, oh, I want to find someone who's willing to impregnate me. Will that be you? Like, let's see if we're a match. Like, dude, we have to accept the fact that some of us
Okay,
are
look,
not
look, look. I
destined
agree.
for
I
this
agree.
shit.
I agree with
You
you.
know,
It's how they.
not
It's how they
not
say it. It's how they. It's how they
not
say
just
it.
how they
Now,
say it.
I
Not
would
just
say.
how they
I would
say it.
say that is a cringe way of saying it. If they said, "I want to
Yeah.
settle down and start a family," if that's something you're
Still
looking for,
cringe.
hit me up and we'll
That's
see
just
how
as cringe.
we.
Because, okay, maybe if they say if family means, oh, maybe adopt a child, maybe adopt another like a dog or another kind of companion animal, rescuing them. If that's a family, sure. But like, let's like I need to find a guy who's willing to impregnate me, and so that I can. Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
Well, it's two
I don't know.
goal-oriented monkeys trying to fulfill their desires. What's wrong with that?
It's gross.
All
It's
right. Well,
just
I'll tell you
cringe.
what. We'll
I
open
find
this
it
up
cringe.
to
That's
others on the
it.
panel. We'll open it up to others on the panel. Does anybody else on the panel have an opinion in relation to what Vegan Equilibrium came on here so passionately talking about? That he views it as cringe that
Yeah, it
women
is.
go on dating sites saying they're looking for a man to start a family with.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, I want to
no,
be
they're
there.
looking
I
for
want
a
to be
man
there
to
when.
impregnate them. They're not looking. Like I said, family is different. You
Well,
could
that's what
start a
I said.
family
I just said to you, it's
without
how
impregnation.
I literally said to you, it's how they say it. That is cringe way of saying it. Then I
Well,
said
no,
maybe
no,
if they
because
said,
no, it's not how they say it. It's the intention that's cringe. How they say it's also cringe, but it's the intention for the most part.
I want to be there 6 months into that relationship when the guy looks at her and says, "Oh, what? I thought you wanted to have a puppy."
We should have asked the guy how many people he has brought to existence, but I forgot. We forgot to do that.
Shouldn't start a family be just being with the person? All this, if you get married, and that's cringe too, isn't that family? Okay, now their cousins and our cousins and their brothers and sisters, and my brothers and sisters. That's a family. Your parents are my parents now. That's a
yeah, but
family.
some
Like,
people want to have kids. Vegan Equilibrium. Some people want to grow their own family.
man, I understand.
And
I think some people
Vegan
need. I
Equilibrium.
think some
Wouldn't it
people
be
need to
worse if a
accept.
woman didn't say that? Wouldn't it be worse if a woman didn't say
Obviously, it
that?
would be worse.
And
Obviously, it
then
would
she
be
didn't talk
worse.
about it, and then
I understand. I agree. I agree. Obviously, that would be worse. What would be better is accepting that it's not in the cards for everybody. It's like it should be
Well, she's not
something that
asking. You don't
happens.
have to approach her. You don't have to approach her.
I know.
There's other women in the sea. You can go for another woman. What's
A
wrong
lot of
with you? You
people
don't have to
don't
go for her.
approach. I'm not saying that I need to approach her. I'm saying that a lot of people.
Every woman has to fucking bend over.
I
You're basically
know.
making it sound like every woman has to bend
Oh my
over for
God,
you.
Mario.
I didn't say that. You're putting words in my mouth.
Well,
You're
that's what you're saying. That's
misrepresenting.
what you're saying. A
This is
woman can't
crazy.
have her
All
own
that shit
outlook
falls
and
below
vision.
love is
She has to bend
overwhelming.
over
You're
for you.
misrepresenting my position, DNW. I am saying that it is simple. I simply think it's cringe, and I think that, in my opinion, a less cringe way to quote unquote start a family would be you happen to meet someone and you guys click, and you're not like pushing for this family thing, but you fall in love with someone and that's the consequence of what happens. But when the family thing comes before, oh, I'm gonna fall in love with this. It's not like instead of I'm looking for someone to fall in love with.
I mean, look.
I'm looking for someone
Vegan equilibrium. Some people have goals. Some people want to
to
buy a
fall in
house,
love
start a
with.
business.
Someone to
Some people want to buy a house,
me.
start a business. Some people want to buy a house, start a business, write a book,
Platonic,
fucking start a family.
like, oh, you don't
build a
have to
donkey
love me. You
sanctuary.
just have to bust inside of me and help me shit out a baby. That's it. Like, dude,
Stop being horny.
It's cringe. It's
Guys,
cringe, dude.
guys,
Yeah, it
I'm
is.
gonna have
I
to
agree.
mute you. I'm
Can I say
muting you,
something,
Vegan
please?
Equilibrium. Sorry, we want to give someone else a go now.
Please.
Cougar Duma, you've come into chaos and fury. Have you got anything to say?
Yeah, it has to go.
Yeah, I was enjoying it. Sound check. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you guys. Well, I mean, I think that women have gotten a kind of a bad deal. So back in the the 1800s, a woman would just wait until a man approached her, and the understanding, and this was completely understood, was that the right man would find her. She wouldn't have to go hunting for men, and there would be a period of courtship and evaluation, okay? And then she would decide to marry him, and it was understood. And it was even, there's some amount of pressure. So now you're married, so when you have children, it was just understood, okay? It makes it easy for women when there's just all this stuff that's understood. And women actually had to fight to have a different arrangement, right? We all know that. You had to be really wealthy and maybe even influential to not have that be the default. So now these days, what is it? Women are expected to get a college degree, get a job, have a career, fund their 401k, buy themselves a car and buy a house, have it all paid off. And then only after all that is done, then they start waiting for a man to show up. Well, he's not going to do that. She's been too busy. She's missed the courtship period. She should have been 17, 18, waiting for a man, not 28, 38. So now she has a whole different set of parameters. She has to like invent a new way to approach men. And I think when a woman is 33, 35, she really doesn't want to just wait for a man to find her, because that would place her back in the 1800s. So she's going out, she's looking for men. She's looking for men now, which is what women never did. They never had to do that. In fact, that was slutty, looking for men. What are you, a fucking prostitute? They weren't looking for men. They weren't. Come on, people, you know this. They were not doing that. Now, feminism has come along and says, well, it's okay for a woman to do that, to go looking for men. She doesn't have to be a whore to go looking for men. She just has to be a woman who knows what she wants. But it hasn't worked out. It's not working. It's not working. And so now they're in a bind. And my answer to all this is whatever. I mean, maybe the way we did it before was better for women, given their personalities, given their expectations. Maybe it was better the way it was.
No, for me though, it's not finding a partner that's that difficult. It's keeping one. So to be a really good in a relationship, you have to have really, really good communication skills, and that's where most people fall down. That's where all my partners, all my ex-partners have fallen down by the wayside, because they just weren't good enough communicators, and trust, and the trust broke down and everything broke down. So that's, and also something Vegan Equilibrium said earlier, you hit on it when you said love. Okay, yeah, love is the driving force behind people having babies. It's, I don't understand why people don't get this, but wanting to have a child with someone you love deeply is, I think, the most beautiful thing ever. And if it's healthy and you love it like your own, then there's nothing better in life. So that's kind of defending women like that, I suppose.
That's what marriage under God determined for, until marriage under government become a thing.
That's good.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that, like, I think that why it should be, I'm looking for love, and then the family the family happens as a consequence of that, not the other way around. Because if you do it the other way around, I just think you're asking for trouble. It's the wrong place. It's you're putting the cart before the horse.
It's just one qualia that they're looking for, like out of many. They want to see they want to meet a man who wants a family, just like some women want to meet a man who has his own business or has an academic background or is over 6 foot tall. It's just something they're seeking, and they don't forget, women have a lot of opportunity to fish the sea. There's many guys out there that will be open to dating them.
Sure,
So
I don't care. That's not
they're
the.
just narrowing the focus, and they're going to pick out of the guys that are looking for what they want.
Right, I get it. Look, like I said, I know men are doing the same thing, and I think it's just this cringe when men do it. But another thing, a point I'd like to make about it is that, well, in my opinion, not that it means anything, but in my opinion, the only men that are really qualified, that should be considered by these women, and I think a lot of women agree, are the men that are the top earners that can support a person from zero all the way to the.
I don't think that's
money over love.
Yeah, they should.
Jeffrey Epstein was one of the top earners. Do you think he was really daddy material?
You're once again like you're in a way straw manning my position.
No, I'm not.
I'm
really not. I'm really not. It's look.
You're saying just because I said top earner, that means that's all I care about.
We all know there's corruption at the top of society. So to say that the top earners should be the only ones that procreate is a ridiculous statement, in my view.
That's fucking.
Wait. But that's not the point,
providing,
though.
Because providing is man's duty. That's
not the point, though. If you're a top earner, then women are going to find you more desirable, and they're going to have sex with you, which means they're going to procreate with you.
Yeah.
DNW.
No, you're a objecting woman.
Hold on. Let Vegan Equilibrium say something.
Yeah, I want to say, top earner is not the only criteria. You just made it out like that's what I was saying, and just like let me finish my point before you mute me. If you like straw man me, don't mute me when I have to clarify something. But thank you for letting me finish.
Go for it. Have you finished?
Okay.
I would like to address a point that is beautiful. I don't think that it is beautiful. I think people feel. I mean, we had this whole discussion about love. What was that last week? Valentine's Day, like it's mostly serotonin and dopamine. Like love is not anything tangible. So you may feel some temporary sensation that you think is love, and then as a result, you create a human being, and then you want to, in retrospect, say that's beautiful. It's not beautiful. You let your body, your hormones manipulate you into forcing a human being to exist. Just because you thought you were going to be with someone, but the reality is that
some people think gay sex is horrific and it shouldn't be
done. The reality is that these relationships don't work; they don't last. Because women have freedom, economic freedom, they don't stay with men, and it's like you look at the divorce rates, you can look at the separation rates, and people do not stay together. So that love you felt in the beginning is not real.
Yeah, that doesn't necessarily.
No, those are lies.
It just means that probably the communication broke down again. But if you actually
communication is everything.
Well, and to address what D&W just said about gay men, I don't think gay men have delusions about love. This is something that really exists in heterosexual dynamics. Like, I don't think that gay men are like, oh, I just need to find love. Like, we don't give a shit about love.
I only brought that up because you're saying childbirth is horrific and horrible. Some people like it. Some people like it. Get over it. Some people think it's beautiful. That's just a matter of opinion. Subjective.
But objectively, if you look,
they're wrong. You can't objectively say they're wrong about that.
If you look at the statistics, these relationships do not work. So whatever love they said that they felt in the beginning is not real.
That's according to the statistics.
I don't live my life.
No, it is a manipulation.
Who says love has to last forever?
God.
Nobody.
Joking.
Okay, what we're talking about in a procreational context that you decided to have a baby because you were in love, and that love is fleeting, and now the baby is still here, and you're no longer in love. That's what I'm talking about.
That's not love. That's lust. That's you're lusting over someone. You want them.
But everybody thinks that they're in love.
Hold on. Hold on, but then the love moves on to the love for the child, does it not?
No, then it
In a lot
moves
of
to
instances, not all.
abuse. Then it moves to abuse for the child. Now the child is punished because the parents can't get along.
Yeah, that's true.
I see.
I was a product of that.
Says you were all delusional. Fuck you all and good night. You asked, why didn't you come on to say that?
Nah, come on, listener. Yeah, but I have noticed that there's three things people can clearly define, and I'm just going to say it. Those three things are God, love, and freedom. I have no idea what those words mean at all. Those three words, I have no idea what those words mean to me, because whenever I say those three things, other people are confused on my stances, and I'm like, yeah, no, I'm confused by yours. So yeah, I don't know what those words mean.
Unfortunately, we lost Cougar Duma.
You sound like you're in a swimming pool.
B&W. Did you get someone pregnant?
Oh.
When?
Recently.
Never gonna happen. Why do you ask?
I don't know.
I think both of you got somebody pregnant, which is why you're no longer anti-natalist.
What did you hear?
No, LA. That is not the case. That is not the case. Don't worry about that. If that's what you're worried about, you don't have to worry about that. But I'm no longer anti-natalist. I mean, I haven't been since 2024. So it's quite a while.
It's like when you became sober from AN.
I'm pro babies.
But you know,
Babies.
LA, it's like that's your opinion, bro.
Yeah, I agree with you. Everything is an opinion, but I can I defend my own opinion, right? So.
Yeah, well, look, the link to the live chat if anybody else wants to come on and join the show.
Be merry. The more the merrier.
Ricardo, what would you like to say about the fundamental drivers of humans as individuals? What do you think they are, or it is? Ricardo.
I can hear a hissing. Oh, it's
Ricardo,
gone.
I asked you a question.
Sorry, you were talking to me. Can you ask again? Sorry.
Ricardo, what are the fundamental drivers of humanity? When I say that, I mean as individuals. What is fundamentally driving us forwards?
Well, evolution, self-preservation. Obviously, that's the strongest drive in us. Is the desire to go on and to obviously make sure that we don't die. So that's pretty strong. But then we have a natural pull to evolution as well. So as we came out of whatever we came out of, fish or monkeys, or we're going towards something else. Maybe transhumanism, maybe. But I don't think we should merge with the robots and become androids. I think we should just more like I was saying, go back to nature and just merge back with nature, because we have lost touch with nature.
Passionate about, Ricardo?
People don't care about it.
Is that a view you're passionate about? Are you passionate in terms of the fact that you don't think we should merge with computers? Is it something that you feel matters?
Yeah.
And what are you doing about that? What are you doing about your passion in that regard?
I don't. What should I?
How are you going to turn back the tide in terms of human entanglement with technology? You want us to go back to nature. How are you, as an individual, working towards preventing our entanglement with computers, with becoming cyborgs? For example,
I'm trying to spread this message of
where.
Well, anywhere I can, really.
Where else have you been spreading it besides here? No, I'm being serious. If it's
anywhere, like I'm not a public speaker. Maybe I should be, but I just don't. Are
you kind of a little? You don't sound that passionate then. A little bit. You're
I
a
am
little bit
passionate.
apathetic.
I just haven't quite got my shit together. I'm still working on my honing my message. I'm not quite.
It may be that you're dilly-dallying too much, brother, because if you're trying to stop something like the encroachment of AI on human biology, you better get your shit together because it's coming for you.
I don't encourage it, so I don't go along with it. I'm not going to go along with it.
Yeah, but if you want to provide an alternative path for humanity, it's about time you went out and tried to publicize that in a more stringent manner. If that's what you feel is the most important thing for humanity.
Well, it's one important thing. I don't know if I'd get a placard and go take to the streets and get a megaphone and everything. I might consider it. Maybe do it with a friend. So it wasn't. I didn't feel
Look. Oh, sorry.
Okay, we have Yerf Dogs on the show. Yerf Dogs, welcome once again to the Finding Gnosis show. Good to have you here. What is it you'd like to say?
The conversation sounds remarkably spicy, so I thought I'd jump in. I'm not even sure what the topic is.
Well, it was all over the place. But we did start out. No, we started out. We to be honest with you, we've went all over the place with that, but it was meant to be. It was meant. I don't know if we ever really spoke about it in too great a detail. It was meant to be about what really drives us as humans. And that was it, really.
Oh, yeah. Different topics.
Sorry,
trying to get your end away. That's what drives guys.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, right.
That's it. That's it. That drives everything we do, I reckon.
For men, anyway.
Yeah.
Wait, what'd you say? You glitched out.
The goal is to get your end away, dip your wick. That's the whole thing. That's the entirety of our biological impulses.
Wow.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That's it. Is there not some kind of rudimentary hierarchy, though? I think there is. I think you're right. That is the goal. But I think in terms of the drivers, I think there is a preliminary driver of. I think we have this in our subconscious mind. There is an eternal question. I've said this before. An eternal question of "Am I okay? Am I okay? Am I okay?" And that is constantly being relayed to our sensory system, our conscious awareness, and vice versa. We're constantly feeding back information to that. So I think the preliminary driver is to be okay, to feel okay, and then from that, I think, survival, and then.
What do you mean to feel okay? I just think I don't think evolution really cares whether we feel okay or not. It's whether we're reproductively fit. I mean, honestly, the way if you asked me to reduce life down to its bottom line, I would say it's men want women and women want what men have, and proceed from there.
So men want women and women want what men have.
Men have, yeah.
And do you think love?
You don't mean they have penis envy. You mean they want the resources that men supply.
I think anyone who has penis envy needs their head checked.
All right, we've got Cougar Duma, our resident biologist. Cougar Duma, what are what really are the fundamental drivers of human beings?
Evolution.
Yep.
Adaptation, natural selection.
That's byproduct of it.
Evolution is the process, but I mean the drivers.
The
drivers could cause evolution, but
okay. So I'm being a little bit flip. Do you remember? I'm sure you do. About 2 weeks ago, I said something that it really stirred the pot. I want to say it again. Children want to be born. They will themselves into existence.
Yes. And I wanted to call you out on that, Cougar Duma, because I remember you saying that, and I forgot to say at the time, you know what that does? That view that you have perhaps is a rebuttal of your, quite strongly held belief that we have free will. Because if children are willing themselves into existence, then maybe you don't have free will.
Okay, so that's an interesting take. good for you. I think you have a lot less free will as regards reproduction than you imagine.
Yeah, because we're
The rest of it, maybe. Choose your religion, choose your God.
Have a little mull over that thought, Cougar, over the weekend, because I don't want to throw it on you now. But if you think there is like a life force willing itself into being, how does that affect your view that we have free will at all?
Okay. So I used words like will because I think it will resonate with people. There is another way to look at this that will be less controversial in a biological setting. The selfish gene.
Yeah.
Right.
Again, I think that is also demonstrative of us not having free will. But go ahead.
I know I'm pretty comfortable with you not having free will as regards mate selection or reproduction, number of children. You may be skating on thin ice in that regard. You may not have as much will as you think. It's possible that women have less will than men do. I would allow for that. And from a man's perspective, this discussion of will I or won't he runs into a male free will, and men may have more free will in that regard than women do. Women don't want to hear that from a male. That's me mansplaining or something else. But sorry, ladies, still love you, but you need to think about that.
I think women have better intuition generally than men as well, and they can see better into the future, whereas men.
Yeah, and allow for a moment, since you mentioned that. That's interesting observation.
How many of them work as statisticians?
Allow for, well, that's statistics is different. That's deterministic. Allow for a moment that women have better intuition because they have stronger instincts.
Yes, there you go. Deeper.
These things, or they're willing to listen to instincts or second and third thoughts. Okay, that they're tuned into the ineffable. They're tuned into the ineffable patterns of life because they have to be. They must be. So when I jump on here and I say evolution, adaptation, survival of the fittest, where do you think this operates?
Through women.
I'm just putting it out there. Please discuss.
Through the womb. The womb is the center of everything. The womb is the center of all
where
creation.
does survival of the fittest operate? Is that what you're saying?
Well, there's two different ways it operates. One is what everyone understands: survival of the fittest. If you are locked into your environment a little bit better than the other person, and you can find the seeds better than the other one, you can find the fruits, you can or you're just more violent, or whatever the natural selection parameter is. You survive preferentially, and you reproduce, and your offspring may be a little more like you. That's survival of the fittest, and that's how fitness gets promulgated through the generations. That's one thing. But there's another thing. It's called sexual selection. Sexual selection is a thing. And it's why women have big breasts. It's why men have height and physical advantages. It's why men are aggressive. It's why men are handsome. All this sexual selection stuff that actually has nothing to do with survival of the fittest. And yet, women choose certain types of men. Men choose certain types of women. The men notice the woman's fat content in her body, in her bottom, in her breasts, and all the other places. And he thinks, okay, she's younger, she's more fit, physically fit, right? She has more body fat. She'll be able to carry more children to term. And therefore, I'm going to take this female and breed with her. And that's sexual selection. It's not natural selection as in fitness. It's sexual selection. And it works heavily in humans and other animals too.
But it's kind of related, is it not? Because the most sexually selected individual, it will also be kind of the naturally selected one. You know what I mean?
It doesn't have to be, but it might be. Now, for example, what was it? Was it the red deer in Ireland or the roe deer in Ireland had the biggest antler rack of any deer alive, and it got bigger and bigger and bigger. And they see this in the fossil record. These huge antlers, like 12 feet across, right? Well, it just got so fucking big. The females drove the. Yeah, it became ridiculous, right? The females, through a kind of broken sexual selection, drove the males into a lethality corner, and the males died.
Cougar, some might argue that, for an intellectual, the sexual selection takes into consideration other things than the physical appearance or the.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. And in humans, it's really complicated. Really complicated.
And that may in some way be sexy.
But I'm just saying that in the question of how is it possible that children will themselves into existence, the mechanisms by which that happens are really complicated. And women have desires, and those desires can even be timed by ovulation. And so here is an egg with the potential to be a child, and that egg starts manipulating the woman's hormones, and then her hormones are doing this and that and the other thing. And then she's looking at males, and she's looking at males that are tall or blonde or blue-eyed or muscular or aggressive or whatever the sexual selection criteria happens to be for her culture. It's cultural, okay? It varies from one place to the next. Money. Right now, it's money. Does he have a house? Does he have a Lamborghini? These are all the things that will get a woman to open her legs.
I hear what you're saying. But I think you are right. But I think there's also an experiential basis to this, so that the woman with more life experience will start considering more factors in her selection, even when she's as horny as a goat.
Okay, but she's still horny as a goat.
She is still as horny as a goat, but I'm just saying, she won't be walking down the road going for the guy with the broadest shoulders. Just because
okay, yeah, I actually have. It's a joke to me. I have nothing to say on the elements of sexual selection. Facial hair, no facial hair. I don't even care. Okay, what turns them on? It changes all the time, right? Some women are more attracted to married men. Okay, I don't know what the criteria is. All I want to point to is what you said. She's horny as a goat. That's it. She's out there.
I've never heard that before.
Well,
she's out there.
I've never heard that before either, but yeah, I thought it would be yeah.
Yeah, here I am, Mr. Biologist, just pointing out something that has to be said, and whether people believe it or not, I don't really care. It makes me laugh, all the things that people think. But biology and nature is interesting, and as we always say in biology, nature bats last.
Yeah, it's a trick.
I agree with you that there are, but as I said to you, Cougar Duma, I think a woman who has, I think there's an experiential thing going on here. A woman who has more experience and greater intellect will utilize her mind to favor attributes that are outside of those sexual selection things that you were talking about. So, and she'll take into consideration other matters, even when she is on heat.
Okay, yes, absolutely. And some of the things will make a lot of sense to her at the time, and she may end up with the wrong man anyway. The point is, she's out there, she's doing it. Look, we're mansplaining here. Are there any women in the forum? Can we possibly get a chick in here to explain this to us?
Well, we want them to step up. Yeah.
What is a woman? Define a woman.
I think the women know who the women are.
Pamela's there. Pamela's there.
If we can possibly get a chick in here to straighten us out, straighten me out, tell me I'm full of shit, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Well,
that'd be good.
I don't know if I'm making a point though, Cougar Duma. I'm just trying to say that it's. I think that you are overplaying in terms of there is an optimum level of physical. Like the physical sexual characteristics that are attractive, like the height, the shoulders, whatever it is.
Foot size.
But I think that a woman will be taking into consideration other factors. So that those things alone aren't enough. Unlike in the animal kingdom, where I don't know, I can't speak monkey, but I have a feeling that in the animal kingdom, the physical stature of an entity will give them greater efficiency in the sexual market.
Yeah, well, that's the key. You don't speak monkey. It could be that the monkey that is quickest to hand a female a spare banana is the one who gets the nookie. Okay, so we have no idea what's going on with monkeys. I'll tell you, it's really complicated in humans, and we know it is because there are so many different types of races. The races of man have been driven by sexual selection, sometimes by environmental considerations, like dark skin helps when you're living in a very sunny area, prevents you from getting so much vitamin D. But apart from things like that, obvious things like that, a lot of the characteristics in humans are sexually selected. Women just decided that men should be that way. Men just decided that women should be that way. For example, the woman's breasts are like 5-6 times bigger than they need to be. The actual glandular tissue that's necessary to nurse the baby only needs a fraction of that size. Why are women so heavy chested? It's because men
I'm going to come in with
like
a real
that.
clanger here. I'm going to come in with a clanger here. I've never really thought of this before, but it would be interesting to hear your perspective. Is there a potential that women's preferences are sometimes shaped by men? And that sounds bizarre, but like what men allow to be successful amongst themselves somehow shapes the woman's sexual
absolutely. And let me give you an example.
I mean that like not physically, but even politically. You know, in their culture, for example, like the culture they follow, the religion they follow, what they paint as the ideal man.
Yeah, I can give you 2 examples, both of which will be highly controversial. One is submissiveness in females. Second one is religion.
Religion.
Women, mothers, teach their children religion. A man will pick a woman who is willing to do that. And as a consequence, there are certain types of women who are willing to do that.
I see what you mean now. Sorry, I was going to call you out on that because that was the man picking the woman. But you're saying the women... You said, yeah, but are the women choosing the man who wants to make them submissive? Is that what you're saying?
Possibly. Like if there's a lot of social pressure in the community for women to be submissive, she may go looking for a man who will dominate her so she can be acceptable in her community. She will do that.
That calling for the woman to be submissive is something that the patriarchy or the male politics calls for.
Yes, and that gets back to my first example, submission. Women are selected for breeding who evidence characteristics of submissiveness. And if you want to go a little further, the reason for the witch hunts was because these were women who were not submissive, and they killed them. And there's a movement, I don't know if it has any validity, it's just a movement where modern witches, mostly women, say, we are the daughters of the witches you did not kill. That's their claim. That's their claim.
Yeah.
I may not have stated it exactly right, but they get it. They kind of know that they were targeted because they did not evidence the behaviors. Now, this is me. I'm mansplaining. I'm completely full of shit. No, I'm a biologist. I understand why people do the things they do. It's to be in. It's to be secure. It's to be accepted. It's to not be on the edge, to not be thrown away, to not be thrown in a ditch, to be used by a man. He has all the power. And then for him to treat you right. And therefore you have to be submissive. And the women who are not submissive get burned at the stake. I'm not kind of making this up as a narrative, but I'm saying that I'm not the only one who's willing to think these thoughts about sexual selection in humans.
I think women want to be loved and men want to be respected.
Sure.
We
It's
don't
love.
always get it.
And don't assume that that's culturally defined. It might be, but it might also be that men want to be respected because it's easier to intimidate other men, and therefore you are a better protector. Okay, women want to be loved because love is a token, a stand-in for attention, commitment. So she's surrounded herself with children. She wants to sense love. She wants to be a person that he can love and provide for. So she wants to be submissive.
Loyal.
I'm getting more vibes here coming to me. Downloads from the universe, perhaps, as Seeker would say. But we're going back to this point that men, the politics of men or the outlook of men can shape women's mating preferences. I think it's a very interesting point. I think you did elucidate it very well there a moment ago. And I'm just thinking about the ramifications of this, Cougar Duma. Could you go into a little bit more of how this may affect society? Because that's what I want to say. Sorry, it just came to me. I often bat on about like the darker traits in society. Yeah. Now, it may be that we, like as I've said, there are psychopaths, narcissists, sadists, Machiavellian individuals in top positions in society. It may be that they are the story makers. They are the ones that create the narratives for society because they are the ones painting the picture. As in, like they are the ones doing the PR, you know, the advertising for society, what they feel should be on the agenda. And again, this agenda setting may psychologically impact young women and cause them to perhaps look towards these darker psychologies as favorable mates. I don't know if I'm making any sense at all, but I just think it would be interesting to think about how the darker psychologies perhaps impact these kind of outlook that society has on what a good man is.
Yeah,
I'm sure. Look, let me be a bit more clearer. I'm sure if there are narcissists at the top of society, they will paint themselves to be the ideal man, and therefore, a young woman looking out into the society, trying to learn as a youngster what is an ideal man, she will see the narcissist painting himself as the strong man, as the ideal man. I mean, Trump might be an example. Putin. These are people that perhaps women find sexually attractive, not because they are sexy in a kind of I don't know, in the physical sense, but because they dare to put themselves as the ideal man. They are the ideal man. There's a psychological thing there. There's something that the women are learning, they're internalizing, and that is affecting their outlook.
But we all know narcissists are fucking liars. So
no,
Well,
young girls don't know that. Young girls don't know that. And actually, we don't know. Most people are not psychologists. Most people are not proficient in understanding psychology. If they were, these people wouldn't be in power. Sorry, go ahead, Cougar.
Yeah, I just wanted to address something real quick that kind of popped into my head while you were talking. There is a phenomenon, I don't really understand it, I'm not a psychotherapist, but of the woman who loves the bad boy.
Mm-hmm.
This is women who, for example, just are attracted to basically bad men. And they often can't get out of bad relationships. And, but they get into them, and their friends, generally their girlfriends, will warn them, you're doing it again. Why it didn't work out the last time you did this? Why are you doing this again? You're pursuing this bad boy. He's not good for you. And she'll say, I can't help it. Now, what is that? I don't know what that is. I know that women understand this because they experience it among their friends. And they're always trying to help each other to get good mates or good outcomes. So I don't really understand it. But this is a phenomenon. You're mentioning Machiavellianism. Now, I try to draw a distinction between the human world and the real world. The human world is the world you were just discussing. politics, economics, money, influence, and even spirituality. You know, who's better in the eyes of God or anything else. So that's my three parts of the human world: politics, economics, and religion. Outside of that, there's what I call the real world, the world of phenomena, things that are not made up. So, lightning, floods, wild animals, the elements, reproduction, failure to reproduce, finding mates. That's all the real world. So you just mentioned a bunch of things like, well, what is it with narcissists? What is it with bad boys? You know, what are all these things? Well, actually, bad boys is more in alignment with phenomena. So let me get to stick with the narcissist.
Well, I know the kind of stereotypical view that, you know, bad guys are like more like in an animalistic sense, they're more likely to spread their genes if they're intelligent. I know that you can zone down to that, but I want to talk about, if you don't mind, the male effect on matters in terms of male politics, male direction of society, how that affects female outlook, and perhaps even the evolution of mankind and their mating preferences as women.
Yeah, I kind of already alluded to it when I talked about the witches. Let's imagine that it's a patriarchy, and let's imagine, well, it's not always that way, by the way. There are some powerful goddesses out there. You don't fuck with the girls, okay? Let's just imagine, though, we have a powerful patriarchy. Be a woman, to be a successful woman in that environment, you need to evidence behaviors that fit in with what the males are determining to be preferable. Now, this could be economics. A rich girl who just happens to have a big dowry, okay? It could also be politics. You know, marriages for convenience, marriages for political gain, marriages within your culture. Jews marry Jews, blacks marry blacks, okay? You can't get out of it. And it could be that you need to think of it as we're all kind of stuck in this environment. The environment is where we operate.
I agree. Now, I think it's interesting because on one hand, they say you can't beat nature, and some women rebel against that which society tells them to do. So, for example, some women, like, say their dad's racist, he says, don't go with a man of another ethnicity. You know, that woman, when she's of age, she may choose one, fall in love with one, have a child with somebody of a different ethnicity. But there will be women who are psychologically driven not to, and perhaps they literally feel repulsed by other ethnicities. And I think that maybe the men are shaping that outlook in their life. And again, this is having an effect on who they procreate with, their mate selection. And again, the women may well be happy with their choices. They may feel that, no, this is good. I am attracted to this person because, as I said, they've been psychologically conditioned and taught not to find others attractive who they may have found attractive otherwise. I think that's an interesting phenomenon.
Yeah, and it just falls out from cultural expectations, right? You will do this, and when you marry, you will have children, and you will be doing this for your husband, and you will serve him, and you will bow down to him. You know, these are all cultural expectations, and women who can't meet those cultural expectations, maybe because she wants to be a writer, because she wants to be a mathematician, because she wants to teach at university, these women may end up being unhusbanded and childless, and that's evolutionary pressure, people. It's right there, front and center.
Yeah.
She has no children.
It's all linked. Yeah.
It can be. I'm not really a pan-selectionist. That's the term applied somewhat derisively to biologists who think everything is evolution. Everything is selection.
I'm saying you can't escape the evolution side of it, because the natural selection is still at play, because the woman who forgoes her programming and does something else, her descendants may be more likely to carry that trait of single-mindedness. Do you get what I'm saying? So you can't escape evolution or natural selection or whatever. It's always going to come out.
If there's a component of it that is personality, then, and if personality is somewhat genetically determined, I would think.
I think it probably is influenced by epigenetics, surely.
Wow, that's ego Darwinist talk.
Well,
I think the parameters of the personality, the boundaries of the personality are influenced by the epigenetics, the genetics of the person. But yeah, I admit that there may be personality changes. For example, if they get a bang on the head or they get dementia, but then again, dementia probably has a genetic basis as well. Again, I'm willing to accept that if the person's brain is damaged physically, they may have a personality change that isn't based on genetics. But for the most part, I think even changes due to early onset dementia, etc., has a genetic basis.
Well, we know, for example, that mental illnesses sometimes manifest after sexual maturity. So 14, 15, 18 years old, men and women both, because of changes in their hormonal levels, can start to evidence personalities and or personality disorders. Because the brain is a complicated thing, and the hormonal influence on the brain is complicated and probably, for that matter, not all that well understood. We know that women are different than men, but women have testosterone too. And so if her testosterone levels are maybe a little higher, then her brain may be activated in a different way. It's all really complicated, people. I wish it wasn't, because it would make it so much simpler to say who's right and who's wrong. But it is super complicated. And this is where I come back and say, listen, reality is interesting. Okay, we don't need to go flat earth on this stuff. There's enough here to work with in reality that we can spend all our time just talking about the real world.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I want to bring in the Mind, I think, is next. He's just hopped on. The Mind, welcome to the Finding Notion Show. What would you like to say?
Yeah, I would like to say I think women, both mentally and physically, are very social creatures. I think they're highly affected by what other individuals around them say. I said in the comments, I think ultimately women put their loyalty in the crowd as opposed to the things or the people they love. Because if the majority is saying this is not good, I would have to say, from what I've seen, women tend to trust their friends, their family, their immediate circle, the people around them to make certain decisions for them. Like if all their friends are saying that's not a good guy for you to be with, more than likely the majority of the populace, when I'm speaking for women, will take the side of their friends as opposed to doing what they feel. That's what I think. I think men are more willing to go against the world to fall on the sword for the one they love. I don't think that happens much with women. One last thing I wanted to say, also, even physically speaking, like not just psychologically but physically, women sync up biologically to each other. Like that happens hormonally. Yeah, so that's a thing. It's not just emotionally that they conform to the crowd. It's hormonally as well. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I remember women living in shared houses. When I was a student, they used to start syncing up their ovulation cycle, and they used to menstruate at the same time. Can you tell us a little bit about that, Cougar Dreamer? I mean, I believe it's to do with competition. They're all trying to ovulate at the same time so that it increases their chance of getting having a baby with the alpha male who's around, because if it kind of, I believe it's got something to do with that, because what it means is if their child is born, it won't be neglected because others are born. Is it something like that? They're trying to pop the baby out first, basically? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I'll be honest, I haven't heard any discussions of that. The mechanism is pheromones, hormones that pass between people, okay? And that's well understood. So, but as to why women sync, it may actually not even be adaptive. It could even be maladaptive. Their hormones just don't stay in place. And pretty soon, because of basically hysteresis, they're synced. And this happens a lot in nature, by the way. It's just when things have a period, and women even call it their period, right? When things have a periodicity, they start to sync up. You see this, there's a great example of this in physics where you can start a bunch of pendulums swinging together, even in different parts of the same room, and eventually they'll be all in sync. And this drives people crazy. They're like, how can you swing these pendulums differently in the same room and then they're in sync? There are phenomena in nature that through the physical world force things that have a period to become synchronized. So
now, as I said, I read something, Cougar, that it's to do with the pheromones, whatever it is. Yeah, that causes it, but the reasoning is based on evolution, and that is the baby doesn't want to come out second; it wants to come out first. So it basically, these pheromones zinc up because they want to have. It's better to have the period or have your ovulation at the same time as the other females, the competition, than to come out later, because that means the baby will be more likely to be born at the same time or first, rather than be born 3 weeks later and neglected.
Yeah, I was more referring to the cycles, like women's cycles, period cycles. They will sync up if they tend to be around each other long enough. And I think that's true too for, like, again, not just physical things, but mental conceptualizations, personalities, and worldviews. All of that is, women, I think, are very susceptible to influence when it comes to that type of stuff. Being around a certain
They may
person.
be susceptible to agreement, but that doesn't mean they're harmonious in their attitudes towards each other. From what I gather, the female world is fraught with bullying and much trauma. Being a female in a female school is difficult. Women can be very nasty to each other. Nurses bully each other. Teachers bully each other. I don't know. They may zinc up, in terms of their hormones, but I don't know if the zinking up in terms of their outlook and their personality and such is genuine.
Okay, I'm gonna have to jump in here. Yeah, people.
I don't know if any of it is genuine.
Okay, sorry. Wait, what did you say?
No, go ahead. Sorry.
People can definitely sync up and still be in disagreements with each other. Like, women can have the same perspective on how a hierarchy is structured, but still disagree with that structured hierarchy. Even though they recognize and agree, like, okay, this is what a beautiful person is, this is what skinny is. I don't like that. They consider this to be skinny, but I want to reach those standards because that's what everybody else likes, and I want to be liked by everybody else.
There is that as well. Yeah, there is that.
So yeah, I ultimately, I think women are very, what is that thing called? I was going to say intelligent. I want to say more mental. They work more in the mental realm, because men, we are more physical. We get what we want by force, right? Historically speaking, and women had to be more strategic about how they go about things. So I think they did use this whole social interaction cohesion to get what they want. And whether I said it earlier, like, women, it's hard for women to fall in love because there's different things that women love. Like, women love emotional support, physical affection, and mental, I think, like some kind of mental, financial and mental support along with physical. Those are the three things. So women nowadays, they like to try to act like they're as independent as possible. So if they could get those things from different people, that's even better, because they will feel less vulnerable if they're not getting their finances, their emotional and their physical needs from one person. That makes them feel more vulnerable, as opposed to spreading those needs out amongst many men, which again makes it harder to actually fall in love with the person, because they're not falling in love with the person, they're falling in love with what the person is giving them. anyone there?
Yeah, I heard you. They're not falling in love with the person; they're falling in love with what the person's giving them. You could turn that around and say men are doing the same thing.
Well, I mean, if what the man is wanting is like some kind of, for me, I think if I could have somebody who would be, I would say, loyal, right? Like not be willing to stab me in the back when the first person who comes by tries to, attack me. I would appreciate that. Like if somebody who cares about me and loves me, like I think most men want is some kind of like emotional support. If that's too much for women to give, then I don't know what the hell to ask for.
What do you mean most men want emotional support? What's that about?
Well, I think it has
You
to
want
do
a
with some
mommy.
level of understanding. It has to do with the level of communication, like the ability to comprehend what the person's saying, not just comprehend, but feel where they're coming from. Because you could have this intellectual understanding, but if you don't really have this emotional connection or understanding of where they're coming from, it's just all academics. Like it's all words. It doesn't really matter if you're not feeling it. If you don't feel where the person's coming from, then what are y'all even doing in the relationship?
Isn't that just a communication issue? An ability to communicate effectively? Because in my experience, in a relationship, it takes time to sort of find the vibe that both of you have. But if you give it the time it needs, once you've got that vibe, it works. But I like communication across. I mean, heck, across sexes, men to women, is difficult enough as is, and then tailoring it to the needs of your partner and your partner's, all that kind of. I mean, I've got no idea about the academic side of this, but I don't know. It's just something you just got to find your way through trial and error. I mean, that's what I'm just wondering if what you're talking about is ability to communicate effectively. I might be off target. I don't know. I'm just wondering if that's the correct way to interpret what you're saying.
No, I don't think so. I think we're all different. Like I think we're unique people, and the way we react to things might be, similar to each other. But I think ultimately we do have our own personalities, and I think it just has to do with the level of comfortability, like a level of willingness to just live life. Like literally, there's some people who I feel like for me, to live life, like the joy of living life is finding the things in life to love. And I think part of that is people. And when you love something in life, it makes you enjoy life. I think it makes you want to live longer and experience more. And I think just being around certain people, even if they agree with everything you're saying, they're doing exactly what you're doing. I just don't like them. I don't care like if you believe in me 100%. If you want to like do exactly what I'm doing, if there's just a certain personality, if there's a certain thing about you, I don't care if we agree 100%. I just don't like the person. Like there's just something about this irrational thing we call love that I think there's no rational, reasonable explanation for why we do it.
It's a trick of nature.
Maybe it's two different topics. I think that love, love. When that feeling, I think, is just it just happens. It's way beyond free will. There's no way we control that. Who we're attracted to.
It's like they say you can't choose who you fall in love with. I think that's so true.
Well, you can't choose who you feel attracted to, but you can choose who you commit to, sure. and who you betray as well. I mean, so.
Series of choices.
I think there's a lot. I think like just listening to that from the mind, I'm just wondering maybe this is just my feeling. Just old Steve over here in the corner doing this thing, but I reckon that it might just be placing too many expectations on your partner. I think
Okay, there's a lot of background noise. I don't know who's making noise, but I can't hear what the other person's saying.
I can't hear him.
I actually, yeah, okay. It's not. I don't think it's me. I'm the only one unmuted now. So if it's me, please tell me. Yeah, I just think I have a feeling that too much expectation is put on partners these days for emotional support, that kind of stuff. And I know I'm going to sound like an old fuddy-duddy, but you know, there's of course you need to be emotionally supportive of each other, yada yada yada. Yeah. But I think there's a side of that. It tilts too far to the feminine kind of way of doing things. And I know I'm going to get a lot of flack for that probably, but you know, I think there's or feminization. That would be the better way of saying it. Not feminine. That's wrong. I think the pendulum needs to come back a little bit more towards the center, towards more masculinization. I'm just not a big fan of this. I lean on my partner for emotional support. That's just, again, I'm just one guy here doing my thing. So,
yeah.
Well, men are expected to bottle up their emotions. That may not be smart, but that's a.
Yeah, it's
well,
horrible.
I don't think that's the same thing. I don't. That's not the same thing. I don't think that's the same thing. I think that I'm only zoning in on one thing, honing in on one thing. I just
you say, Cougar, it may not be smart, but I think if you look at it from an evolutionary perspective, it is smart for males to bottle up their emotions because we live in a world where people will take advantage of you. It's a dangerous world, and I think I would kind of side with Yerf Dogs a little bit here because there is a reason, although it's not pleasant, there is a reason why, for the most part, genders behave the way they do, and that's because nature compels people to behave that way because, yeah, the world is dangerous. If you go out there as a bleeding heart, as a man, you'll be eaten by the wolves. It will be used against you in a competitive arena. Unfortunately, that is just a fact. Again, I would say women have a preference for men who are stoic and don't show emotion, whether they like to admit it or not. They don't want they say to men to be open, to release what your burdens. But if you start crying on the side of the street, they're going to walk on by. I'm sorry. It's just a fact. It's if you're crying, if you're upset by reality, to them at a subconscious level, it's indicative that you're not fit for this reality. I'm sorry.
Well, to any other man, not just woman, will look at you as a complication.
Whereas
you're emotionally unstable.
The insidious and maybe disturbing thing here is that many men maybe look to enjoy finding vulnerabilities in women so that they can manipulate them into liking them. So they try to be that woman's shoulder to cry on, hoping that she might, stop crying and look at the man as a potential mate. It's a disturbing one-way system.
Yeah, I think this whole thing about men needing to talk through shit, I really disagree with that.
Oh, really?
I came up through that whole fucking feminized counseling nonsense, and it messed with my head. It was a really bad thing for me. So I think there's a lot of value in men just having mates, and drinking buddies is the best thing. You don't need to talk through your issues necessarily, but just hanging with your mates is an extraordinarily, I don't know what the fucking word is, an extraordinarily freeing, helpful.
Spend time together.
that kind of zone.
There's something to be said, whether
So you're saying
you
that
like it
friends
or
are
not,
good.
about being. There's something to be said. There's something to be said, and it may sound ridiculous, but there's something to be said for a man to be nihilistic about his own emotions. I know that sounds insane,
No, it
but there
doesn't.
is. I'm not saying be nihilistic about reality and society, but there is something to be said about being nihilistic about your own emotions
Yeah,
and
that's true.
realizing existence is absurd and your emotions don't really matter in terms of your success, your well-being. In fact, to be overly emotional is a hindrance.
I'll tell you what,
So
I'm gonna shoot a hypothesis out into the void here. Something that's been in the back of my mind for a while. But a lot of our lives now, and this is just a hypothesis. I have no research, nothing to back this up, but it's just something I've been thinking about. Most of, or our lives are increasingly online now, and the problem with online living, in scare quotes, is that you don't have the background threat of violence, whereas in the real world you do. And I think, or I'm supposing that this internet life that all of us are involved in is actually more feminized than masculinized because there is actually no resolution to anything. Whereas in the real world, you can often resolve things. And I don't mean things are resolved by violence, but they are resolved by true power. And but on the internet, that doesn't exist. And there's often just this, it's just a never-ending blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I've not articulated that very well, but I think the point I'm trying to make is I think the internet, our internet connections are not as masculine as they are feminine, masculinized as they are feminized.
Oh, you can thank for
I've
social media on that.
I've articulated that very poorly. So there you go.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, I would like to jump in here and say this is kind of real similar to the whole. It reminds me of the whole thing when it comes to the gathering of information. Like back in the old days, that's what they used. They used women to gather information for intel, right? And that's kind of what it seems like today. The internet is used just for as a giant information gathering net, right? And ultimately, yeah, the internet is more tailored towards females, like all of these selfies and online what's it called, exposure. I do feel like it was made to tailor towards women, and then that attracts the men, and it just creates a whole ecosystem where monitoring can happen. It drops people's guards and it allows back and forth. And ultimately I do think there is a lot of danger on the internet, but they hide it. They hide the actual dangers. So ultimately it's very predatory, but it's very grooming. Like they groom. The internet is made to groom individuals and it just creates a lot of bad mentalities, personalities, etc.
Women who judge you for having emotions aren't worth your time. I don't think. I don't know. I mean, it's so easy to speak generally when there's so many exceptions in specific cases. But
well, nobody wants a psychopathic woman. I mean, if she, if you're emotional because someone close to you died or something, then there is a time and a place for having an emotional tribulation. So yeah, I mean, look, obviously, men sometimes. I mean, society accepts that a man might be upset at a funeral for a loved one. So yeah, it depends on the context. I mean, yeah, if a woman never cares about you, or never asks you if you're feeling okay, well then that's a problem. Psychopathic women exist too. 50% of psychopaths are women. Yeah.
Yeah. Hell.
Not surprising.
No, it's not. Be the change you wish to see in this world. Oh, that's pretty. Yeah.
I think there's a lot to be said for a bit more rough around the edges masculinity. I just feel like things like cancel culture and all that kind of fucking nonsense. It's a massive attempt to sanitize and to you know and make things antiseptic, and it's just fucking to make things sterile. I think, and it cuts both ways. This may be the bad thing about existence. Existence is a dirty thing. It's a dirty game to play. And if you try and make it clean and all smooth around the edges and all that kind of stuff, well, I think that has deleterious effects on our biological impulses. I mean, again, read whatever you want into that. I know what I'm talking about. I'm just really, I need another coffee. Thanks for my TED. Thanks for coming to my TED talk.
No, I can understand your point of view. Yeah, I can. Yeah. Though, like, actually, I don't know what I was gonna say. But yeah, I think the whole like washing away of like the I guess of like the liberal culture. Yeah, it's definitely there, especially here in like America. I live here, and yeah, we see that now it's starting to die off, but still here, clinging on.
Yeah, but it's something that's, I don't know if it's liberal or not necessarily, but it's something that when I look back over my life since the 70s, the trajectory has definitely been in that direction, even way before the fucking internet. So
yeah, of course, yeah, but that was supported by like the liberal college campuses, and this is coming from a person who is like not a conservative, but like I'm just stating like in my like estimation, like a historical thing I see.
Welcome to Cal Marcus. Brother Marcus, you're on the Finding Notice show. What would you like to add to the conversation?
Just hanging out.
Cool.
Yeah, Count Marcus.
Feel free to say whatever you want to say, whenever you want to say.
Yep.
The lurker.
Okay, so I got a question for y'all. If you don't mind answering it.
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
I was recently donating to a streamer. We were friends, and basically I was like, okay, I don't know if I should keep on donating to this person, because literally one time I got into a car accident, right? And I was like, hey, I just got into a car accident. They never asked me if I was okay, right? She was just like, well, are you going to be able to pay me still?
Sorry, the mind. Can we not talk about this, please? Because I saw you mention something in the private chat and it upset someone. So I'd rather not talk about it. In case it's related to them, I don't know. I don't want you to tell me if it's related to them. But
we're talking about women and money and stuff. So,
because of the substance of that private chat, I'd rather not talk about that topic.
Yeah, that's not smart.
Because there was somebody on here who didn't like the topic, and I just want to respect that. I'm sorry, the mind.
Yeah.
Chicky, are you coming on here? Melinda in the back room. I have no idea who you are. You're going to have to say something in the YouTube live chat, because I have no idea who you are. We don't let randomers on here. They're gone now. Okay.
You need to go through a training course and get a certificate before you're allowed on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We wish.
Yeah, you need to go for 4 years of schooling.
But I've said this before, on this stream, because I live in Japan, so I live in I have the
you live in Japan,
the West. Yeah, I have knowledge of the West and the East, and the cultures are so different. Just that, one's black and one's white, and when I see what's going on in the West. And again, I'm just repeating stuff I've said before, but I feel so sorry for young men growing up in the environment that's happening in the West now. I just think, fuck. Yeah. I mean, people who can navigate that successfully.
I think women too. Young girls, young women growing up as well.
I mean, it's so bad.
Yes,
that
okay, same. Yeah, I should. Yeah, I'll you're right. It's young people. Yeah, I'll say young people.
Yo,
That's right.
dog. Why didn't Kantianism spread to America? The Western version of social harmony, Kantianism. Why did it not spread in America?
Why did pantheism not spread to America?
Yeah, because there's a social harmony philosophy. For some reason, it should be more broad in the West, but it's not. It's only limited to Germany, where the idea is from. Kantianism, yeah. Kantianism, Kant, Immanuel Kant.
Why didn't Kantianism spread to the West?
No, it's Spinoza. It's not Kant.
Yeah, that's Spinoza.
Kantianism.
I don't understand the question.
He's saying Kantianism, not pantheism.
Kantianism, yeah.
Immanuel Kant. I don't know because
Immanuel Kant, yeah.
People don't
You're
agree
asking
with
me why didn't Kantianism spread to the West? Is that your question?
Yeah. No, it's just a German philosopher.
I know Immanuel Kant, of course. Yeah.
Immanuel Kant. Yeah. Any German knows it, but for some reason outside of Germany, nobody knows it.
The presumption behind your question is that Kantianism hasn't spread to the West. I don't know what that means.
But Kantianism is.
That means that way it did not spread to America, where the solution for it seemed to be the very thing that can solve America's problem right now, which is the social problem, which is social harmony.
Well, if you want
why didn't it happen?
G, if you wanted to give you a quick rundown, you could say that as a derivative of Kantianism, it was already in America. It was the Age of Enlightenment. There was deism, right? Like the Thomas Jefferson, Ben Franklin. They were all the Age of Enlightenment. So in a way, a relative of Kantianism was already in America, and as we say now, it's not really working out too well. So, so the American idea was founded on a type of subset or related to Immanuel Kant, and that's why it kind of did, and it's kind of
so it got replaced. Okay, makes sense.
It didn't got replaced. It's just that it just couldn't work out, and from its conception, in my opinion, in my history.
Well, in my opinion, I think it works because it is a preach of social harmony. You can use that same very thing in China or any Eastern country. It will work.
Yeah, well, I think China is following something else, right? You guys have another.
We have Taoism. Yeah, we have the harmony itself.
Confucius, right? You have Confucianism too.
Confucianism, yeah.
Yeah, you have
Taoism,
that. You have those things which, for some reason, work well over there, but whenever any Western country tries to implement,
that's why. That's why I said in the West, you guys have Kantianism. For some reason, that doesn't seem to
work out
right out of Germany.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't really work out anywhere in the West. If you want my honest opinion, it doesn't really work.
It works. It someone works in Germany.
No, Germany is going through some problems right now.
Yeah, they have their own problem, but for the social harmony part, Germany is a lot more advanced compared to America.
I would say it's on the same wavelength of
not so sure.
issues. But I can see where
that
you're
makes
coming.
sense.
I can see where you're coming from, G. No, I think I understand you. Yeah.
I actually live close to Germany as a Swiss. No, it's not the case at all. But,
yeah, it's not the case, but it's
no worries, you.
Understandable. I'm just a little bit questioning of it.
It's good. It's good that you asked that question because I talk to a lot of people from a lot of Asian countries that see what's wrong with Western countries. There is no such thing as social cohesion, order, or harmony. I'm I don't know.
Nothing like that.
I blame it on a lot of things. I blame it on neoliberalism, just basic liberalism, democracy, stuff like that. Yeah, I blame it on
the globalists.
What do you mean there's no social cohesion? What is this?
Me?
The West doesn't have social cohesion. What are you talking about?
I mean, there's no sense of helping because everything is based on profit, right? And everything is starting to get more competitive, right? There's no
let's help out our friend in need, or like our fellow like neighbor.
And what do you think in Asia that everyone's helping each other all the time and not motivated by getting ahead?
No, I never said that.
It might
Okay,
be
I want
worse,
to jump in
isn't
here real
it?
quick. I think it's illegal in the United States. I've seen it where literally you can't house or feed the homeless in many countries. I mean, in many what's it called? States, you can't do that. You're not allowed to do that. So I mean, yeah, when you talk about social cohesion, law enforcement is ultimately the one who determines and decides what happens or who's allowed to do what. Even when it comes to aid, even when it comes to helping our fellow man, we're not allowed to do that because we could be considered a criminal for just simply trying to help someone. Okay, that's it.
DW.
Yes, Chick P, go ahead. Join the Finding Notion show. What would you like to say?
That was nice of you to say hello to me. I was just talking. What Cougar guy was saying was actually incorrect, and I know so because I've lived with women for.
Who, Cougar Doomer?
Pardon? Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's incorrect actually because I spent 4 years at girls' boarding schools and 4 years 3.5 years in the Navy, and I can assure you what he's saying is absolute rubbish. Nonsense as usual.
About what? About what?
Women's periods synchronize and they do not.
Oh, well, that's what I heard. I was pretty damn sure that was a fact because I heard that from some scientific thing.
No, they don't actually. Well, I'm just saying I was there. I spent 4 years in a girls' boarding school in dorms. There'd be 8 of us. And I spent 3.5 years in the Navy living in with a load of females, and that's not true. So I don't know where all this comes from.
Maybe
okay, I'm not going to argue it. I'm just saying what I've heard, so I don't know.
Maybe there is a component where the person has to be empathetic and not a psychopath to have some kind of connection to the other females.
Are you saying I'm a psychopath?
That was a joke. Oh, Chickpea. Oh, Chickpea. How are you? I don't know. Are you a psychopath? You can answer that question.
God knows. God knows. No, I'm not. I don't know. Am I? I wouldn't know even if I was.
This
Would
started
I?
off as a joke.
Psychopaths don't know they're psychopaths.
Well, do you have homicidal rage on a weekly basis or daily basis?
No, I don't get angry. Not really.
Fair enough. Well, I don't know. That's quite a strong line, I suppose. I don't know if all psychopaths are homicidal all the time.
I don't know. I wouldn't know. What do I know anyway?
I think you know about these symptoms,
I
DW.
don't know. That's what I said. I don't know if they are homicidal. I doubt it. I doubt they are.
Well,
because then they wouldn't be surgeons, would they? What are the other symptoms of being a psychopath? I think being glib. I think that's G.
Oh, fucking dear.
G, sorry, G.
Yeah, what are the other symptoms of psychopath or psychopathy?
Superficial charm, I believe, is one. Sometimes, I think it's generally a lack of emotional concern, like you don't care about.
I can share it because my dad is a psychopath. They tend to be very self-destructive. Their anger is usually aimed inwards, therefore eventually splitting outwards. They don't have killing intent, but you do feel that pressure when they're angry because they're very unpredictable. They tend to do stuff that they consider themselves like, but they don't tend to stay that kind of period long until something happens. It seems like they really like to find outward pleasures to alleviate their inward pressure about their own self. So they like to see other people suffer like they do, so they can feel less suffering. They do feel, but they're not feeling the same way we do. They're a lot more intense in that field, and they can change just like a baby does. And you sometimes can see the settlements.
DW, I just
Say
put
that
it on the
again,
thing.
G.
Who's G?
G, are you there?
DW. What?
Is he there? Where'd he go?
No, he
No, he
left.
seems to
Wrong,
drop off.
actually. I've just got it off the
His
thing.
dad
It's
must have come and killed him or something. Oh, here he is. He's back.
antisocial behaviour.
G, what did you say? The last thing you said, what was it?
So what was
G?
it?
The
Yeah,
last thing
can you
you
hear
said,
me?
you said something, I can't remember what it was. You said something, I didn't hear it properly. The last statement you made about
They tend to let outward people suffer, so their inward can be more harmonized, and they're more expressive on their emotion inwards than outwards.
See, I
Because
think
using outwards is how they manipulate.
I think you're also. I think you might be talking about narcissists as well. Narcissists like to hurt other people.
Yes,
Narcissists,
yeah, they
psychopaths.
overlap a
The thing
lot.
is,
They're on the
some
similar
psychopaths
spectrum.
don't
Yes.
psychopaths don't necessarily want to hurt people. It's only if they've got the narcissistic or the
No,
sadistic.
but they
morbid.
don't look at you as a threat. They look at you as an obstacle of something.
Right. Yeah.
Or
Okay.
they're the total opposite ideal of you, where they're just not gonna like you. They're not gonna necessarily kill you, but they try to remove you out of the environment that they're in.
I mean, I a few years ago, maybe 2021, I wrote to kind of. I actually think human nature is pretty fucking dark if you analyze it. You know, if you want to take an objective view at it.
Well, we admire taboos.
There seems to be something where most people need a kind of relational proximity. They need something to really care about someone. They also need. So often it's about what that person can do for them. Competition is rife. Obviously, we're in a competitive arena, and sometimes that can be ruthless and some might say callous. But we have Cougar Duma back. Cougar Duma, what would you like to say about psychopathy, human nature, and perhaps the darkness inherent in human nature, if you believe it may well be characterized as such?
Yeah, I might have something to say about that. But first, I want to recognize something that Chickpea just said a moment ago. She attributed it to me that I brought up the subject of women's periods becoming synchronized. And I think I said I wasn't really sure about that.
That was me.
Yeah, it was you. And I mentioned something about, pendulums tend to synchronize. It is a phenomenon in nature. But I went ahead and looked it up, guys. Did some science-y shit here. And apparently the evidence, we're data-driven here, boys and girls, the evidence is not good. It's called the McClintock effect, named after a woman, Martha McClintock. Clintock, maybe. And she did a study, and she came up with this idea that women's periods become synchronized. She was looking at 150 women living in dormitories. Probably where you would expect this. But later studies said, not really, because her sample size was a little small. Also, there's a phenomenon where women's periods can last 5 days, and their periodicity is 28 days. So the chance of just random overlap is about 25% or so, whatever the math would really be. And it's not even perfect overlap, like just overlap of a couple days might actually qualify as meeting the criteria of the study. But anyway, people came along later and said, hold on, we need to study this again. And they decided, maybe not. So sorry that we did all that. And Chickpea, once again, not for the first time, is correct. Not for the first time. I want everyone to recognize the resident Chickpea is actually, once again, correct.
It's not It's just that I went to boarding school and I learned all this at boarding school.
Oh, you went to boarding school?
Yeah.
Oh, damn! I feel bad for you.
Why?
Oh, because isn't that like a pretty isn't that like a confined space where you're like you have to move from home and you're like in like another...
Yes.
Well, you're presuming she wanted to be around her family. Some people were happy to get away from their family.
Oh, really?
How presumptuous of
It's
you!
nice to beat a scientist. It's always nice to beat a scientist.
Oh yeah, me like either way, like I was like either like if I had to choose like between my family and like a school in like another town or state and have to live there, I think I would place my bets on my family, even though I don't really like them too much. But that's more like familiar ground to like navigate. And like a boarding school, no, I would not do well.
You know what? Looking back on it, at the time I didn't like it, but looking back years later, especially when I was 11, 12 years old, went to my first boarding school, and we had a great time late at night as little kids because we used to play up terrible in the dorm, the 8 of us. It was really good fun. And then when I was 14, 15, I went again. And actually, it was a blessing to be at a girls' boarding school because, like, you know, you have your little feminine problems. And, of course, you've got your friends in the dorm to help you through.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's good and bad. It's good.
Yeah.
Boarding school is good and bad. In a way, I wish, I don't know. But, yeah, I learned a lot there. You know, yeah, it's good and bad and everything.
I spent time in like a home, like a recovery home, but that's about it. When I was involuntarily away from family, the only times I was away from family was when I chose to be. Yeah, but like the only time I was involuntarily away from them was when I was sent to like a rehab home. Yeah, that was the only time.
Yeah, it's good and bad. But yes, when you said that about periods, Kruger, I thought, no, you're wrong there. And I know, because we knew exactly who was having their period in the dorm that particular week or day or whatever. We all knew who was on and who wasn't. So I remember it well.
Well, that's why we need more women in the chat, okay? So thank you for coming along and sharing that. You happen to be in alignment with the data, so you go.
God. Yeah, I'll tell you something though, Cougar. You know what I find so sad about the whole period thing is it never gets talked about at school. You're not taught anything about it. Most mothers don't talk about to their daughters. I know my mother didn't. And it was a damn good job that I was at boarding school when it happened, because I would not have known what was happening to me. That's how sad it is. Our modern, supposedly, educated, well-balanced society, they don't retell their own daughters the horrors.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of repression around, well, let's just call it sexuality, because, of course, a woman's period is the onset of her maturity. So congratulations, you're a woman now. And that, of course, brings up all sorts of sensitive subjects for proper adults, like, do you need to go on birth control now? Do we have to teach you about sex? Do we have to talk about banging the nasty, and all this kind of stuff?
You learn absolutely nothing. I learned everything from silly rubbish films from Hollywood. So, you know what Hollywood were teaching us back in the 60s.
Well, Hollywood is the worst place to learn anything about sex.
Yeah, but that's what we learned it from. Because that's why the casual sex thing came in, wasn't it? Boy. We learned.
Yeah, the casual sex thing, and it just sets up very high, unrealistic expectations on you from Hollywood. They just set a lot of like false notions of like romance and sex.
Yeah,
like,
tell me about it. I was well and truly taken in.
It's so bad. Yeah, it's horrible. Actually, Hollywood should be banned, in my opinion.
Yeah.
In my generation, they taught it in school.
Oh, really?
Wait, what do you mean, oh, really? Did they not teach it to you in school?
Yeah, we had that as well. We had the whole 618.
You mean periods, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I wanted to say something about the whole. I wanted to say something in regards to the whole, like, with men and women developing. I do find it kind of messed up that, like, women are considered to be adults before men because of the whole fact that they have a period and they can get pregnant and stuff. Like, how many times in history have you seen a guy get what is that thing called where you become an adult at a young age?
Puberty?
Huh? No, it's called like you get emancipated. Yeah, emancipated.
Yeah, there's emancipation, or you can have
Exactly.
mature minor as well.
Yeah, there's more women. There's more girls getting emancipated than there are boys because of the fact that they can get pregnant and they are considered under the law to be an adult, which is kind of messed up, I think.
Oh yeah.
Like literally, somebody of the same age is not considered an adult, but because he's a male. But this chick is because she could like have sex. That's and she could, not just she can have sex. She can have a baby. So that's kind of messed up. That seems predatory. Like how the hell are you gonna say this guy, these two people, one's a kid, the other one's an adult, and it's
What
just
are you
purely based
talking
off of
about?
gender?
I don't understand this. Emancipation's like a legal thing that you have to apply for, isn't it?
Yeah, you do. You have to
Yeah.
sign a document. Yeah.
Okay, so and why what are you talking? Are you saying that more teenage girls than boys get emancipated? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think there's like this whole social push for.
Why do you think that? I'm just gonna ask why. Okay, I'm going to bow out.
Say it again, MD. And DW, what'd you say? DM.
I didn't say anything. I'm just listening.
Oh.
It was me. Women considered adults before guys. Being emancipated doesn't mean you're an adult, I don't think, does it?
Well, yeah, under the law.
I'm not American. I don't know how that works. So
adulthood is a legally defined criteria. Here in the U.S., you're not considered adult, quote unquote, for adult activities like drinking or entering the military until you're 18.
Being emancipated doesn't give you the status of adult, though, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Right,
it just means you are in charge of your own affairs.
Yeah, that's
and for someone who has complicated affairs, that might be important, like for someone who's rich or something. But when someone says, "Oh yes, a woman attaining her period, she becomes a woman," I said that deliberately because I did not say an adult. She becomes a woman.
Yeah, no.
That means that she is fertile and is capable of having offspring. Okay, that's all that means. And discussions of when adulthood begins is a social construct, and there may be good reasons for doing it. Not all nations have that same idea. There are young women who are married as adults at 13 or 14 or even younger in some cultures.
Mm.
They are considered adults for the purpose of marriage, which is an activity that adults engage in, but they're just becoming women and they're 12 or 13 years old.
Actually, Cougar, in some parts of the world, it's 9 years old. Some parts of the world, girls start at 9. Did you know that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There is that problem here in America. We have the Mormon faith, and I don't know too much about Mormonism as a religion, but culturally, it does tend to hand the daughters off at a young age, shall we say?
Shocking.
Yeah, no, I'm not surprised.
I really feel for those girls. I think God, I don't know, I don't know what to make of it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Well, some cultures obviously consider females basically on the par of brood mares, right?
Yeah.
Start reproducing early and often.
Yeah, in the Middle East, they do.
Yeah, and I'd say in this country, here in America, it is also religious. Here they call it a full quiver. So you have all your ammunition, which is your offspring, in a full quiver. So 12, 15 children is not considered too many, but it's always religious, okay, in this country.
It's terrible. Yeah. Shocking. Now, there's a thing out on YouTube somewhere, and it's of a little 11-year-old girl, heavily pregnant, with some old husband. He's about 50. This is a little girl pregnant with an old man.
That's horrible.
It's disgusting, isn't it?
Yeah, and sometimes it's done for monetary purposes. The parents of the girl sell the girl. They make money.
Yeah.
Or they do it for political purposes.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know how often it happened, but in medieval times in Europe, boys and girls as young as 8 years old might be quote unquote wedded.
Yeah.
You know, doesn't mean they're having sex, but they are married, and you know, and it's done for political purposes. You know.
Mm. Yeah. You know what else they do in the Middle East? Because I lived in Yemen when I was very, very young. And in the Yemen, you used to see a lot of handicapped, crippled children. And they were actually rendered that way by their own parents to go out begging.
Yeah.
You believe it's true. Begging for
Yeah.
the rich tourists that, you know, because Aden was a major port, all the rich tourists on the way up to the Red Sea and things. Yeah. And they actually did it to their own children.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen some real horrors actually in my life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's plenty of evidence that people are shit.
Yeah. Yes, that's why that's why I hide away with a load of cats.
Slipknot has a song called "People Equal Shit." Slipknot. You guys know Slipknot? I like that band. I grew up with that band. Yep, Slipknot.
Yeah. These are horrible things.
Yeah. Slipknot.
I think D&W had a question. I came on and I said I'll answer that question, but I immediately started doing mea culpas over Chickpea's comment about period synchronization. So now I can't remember what his question was. Does anybody remember?
No.
No, I can't actually. Damn. I have ADHD.
Marcus,
So,
did you watch that film I told you about with what's his name in Guy?
no,
No, I thought you liked Guy Pearce.
I do like Guy Pearce.
Oh, it was a freebie film on YouTube.
Cool, I'll check it out.
Yes, it's good. I thought you would have watched it by now.
Just because I'm online doesn't mean that I'm free.
Sorry.
Oh, come on, man.
It's a really good film, actually. It's about.
I have a regular job. Like I.
Oh yeah, I just spend all my day doing nothing. But it's a good film. It's Christmas Carol. It's a good film.
Wait, Chickpea, what was the film you recommended him? You were glitching out on me. My wife is there.
No, I know that Marcus likes
I can't hear you, Chief.
Gee, yeah, good man.
Marcus, have you ever seen The Last Vermeer?
It sounds familiar, but I don't think so.
Have you seen it? I tell you, because that guy can't half act. The Last Vermeer, it's transfixing. It really is.
What's it called?
The Last Vermeer.
The Last Vermeer.
Yeah, it plays off in Holland. He plays the part of Vermeer, who the fake Vermeer, who sold the fake paintings to the rich Germans and made a ton of cash out of it. It's a good film.
Oh,
it's a true story. But he really plays it. You know, you have to see it, but the acting's fabulous. Really, it's a really good film. You know, most stuff's just rubbish, but he really does it well. Yeah, but that Christmas Carol's good. I'm really enjoying it. It's about 2.5 hours long.
Oh, Christmas Carol. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a good film.
Mm.
Yes, and there's also The First Snow. It's on YouTube as well.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, I've nothing else to do apart from watch stuff on YouTube. See, everybody's gone very quiet.
Did you read Ligotti?
I got that book you told me to buy about the end. Ligotti.
What, the conspiracy against the human race?
Yeah, I suggested she read that. She's saying
Oh.
she doesn't
Oh,
have,
I've
she doesn't
got
know
it.
what to do.
I haven't
a few
got that.
suggestions.
No, I've got that conspiracy against the human race. I've got it. No, at the
That's
moment,
funny.
I brought that book you told me the end about that vagabond guy. You know, this tramp who, you told me to read at the end. Yes.
What's it called?
Oh God, it's probably on my
Forgot the
bed
name.
somewhere.
Okay. I got a question. Do you think this world would be a better place if, like, sex wasn't a part of the equation?
Who's that towards?
Well, the panel, I guess. Where everyone's here.
Yes. Yes. Do you know that your whole sex drive is all done by the hormones your body produces? Stop producing the hormones, and your sex drive just flies out the window for good.
Yeah, I think it would
And I
be
know
better.
this- Yeah, I know this to be so because I've been spayed like a cat.
No hormones, no hormones.
No whores. Oh. Yeah, no hormones.
No, seriously, no hormones. You don't have a sex drive. It's just like
Yeah,
cat
no
hormones.
hormones. Yeah. No, I think if
What if
sex
I
was
wanna-
out with you.
What if you want to make a hormone?
Whoa.
Ooh.
Whoa,
I mean-
what's wrong with making hormone? What do you
No,
what do
well,
you guys have
Marcus-
against them?
A whore will moan for you anyway because that's part of what she gets
A
paid
hormone? Oh, I see.
If you want to do that, dude, you got. If you want to do that, you got to go deeper.
Oh, well, yeah.
Thank you for the advice.
But Chickpea, you know what's my favorite film of all time? It's Eyes Wide Shut.
Isn't it
Eyes Wide
good?
Shut. Brilliant.
Isn't it
that's-
fabulous?
That's my
Yeah.
favorite film of all time. Yeah.
Yeah, very good film, isn't it? And
Yeah.
bet
I thought
that
it was
goes on
good.
in it.
At the time, it didn't get a lot of good reviews, though, at the time.
Well, that's because I think those reviews were fabricated from above, if you know what I
Yeah.
mean. Yeah.
Yeah, plus it was a bit beyond most people, I think, as well. You know, it was quite serious, wasn't it? It
All
wasn't
his
a
movies are like
happy
that, though.
film.
Yeah, all of Kubrick's films are like that, but I have a feeling I have a feeling that was the one that got him the most trouble because him in the
Yes.
studio, they were fighting hard. He had a
Okay, I gotta say, I mean, I'm pretty sure. I would assume sex is like a part of emotional maturity, right? Being able to do that. That's
No.
part of like some emotional
not
development.
necessarily.
No, it's purely
Not
hormonal,
necessarily.
I'm afraid. I tell you mine,
Hormones make you emotional.
it's purely hormonal.
Yeah, but I'm saying sex though specifically. It's like it's supposed to be a part of a relationship-based thing, and that relationship is an emotional-based relationship.
No. I promise you, once there's no hormonal activity, it goes. I promise you, I know so and I talk about it here quite a lot because people act as if being a hysterectomy is a terrible, terrible thing to happen to a woman. It's not necessarily that terrible at all. It goes completely. You're totally free from it. It's gone.
So you don't have affection. You don't find attraction or like affection towards specific people more than others.
Yeah, I feel affection for people, for men, and I still like men. I still grin at them and chatter to them, but there's no sexual urge there at all. It's gone. Completely gone. So if I met a guy that I wanted to have a relationship with, I'd have to go to HRT to get that thing back. It goes.
Hey, HRT, nice.
What?
Oh, you said HRT, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm on
I'd have
that.
to. There's nothing there. You're an
Yeah.
HRT, Fatima.
Yes, I am.
Tell us
Yeah.
about it. What's it like? What are you on? Which one do you take?
It's the things that changes your body.
Oh, that one. So, yeah, right. Sorry,
Yeah.
I don't know much about you, Fatimus. I'm not sure what it is you're changing exactly because I've never discussed it with anyone. I've never heard you talk about it. I just know that you're doing something. So you're taking female or
Yeah.
male? Female hormones.
Yeah, I
Or
am
male?
taking female hormones. Yeah, and pills.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because they work, don't they? Don't they affect your brain? Yeah.
No, but like I do have like some like chest pain. Yeah.
All
No,
right.
yeah, chest pain because it's growing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, some chest pain and like I guess it's kind of like I guess it's making me like have some mood swings here and there, but like I've always been a pretty emotional person even before I've been taking these, so it's not a big thing. I'm pretty like I'm not a very stoic individual is what I'm trying to say, you know. Like I'm very very sensitive. Yeah.
Do you believe in like multiple genders, or wait, no? Do you believe there's more than one gender, or you think you just want to be the opposite, so you're just transitioning?
I just want to be the opposite, but like I don't mind if people want to believe in that, because as I said, I don't care what other people do and believe in. Like I'm really let be a person. Yeah, I just want to change. Yeah, that's all.
Oh, that's all right.
Do you mind if I ask how old you are?
I'm 25.
Okay. How long? Okay. One last question. That's probably I want to get to probing here. How long have you been making this decision? I wonder.
For like a year and a half. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I guess. I mean, hey, you're an adult. You know what you're doing. I was gonna say, if you're younger, you really should watch out, because there's some irreversible effects effects that can happen, and I don't know if you would want to deal with that later down the line. But I mean, you're an adult, like I said. You should know what you're doing. I really don't know what to say after that.
I mean, it's not that irreversible. It's just that it's not that irreversible, because I've talked to many people like this and like specialists and you know all that stuff. Yeah.
Okay. Well, last thing I'll probably say is, you know, that old saying, the grass might look greener on the other side, but you never know until you get there.
All right. Thanks.
Do you think you might have been maybe? What made you want to do that? Because I always say there's people who get like brainwashed, right, into doing things that they normally wouldn't. And I think there has been a lot of like stuff on social media pushing towards certain things like that, right?
You talking to me? You were glitching out.
Yeah. Do you like Disney? Is that's my question? Did you watch a lot of Disney growing up?
Bro.
No, I didn't. No, not at all. And even if I did, there's no like correlation between those things, like zero. No, there's literally none. I've talked to like other people from other countries like this, and no, they didn't grow up watching that stuff. And their stories are very, very complicated and idiosyncratic, and it's very, very, very hard to just pin down individual stories, you know.
Well, one thing I've noticed from most of the stories, trauma and childhood like difficulties seems to be a big part of it that brings it on a lot of times, I think.
Yeah, of course, but nobody's lives is inherently easy. Like I know people who had worse trauma than me and they turn out just fine, you know.
Disney propaganda.
Did you want to get, were you expecting to get with like somebody who was the opposite sex, or because that's another issue, like transgender people, they tend to want to transition so that they can be accepted more, and then they find out there's even less acceptance and it's even harder to find a mate.
I like both.
Come on, bro. You just say you just want change.
Can you repeat that? I don't know what you said.
Oh, I'm saying that I like both, but like I'm already attracted to people who are like me anyway, so it's not a big deal.
Okay, I'm done. I don't know where this conversation is going to go. I haven't talked to too many transgenders, so I don't even know if that's like a slur like to say it like that, but I haven't talked to too many people, so I was just wanting to ask some questions.
Yeah, it's all right. You're free to
I have a
ask.
question for you, the mind. I want to know about why the minds found a correlation between Disney and transgender.
It's like some typical talking point. Yeah, that's very lazy and like just like overused.
No doubt. But what is the reasoning, even if the reasoning is bad?
Wait, the director of Disney literally came out and said that she was trying to turn kids gay and get them transgender and stuff. So I mean, that's not just me making stuff up. That's what the director of Disney said themselves.
Director of Disney. There is no. You mean CEO? And I think that's a male.
It was a black director for a lot of Disney films. Yeah, she came out and she was talking about it. So
you know her name?
Disney is a company that like they hire
Don't
multiple
name
directors,
any
right?
names. He might not know. He might name them. Life abolitionism. You're on the show. What would you like to say?
I don't know because as a gay man, I've had like several men ask me to like, I guess feminize to like, put on a wig and lipstick and makeup and all that. I mean, so I do see. I mean, I've never done it, but I think there's a push for it because a lot of men are attracted to people of the same sex. And if you can be passable, they I guess that gives them a free pass to explore their sexuality. And so a lot of men will like they're attracted to transgender because they still are attracted to femininity. But if you're just like a masculine presenting man, they're not attracted to you. And so I don't know, like it's almost like this is curiosity, like if I did that, like, would I get more guys? But at the same time, it's like the social consequences are just so great. Like, I don't want that judgment. Like, I see the way a lot of transgenders are treated, and
Yeah, don't they face more violence and stuff?
Yeah, we do. Not me personally.
Yeah,
It's hard,
especially.
but like it's like the family side is kind of like rocky, but.
Well, in a black community, the trans femicide is comparable to just regular femicide. Like,
Yeah, it is.
black women are just as vulnerable as trans women. So it's almost the same. I think it's probably comparable in the white community also. I'm not sure that race has a component to it, but I don't know. I think that I don't know. I haven't confirmed any of these studies, but people talk about how the femicide rate in a black community is much higher than other communities.
I don't know about that, but I would have a feeling it's just as high as any femicide for any race because women do face a lot of violence, not only in all parts of the world, and even here in like the first world, there still is a lot of violence towards them. Yeah, it's like, why do you think there's a lot of divorces? Because like men are usually pretty hard-headed and stubborn,
You know what I don't understand, Fatima, and I've never understood this. Why these women stay with them? That's something I
don't
just can't understand.
I don't
'cause
know.
I've known women stay.
I think the reason why is because I have family that were in very abusive relationships, and they eventually got out. But they said it's because like they had all of like the money and stability, and like they literally didn't know anyone else because they just felt safe with them at the same. It's like Stockholm syndrome. Like you fall in love with like your abuser, like your kidnapper, and also because they pretty much moved in with their abuser, right? And like where are they gonna go if they break up with them? They're gonna either get kicked out of the house or worse, killed, right? So it's kind of a very tricky situation to like leave. You know what I mean?
Yes, but I don't. Yeah, it's something because I've come across it a lot. There's a lot of it about. Because I must admit, if a guy hit me, he don't have to hit me once, and I'd be out the door. But then,
Yeah,
Yeah.
But hold on, if you were hit out the door and you had nowhere to go, then what?
exactly.
Oh, I've been in that situation, Marcus. I have actually spent 2 nights in a shop doorway in London many years when I first came here. I was living in a flat. I was sharing a flat with a married couple. And she went away on business, and he came on to me.
Oh, really?
I just packed my bags and I left. And I had nowhere to go. It was middle of sort of 3 o'clock in the morning when it all happened. So I took my case and everything down to Shepherd's. I can't remember. I was living in God, I can't remember the name of the place. It was central London, and I just sort of spent the night in the shop doorway. And yeah, the next night in the shop doorway, and then the social worker found me, and he put me back on my feet again. Yeah, I walked out.
But I just want to get back to the whole transgender thing because transgender women are not necessarily pulling like gay men. They're pulling straight men. Like
They are pulling
straight men are attracted to transgender women.
Yeah, like a joke.
That's
It's a
the
meme.
secret, right?
Yeah.
That nobody wants to talk about.
Straight men attract to transgender women.
Yes,
All right.
they are.
Yeah, they are. Like
really
I've seen that.
Weird, isn't it?
no, it's I know why, because it's just like it's a fetish. It is it's
I suppose to get better sex, I should imagine, because of course, yes, I can see why. But you know what I don't understand is also that trans men who dress as women still try and pull a female. I don't understand that one.
trans women. They're not. Yeah, you're talking about trans women, not trans men.
Yeah.
I'm talking about men who are dressed as women.
Yeah.
Right. Those are trans women, not trans men.
Yeah. So why do these trans women go after? I've had one come on to me once.
Because sexual identity is not the same as your sexuality. Like they identify as women, but they still
Your
are
sexual
attracted to women.
is the same as how you identify. What you like.
Sounds like exploitation to that system.
What?
Weird.
What did you say?
Well, it's just like typically it's the same thing like a lesbian. It's like they consider themselves women, but they're still attracted to women.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm talking about these men dressed as women and then come up, because I've had a run-in with a bloke dressed as a woman. I went back to his house with him, which I would never do if I just met a guy, to help him be more feminine. I thought, said, come help out with the wardrobe and stuff. And then he decided he wanted to have sex with me. I wouldn't have gone back to, because I just assumed because he was dressed as a woman that he was obviously attracted to men. Yeah, I didn't think he'd be attracted to women.
That assumption. I mean, there's obviously going to be women that are attracted to women, right?
Yeah, but I was still quite young. Yeah, this was quite a few years ago. I just assumed.
Okay.
I just assumed that he would be interested in men because he was pretending to be a woman. Yeah.
That was probably either a drag queen or because like, did you know that if he was medically transitioning or no?
Well, I didn't ask him. I just assumed that because many years ago I got a man fired from his job because he was trans, and so I've had this little guilt trip going. And then this particular night went this club, blah blah. So I thought I will try and redeem what I did and help this man out. And it backfired on me just a little bit. Yeah. Well, I didn't know any better. Yes. But anyway, so yeah, he was dressed up as a woman. I thought, what you came on to me for if you want to be a woman?
Yeah.
I just assumed that. Yeah.
Because like sexual, what you like is not the same as what you identify as, and then that's a fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, what you want to be isn't the same as what you want to get with in bed. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Oh, I got you. I didn't know.
How short was your hair at the time, and were you wearing shoulder pads?
Yeah, exactly.
If you don't mind, no, D&W. My hair.
Well,
I was wearing the shoulder pads. They were popular.
Pete, have you ever had like biological females like come on to you? Like,
oh yes. Many years ago.
There you go.
I've had that one. I've had that one. I was working in a gay bar in Earl's Court, and I had, and they got quite nasty when I made it quite clear to them that I was straight. Quite nasty. They got.
Oh yeah, no, like
Yeah, it does happen a lot. Yeah, they assume stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, they just think they assume because I was working in a gay's bar that I was gay, but I wasn't. I didn't know.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
like, I think in that situation. Wait, why were you at a gay bar?
I didn't know it was gay. What happened was I saw this ad, so I answered the ad, and I got the job almost instantly.
Of course.
And I'd only been there. I'd been working for a couple of hours, and I thought, I wonder why no one's taken any interest in me, because they weren't. And I said to the barman, "What's wrong with the men in this bar?" Blah blah blah. And he said, "This is a gay's bar." And then I knew I was actually working in a gay's bar. I didn't even realise. Have you D&W? It's what again? D&W probably.
So I guess the assless chaps were not a giveaway.
Have you ever heard of the coal hern in Earl's Court? You ever been there?
No, I haven't.
No, it's a gay's
The
bar.
Coal Hern? No, I haven't.
There were no drag queens there, Chicky. There were no drag queens or like men in assless chaps.
No, yeah. Well, there were some pretty. Well, looking back, thing is, in me, I tend to be very open in what I see around me. Yeah. If there are a couple of men doing weird things, you get weird men doing things in normal. I'm a very open-minded. I worked in a very strange place in Berlin for a couple of years, and I think it's sort of acclimatized me to all sorts of weird things. But I just didn't realise it was an actual gay's bar. I didn't. It wasn't until I was told that I was actually working in a gay's bar that dawned on me. I didn't think such things even existed, to be honest. I just thought everybody went to the same bars.
That's everyone's thoughts, like inherently, until they find out. Oh, there is one. I already knew they existed for a long time. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Strange.
Yeah.
So I got a question. Sex you consider to be like an irrational hormonal reaction to biology, right?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
everyone.
hormonal. I promise you, it's hormonal.
Well, what does that mean again?
What? The sex.
How many people agree with that?
I can promise you, it is when right. Okay, the might never
What do you
That's the gong to say you've gone on too long. So it's time to wrap up.
All right.
Wrap
all
up.
right. We'll stop talking about that.
We can give our closing remarks if you want. Ricardo, would you like to give your closing remarks for the show tonight? You can stay backstage if you want to have a chat. Ricardo is there.
I'm here.
Oh, he is. Go ahead, Ricardo.
I'll just say good night and God bless. Sleep well.
Okay. Fatima, do you want to say something in closing? Thank you, Ricardo.
It's a bit sleepy.
Fatima.
Cheers.
Oh,
Do you
me?
wanna say
Oh,
something
talking.
in closing? Yeah.
Yeah. Good talking to all of you, and assalamu alaikum.
The Mind, do you want to say something in closing, brother?
Yeah, hopefully next time the conversation that I was trying to have won't get caught up right in the middle with the gong. That will be my last closing statement.
Sorry about that, Mind. I'm really sorry. It wasn't anything personal. That would have happened no matter who was talking. Count Marcus, would you like to say something in closing?
Be well. Happy Friday. Have a good weekend. Take care.
Gracias.
Nice one. Who's next?
Hi, Pamela. Hi, Pamela.
Chickpea, do you want to say something in closing?
Yeah, bye, everybody. Thank you, D&W.
Okay.
No, seriously.
G, do you want to say something? G, do you want to say something in closing?
Trust no man. That's what I would say.
So love will be the next debate for everyone to have a joy in their thinking than the
Can you say that again,
philosophical thinking.
G, say that again?
May the next debate be love and joy instead of the complication we're facing. That's all. I just want people to have a good time. That's it. And you guys do have a good time.
Thank you, G. Life abolitionism. The last words of the show for you. tonight?
I just wanted to thank Fatima for sharing her story about transitioning and wish her best wishes.
Thank you. Of course, I don't try to make it like a spotlight, but if it's brought up, I have no problem talking about it. But thank you so much, LA. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Goodbye, everybody. We'll be back again soon. Do take care of yourself.
DNW.
Later.
Yeah.
Later, DNW.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, this show is officially over. Take care, everyone.
You too, dog.
Truth is fleeting, shadows call. We search for meaning, we question all. The path is winding, the veil is thin. Beyond illusion, let the journey begin. Seeking knowledge, breaking chains. Through the echoes, through the pain. One more question, one more spark. We chase the light inside the dark. Voices whisper, thoughts collide. Truths are hidden deep inside. The world's a riddle, a shifting dream. Reality isn't what it seems. Seeking knowledge, breaking chains. Through the echoes, through the pain. One more question, one more spark. We chase the light inside the dark. Until next time, keep your mind wide. Stay curious and let wisdom guide you. Let us hope we each seek what we're meant to find. Make gnosis bring you peace of mind. Until next time, keep your mind wide. Stay curious and let wisdom guide you. Let us hope we each seek what we're meant to find. Make gnosis bring you peace of